Answer the question? The current situation isn't like that. Master Qin can't help us anymore, but if the formation is still there, then that's enough. Demon Fox laughed coldly as she stared at him. She didn't need Yuan to teach her these words. She could say them herself. This Taoist Master Yi. As a result, although Yifeng did not refine people into ghost servants, he used a different method to achieve the same goal. I'm telling you guys, who wants to run away, stand out now and tell me, I'm giving him death right now, stop complaining. The demon fox originally had a deep hostility towards humans, and she wanted nothing more than to devour his flesh and blood. Thus, when she said those words, she could feel the sinister aura emanating from her body. It was so frightening that it could suffocate people, and it was cold and cruel. Deterrence. Tong Danrong, listen up. As the demon fox gave out a series of instructions, the disciples, although still a bit uneasy in their hearts, after seeing Yifeng's serious expression and recalling the Forbidden Area's destruction array that Yifeng had triggered, all of them regained some of their confidence and their complexions improved a lot. Moreover, even in the eyes of the demon fox, if the similarity between the appearance and behavior of the demon fox were to reach the extreme, it might be able to deceive Qin Shao within a short period of time and create excellent conditions for Yifeng to ambush. Since spiritual master Yi thinks that there is still a chance, then how about? Just do as I say. Alright, I believe the Taoist master Yi has his reasons for being cautious. After such a short period of time, most people had already acknowledged Yifeng's array Dao strength. They also believed that they had a chance of fighting against Qin Shao. This is the shape of confidence. Yifeng, you are quite capable. I never thought that you would be able to shape the confidence of these impoverished disciples. An incomparably deep male voice let out a carefree laugh. However, if you let them know that you are only using them as bait to attract firepower, I wonder what they would think when the time comes. Yifeng held the second crystal ball in his hand, while staring at the situation inside the crystal ball. From time to time, he would tell Guiying what to do next. On the other side, he raised his head and laughed. Grand Master is too serious. Oh. Gu Yuanwu smiled brightly. Yifeng paused for a moment and continued, Qin Shao is so smart. Who knows what kind of trouble would occur if I were to fight her? Right now, Qin Shao is approaching this place step by step. I hope that at the most appropriate time, Great Master Gu. Gu Yuanwu laughed coldly and nodded his head, don't worry, I don't care about the safety of others. I will naturally care about your safety. To this end, I will strike her head on at the most appropriate time. Within the forbidden area. He saw that the bone spike that had completely embedded itself into Qin Juexin's wound was about an inch long and incomparably sharp. If it was the place where she was injured, it would coincidentally deviate slightly from her original position. Then, perhaps right now, she had already fainted and fell down. Ah! Her eyes darkened and she staggered. Qin Shao, you. She knew that the bone spikes had most likely been poisoned. Thus, she hurriedly moved forward a few steps and supported her body. She then turned around and looked at Qin Zhao's position. However, during this process, her eyelids became heavier and her face paled. It was obvious that the poison in her body was so strong that even a master like herself was severely affected by the poison. However, in contrast to Qin Zhu's stern heart, there was even a trace of vengeance. Qin Zhao's bright eyes were shining as she smiled sweetly. Her voice was extremely tranquil and light. Master Qin, we share the same surname, Qin. 500 years ago, we were family. Actually, there is no need to make things difficult for our own people. From head to toe, including her clothes, she looked exactly the same as the fake Qin Shao. Who's on the same side as you? Stop spouting nonsense. Qin Zhu laughed in his heart. If the other party said they were on the same side as him, wouldn't that mean they used bone spikes to injure him? Wasn't this equivalent to lifting a rock to smash his foot? Alright, since Master Qin doesn't like it, I won't say much. Xin Xiao hasn't come to the celestial sect of wonders for many times, so there are some things he doesn't understand. I hope Master Qin can give me some pointers. You speak of it in a very funny manner. What sort of guidance? Merely a fugitive, yet you speak of insulting words like that. You are simply dreaming. Xin Zhu looked down on this fugitive, Xin Xiao. Naturally, he had something to say, regardless of his face. Let me be frank with you. I, Xin Zhu, have an open mind throughout my life. No matter what I do, I will never collude with you in any way. Also, I will never let you go. Xin Xiao gave a faint smile and nodded. That may not be the case. There are some things that you can refuse even if you don't want to. For example, listen to me ask a few more questions. She paused for a moment before recovering her composure. Gazing into the distance, she extended her slender and jade-like hands. Say, do you think that Zifeng is setting up a formation in this direction, or is it in that direction, or is it in a direction a bit further away? She continuously pointed to several places. Every time, she would constantly look at Xin Zhu's eyes without any signs of stopping. I see. Thank you for your reply. What? However, from start to finish, Xin Zhu had been standing on the spot without saying a single word. Xin Xiao laughed for a moment, and then continued, then I still have a few other questions, I'll answer them as well. For example, is Zifeng the one who placed the array Dao? The number of people you are chasing after me this time, is it over 30? Xin Zhu's heart froze for a moment. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind, Gu Xinwei. At that time, Gu Xinwei had used such an almost unreasonable method to observe their behavior and deduce a certain number of facts. And now, this Qin Zhao's behavior could be said to be carved from the same mold as Gu Xinwei's. Could it be that there was some sort of connection between the two of them? While distracted, Xin Zhu could not help but bitterly smile and shake his head. He felt that he was overthinking it. Suddenly, Xin Xiao cupped his hands together and smiled. Well, thank you for your cooperation, Master Heartless. This conversation was very pleasant. I already understand the situation of the hunt, as for now. Her eyes gradually became cold and stern, and she chuckled, please, Master Qin, let's sleep for a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 521. Chapter 521. Sleep for a while. When Xin Zhu heard this, he was stunned. Just as he was about to move. However, a heart-wrenching pain suddenly came from his back. Faintly, she felt a kind of indescribable numbness, as if tens of thousands of small worms were biting her at the same time. What's going on? The pain from the bone spikes penetrated deep into the bone marrow, causing one to be unable to bear it. Could it be that the bone spike is poisonous? Xin Zhu was stunned for a moment before immediately reacting and blurting out. No, of course it is not just poisoned. A mere little poison being able to harm some martial disciple is already the limit. How could it be effective against High Master? Xin Xiao coldly laughed, shook his head, and continued to talk. This bone spike is made from the blood of many ghost servants. The corpse aura is extremely thick and has a great numbing effect. Do you believe that as long as I count to 3? Xin Xiao, you don't repeat yourself. If you count to 3, you will lie on the ground and never be able to stand up again. Xin Zhao's words were as heavy as innate, pressing down on the other party's heart. 1, 2, 3. As Qin Xiao said the last word, the Qin Zhu Xin in front of him seemed to have been possessed by something. She staggered and looked in pain. She lightly clutched her chest and sat on the ground, panting heavily. How do you feel? Can you still stand? The corpse gas has a great paralyzing effect. Under my test, even an elephant would not be able to withstand the poison. Xin Zhao's pretty face was expressionless. you can't even stand up. You're simply going too far. Even if you can't stand up, you can forget about hurting me with your ability. Between Qin Juexin's beautiful eyebrows, a fierce expression suddenly appeared. A beam of dazzling cold light instantly shot out from her palm. Dense spots of light suddenly formed into a layer of light that covered an area of 3 feet around her body. Cold light shines, and the air is overpowering. Under the protection of this thin film, even Qin Xiao stood on the spot and chuckled softly. He did not choose to forcefully break through. Oh, should I say, as expected of the mysterious gates master? Under these circumstances, you can actually forcefully use your true Qi and form a spiritual energy barrier, putting yourself in an invincible position. Not bad, not bad. On Qin Xiao's jade-like face, there was an extremely indifferent smile. She stared at him and said with a cold smile, however, even if you are in an invincible position, so what? My goal was not to defeat you in the first place, but to make you lose your ability to fight. When Qin Juexin heard this, she was stunned. Bastard, you. She had originally thought of a counterattack, but who would have thought that the other side didn't plan to deal with her at all? Instead, he directly sent her flying towards him. Alright Kai Dai, don't bother with her anymore, she is no longer a threat to us, let's continue forward. Behind her, a woman who looked exactly like her stepped forward. She held a human skin mask in her hand. Yes, Qin Palace. Kai Dai's expression was respectful. From afar, the two of them looked exactly the same, but they gave off a completely different feeling. This situation seemed a little strange. Surprisingly, Qin Xiao's sudden appearance had caused her to be restricted by her opponent. Even Qin Juexin, who had a keen perception, hadn't noticed it. Hall of Qin, I didn't think that you would help me so soon. I originally thought that with your past ways, you would only help me when I lose an arm and a leg. Kai Dai opened her big, watery eyes wide and couldn't help but say. Hee, this time is different, there is no need to do this. Qin Xiao smiled slightly as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Why? Kai Dai was slightly startled, her eyes slowly widened. Previously, I had already asked that Qin Juexin. Aside from him, Qin Juexin, the strongest person this time is Zifeng, who is at the 6th stage of the martial disciple realm. I believe that I am not a match for him, so if Zifeng is within the same realm as me, then he might be able to pose a threat to me. As for now, his strength is far from enough. Qin Xiao hesitated for a moment before coldly laughing, so we don't need to be polite to him, Zifeng. As long as we break his formation and see him, the truth will be revealed. At this time, as his voice faded, in the sky, a loud rumbling sound could be heard in their ears. Dust drifted in the air, smoke filled the air, and thunder roared. Once the majestic aura was formed, it created countless storms. Oh, this formation. Could this be the destructive array Zifeng used just now? Qin Xiao carefully examined it and nodded with a faint smile. As an expert in array Dao, she didn't need to reveal any of the array dust to be able to see through it. But, do you think you can't make any other modifications to your array just because I've entered? Kai Dai, help me take out my array disk. Even though Qin Xiao had already found out the whereabouts of Yi Zifeng from Qin Juexin. However, before she could do so, she had to pass through this endless abyss of destruction. Yes, the Qin Palace. Kai Dai's face lit up, and she nodded her head deeply. She then took out a row-like object from her spatial ring and placed it in front of Qin Xiao. Qin Palace. The formation is here. Very good. The corner of Qin Xiao's mouth lifted into a smile. He immediately grabbed the array disc in his opponent's hand and inserted the stick into the loose soil. An incredibly dense stream of red true Qi flowed from Qin Xiao's side into this array disc. On the ancient formation plate, a resplendent golden light suddenly lit up in the center. The orbits of the stars continued to appear on the ancient formation plate. So that's how it is. Yifeng is a genius after all. He actually knows how to lay such a profound and mysterious array. However, the only way is to defeat me in the Tao of array formations. After that, her slender and delicate hands suddenly gently touched the plate. A great number of ripples were stirred up in the formation plate. Within the forbidden area, the crowd of Celestial Sect of Wonders disciples were discussing with each other with puzzled faces. What happened? Did you all feel that something was wrong just now? That's right, what happened to the array formation just now? It suddenly seemed as if it lost its effectiveness, almost causing me to break out in a cold sweat. If Qin Shao really rushed in, how could we possibly withstand it in our current state? So you feel the same way? I feel the same way. The crowd of mysterious gate disciples had personally witnessed the changes of this formation. At this moment, a trace of unease was revealed on their faces. In the blink of an eye, there was a huge boom sound. One after another, the stars changed their positions and appeared in front of the crowd, shining brilliantly. A few of the Celestial Sect of Wonders disciples who were making up for their positions were crushed to the ground by the immense force as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Here we go again, this. What is going on? Look at that crystal ball. Could it be that Qin Shao has already unraveled the profound meaning of this formation and started to deduce it in reverse, causing us to suffer a backlash? That's the end. If I die anyway, I don't want to die with a grievance. Cough cough, alright, please calm down. The demon fox smiled awkwardly and tried her best to sound like Yifeng was talking, but she ended up acting like a David steer, causing Spirit Shadow to laugh. After a moment, she was obviously excited by Spirit Shadow. She pressed her palm against the edge of the leaf and transmitted a message, continuing to speak. Everyone, listen carefully. It's true that Qin Shao has excellent array Dao strength, but for our side, there is no need to be afraid of him. Now, everyone, from now on, we will act according to my instructions. She paused for a moment and seriously said, "Don't you want them to come back in such a depressed state?" Without a doubt, the demon fox's words had a unique tone that infected everyone. However, only she and Spirit Shadow knew. The words she said were all from Yifeng, not a single one of them came from her own stomach. Thus, from now on, it would be better to use formation as a foundation and have a proper confrontation with the other party. How about that? In the forbidden area, the destructive aura suddenly disappeared. Drops of rain would occasionally float in the sky, and snow would fly everywhere. Sometimes the sun would shine brightly, and at other times, sand and dust would pounce onto one's face. All kinds of situations. So that's how it is, the Heaven and Earth 9 formation. The formation of 18 people in groups of 2 is indeed exquisite. To be able to think of such a powerful formation in such a short period of time. Qin Shao smiled. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. Merely, if that is the case, does that Yifeng still refuse to give up and wants to fight me with spirit formations? Humph. Kaidai let out a cold laugh. Just him wanting to compete with Lord Qin in array Dao is simply wishful thinking, wasting your time. Lord Qin, give this kind of ignorant disciple a ruthless lesson. Qin Shao smiled but did not comment. Her peerless appearance made people feel relaxed and happy. I haven't met such an array expert in a long time. Honestly speaking, if I wasn't in a hurry, I really wanted to have a good fight with him and this Taoist master Yifeng. However, now, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522. Chapter 522. After all, this is the territory of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. There are many variables, and we have to finish this quickly. A sharp light shot out from Qin Zhao's eyes. If that's the case. The next moment, she took a deep breath, raised her delicate hand, and sprinkled out countless layers of powder onto the formation plate. In fact, if Qin Shao really wanted to break through the formation, he could do so with his own strength, even without the assistance of the formation dust. However, what she needed to do now was not to fight with Zifeng, but directly. Violent break. In her opinion, Zifeng was not qualified to fight against her. Painting of the world, enter into a prison. The earth trembled as huge mountains fell from the sky. There were large and small rocks that fell from the sky to land on the ground with a deep sound. Trees rose from the ground and circled around the forbidden area, as if isolating it from the world. Xin Zhao's goal was very clear. No matter what, he had to first trap the other party and then cut off their retreat. The wind blows and the wind blows. Wisps of cold wind had just blown onto his face, giving it a comfortable feeling. Suddenly, after Qin Xiao spoke, the array disk began to shine brilliantly and wisps of wind gradually began to change. After a while, they became violent, turning into violent gales that wreaked havoc on the ground. The mess they left behind was blown towards Zifeng and the others. Zifeng, this is a greeting gift I gave you guys first. Take a look, do you still like it? Qin Xiao coldly laughed. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Hurricanes appeared one after another, and the speed at which they moved along the ground was especially fast. Not long later, a horrifying cyclone suddenly shot towards Zifeng and company. Taoist Master Yi, what should we do? That's right. Look at that black mass around you. You're scaring a person to death. I'm afraid that things are not going well. The demon fox stood in front of Zifeng and wanted to answer, but she couldn't get Ghastly Shadow's message for a long time. Annoyed, she replied in an exasperated tone, "What do we do now? Hurry up and shut your mouths. Be careful not to get blown away by the wind." But Taoist Master Yi. The demon fox glanced at these critical moments and knew that she was looking at her disciples who were begging for help. Everyone shut up. She was furious. She finally understood what Zifeng was thinking before and understood part of what he was doing. To what extent would he be able to protect those who were weak? This was something that was well thought out and not something that could be generalized. At this moment, Spirit Shadow's voice appeared in the demon fox's ears. "Demon fox, are you all right on your side?" The demon fox was shocked. At the same time, her face revealed happiness, but her expression also changed. "What's all right?" It's almost time for the flames to reach his eyebrows. "Ghastly Shadow, hurry up and tell me. What did Zifeng say to you? How do you plan on changing formations next?" Spirit Shadow's voice was extremely low. In reality, what he meant by saying that is to let all of you be mentally prepared. He said that this wind formation is activated by an expert using a spiritual energy treasure. For a short period of time, even if it's him, he won't be able to break it through. An array treasure like the array disk, under the control of an expert, would at least give him a headache, much less turn the tide with a single hand. What? In that case, does it mean that Zifeng wants to call us to forcibly accept this wind formation? The demon fox's mouth twitched as she retorted. "Yeah, sigh. Seems like that's what it means." Guiying helplessly sighed. He said that the longer you guys can hold on, the better. Next up, I believe in him. Trust him? The demon fox was stunned. She thought about this question and clenched her teeth. Forget it, the situation is special. Since we have to endure this wind array, then we will accept it. Also, we are helping Zifeng against the wind array, so what is he doing now? Hello, Ghastly Shadow, give me a reply. However, the other side was completely silent. So it turned out that Spirit Shadow had left very quickly after he finished his tasks, so he naturally didn't have the time to pay attention to the demon fox. You. Death Ghost, she's almost the same as Zifeng. If you don't explain it clearly to me, you'll hate it. Demon Fox licked her lips, and awkwardly swept her gaze over the crowd. At this moment, they were all looking at her with incomparable anticipation. Everyone seemed to be mentally prepared. Then, we might have to suffer for a bit, and we'll need everyone to persevere. Hee, congratulations to the Qin Palace. Kai Dai looked at the gradually declining defensive array. She smiled, looking deeply at Qin Zhao's position. In the eyes of others, such a powerful array like this, in front of the Qin Palace's violent method of breaking it, it's actually decaying to its current state. It really makes one sigh. Although this Zifeng's array Dao strength is outstanding, he is still not a match for the lord of the Qin Palace. Qin Zhao smiled, but his expression still showed a trace of seriousness. Alright, Kai Dai, you better not finish your words. Until now, we haven't met the Zifeng. Don't let your guard down until the very last moment. Yes, Lord Qin. Kai Dai looked at the expression on the Qin Palace, with a hint of worship. Qin Zhao's expression gradually turned cold and stern. Next, we will use this wind array as a way to break through and slowly turn this forbidden land into my, Qin Zhao's, private territory. However, right at this moment. Suddenly, a familiar sound of wind rose in Qin Zhao's ears. It was just like what he had heard before. The sound of the wind was getting louder and clearer. What? Qin Zhao focused for a moment and raised his head in disbelief. He watched as the strong winds carried the remaining clouds and flew towards him at an extremely fast speed. How is this possible? Zifeng, he actually knows how to reflect the array? This should not be something that a martial disciple student should know about. In her mind, if one wanted to have a solid foundation in the Tao of array formations, it would have to be at least at the martial realm. And now, Zifeng, who was merely at the 6th level of the martial disciple realm, said that he knew how to concoct pills, and it was one thing to say that he had leadership skills. The sun, moon, and stars, the barrier is formed by itself. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's reaction was extremely fast. She did not waste any more words. Immediately, she set up a barrier. Countless strong currents hit the barrier in front of him and the barrier gradually dissipated. This is bad. In the next moment, Kai Dai carefully felt the changes in her surroundings. Her face immediately changed, and she replied. Great Hall of Qin, it seems that something has come, this. And? Qin Zhao was stunned. He hurriedly raised his head and looked in front of him. After a series of whooshing sounds, what followed closely was a loud rumbling sound. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. An anxious bolt of electricity came from afar and formed a bright white light that struck Qin Zhao's forehead, blasting out and creating ripples of spirit energy. Smoke rose up from all directions, covering up the situation on the stage and making it difficult for people to see clearly. In the distant Forbidden Grounds, a group of mysterious gate disciples were looking at the situation inside the crystal ball with great excitement. How is it? Did the attack work? Yes. In fact, I had the same feeling a moment ago. If Sage Yu wanted us to withstand this wind array and also brace ourselves to complete it, then that wouldn't be easy at all. Isn't that so? Only then do I know that Spiritual Master Ye's goal is to complete a defensive and counterattack mission. A breeze blew the smoke away. The two beautiful girls were like porcelain dolls, seemingly carved from the same mold as they slowly walked out. At this moment, there were some minor injuries on their bodies. Good boy, good boy. I really don't know where he learned the ability to reflect formation spells. Qin Zhao sighed. Great Hall of Qin, why are you praising the enemy at a time like this? Kai Dai helplessly sighed, pursed her lips and said. One must know that in order to reflect a formation, one must first withstand the formation. After extracting the key points, one must first change the direction of the formation. The theory behind the formation may seem simple, but in reality, due to the differences in each formation, it is a very difficult method. If they weren't an array Dao master, then who would dare to do such a thing? It was precisely because of this that Qin Zhao was becoming more and more interested in Zifeng. If it was another occasion, she might even want to take Zifeng as her disciple. Since he knows how to reflect formations, that means that many formations are basically useless against him, right? Qin Zhao thought deeply for a moment. A moment later, a fierce glint flashed through her beautiful eyes. There's a way, there's a way. She let out a cold laugh as she raised her slender jade-like hands and suddenly grabbed the formation plate. A deathly aura then covered her and spread out in all directions. This. Kai Dai heard this, she thought for a moment, then blurted out a question. Hall Qin, could it be that you plan to, don't, if we do this, even we, will be affected, but... Shut up. Qin Shao wiped off the blood droplets on the corner of his mouth. They were the result of Zifeng's backlash just now. She raised her eyes and the corner of her mouth curved into a strange smile. Myriad appearances formless. Blood fiend heavenly demon, incarnate on it. The moment those words were spoken, beams of bright white light flashed on the array disk. As the silver light transmitted over, sparse shadows scattered on the ground. It was extremely demonic. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523. Chapter 523. Strands of transparent gas slowly condensed in the void. Gray clouds, lightning falling straight down. With a flash of silver light, the image of a tall monster grew brighter and brighter in the midst of the spirit energy. What was even more strange and terrifying was the pungent smell of blood emanating from the monster. Boundless 10,000 arts, blood fiend heavenly demon? Yifeng stood on a high ground and looked down coldly as he mumbled to himself. So that's how it is. Qin Shao, after I counterattack the formation, you still want to violently break through the formation. That's why you used such a radical method? The ghost shadow circled around Yi Zichen in the sky. Yifeng, this. Just what exactly is the blood fiend heavenly demon? Spirit Shadow was stunned for a moment before asking. It's a magic formation. A ray demon? Spirit Shadow was startled. After all, this was the first time she had heard of such a novel term. Yifeng sighed, yes, arrays have a spirit. Through a certain amount of array Dao treasures, it can incite the existence of demons, which is also known as array demons. That blood fiend heavenly demon was one of them. That Qin Shao actually thought of summoning a demon to break the array. Her level of array Dao is truly amazing. He only said that it was impressive, but he did not express too much surprise. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, Qin Shao's array Dao was marvelous. However, from Yifeng's point of view, this was not the case. It was because when he was in the Black Tortoise continent, he was already used to experts setting up formations. Although the spell demon that Qin Shao had summoned seemed difficult to deal with, it wasn't the first time Yifeng had faced it. No matter what, he wouldn't panic too much. Spirit Shadow, listen carefully. Spirit Shadow smiled helplessly and spoke with an indifferent tone. I know, time is of the essence. Yifeng, you are. Guiying hesitated for a moment before asking seriously, do you want Master Gu and Elder Jia to help you stop it? This way, we won't let him destroy the formation. Of course not. Yifeng chuckled and shook his head. If he could use his trump card that easily, he wouldn't be far from failure. What I mean is, since Qin Shao wants to let that blood fiend demon in, then let him in. What? Guiying was just about to memorize the incantation for Yifeng to change the array, but he did not expect that the other side actually wanted to let the blood fiend demon in. Yifeng, what the hell is going on in your head? If you just lead the wolf into the array and destroy the formation, then it will be too late even if you regret it. Even those who didn't understand formations could tell that this demon formation was extremely powerful. Once a formation demon directly entered, it could cause great damage to the formation. It doesn't matter. If I let him in, Qin Shao would focus most of his energy on controlling this demon's attack. This way, he would neglect his own defense. It's this flaw that we might only have this one time. Yifeng raised his starry eyes and looked into the distance. Moreover, compared to being suppressed by the other party, it has completely collapsed. Right now, we can only restrain our opponents before their fangs reach us. This is the best way to win. Abandoned attacks. In order to win, Zifeng could do the same. This could not be considered as being vicious or merciless. It could only be considered as using any means possible. Zifeng, you. Spirit Shadow stared at Zifeng in a daze and pursed his lips, but, in order to win, I don't care if Demon Fox is dead or alive, if she really is dead, Oh? Hearing that, Zifeng looked at Guiying with interest. Did I hear wrong? The relationship between you and the Demon Fox shouldn't be good, right? Why are you worrying about her now? Who's worrying about her? That stinky fox is dead. If she dies, I won't be able to be happy in time, Spirit Shadow mumbled and forced a smile, but he still felt a little weak. Is that so? Of course, or do you think? Guiying unhappily replied. Hearing that, Zifeng chuckled and stopped his playful thoughts. Okay, don't worry. Whether it's that corpse cheese bone spurs or that corpse cheese formation demon, for Demon Fox and Hanyu, protecting themselves shouldn't be too much of a problem, He paused for a moment before continuing with a smile. After all, the two of them have been dealing with corpse chi for many years. Therefore, what we need to do now is to fully prepare ourselves before the right opportunity arrives. All the way forward. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Qin Shao stood on the gigantic hand of the blood fiend heavenly demon. The momentum of his rapid progress was astonishing. The formation continued to change under the command of the Demon Fox. Countless formation attacks appeared one after another, reaching their peak at this moment. The spirit energy ripples were like a spring rain as they struck the body of the blood fiend, emitting a myriad of brilliant lights. Array Devil. Attack this area first. With Qin Zhao's words, the blood fiend heavenly demon moved at an incomparably fast speed. After a short while, it ran close to the ground and raised its huge palm, smashing it ruthlessly towards the ground. Dust and sand flew all over his face. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The foot of the formation was instantly smacked into the air, exploding into a powdery existence. The entire formation seemed to have been smashed by a heavy stone in an instant, becoming bright and dim, no longer as stable as before. The Qin Palace. That's great. According to the current situation, we should be able to reach Zifeng very soon. Kai Dai looked around at the situation. Ugh, yeah. Qin Shao thought deeply and looked into the distance. He didn't immediately answer. After a while, she calmed down, turned her head, and looked at Kai Dai. What's wrong, Hall of Qin? You don't look particularly happy. Kai Dai was stunned for a moment. She could not help but ask. Qin Shao let out a long sigh as he spoke with a stern tone. Perhaps I was overthinking it. I had originally thought that since Zifeng had the ability to reflect the formation, his knowledge of the formation already surpassed my imagination. However, such a person, facing the blood fiend heavenly demon, actually did not have any good methods to deal with it. So, rather than saying I'm depressed, it would be better to say, it's a disappointment to him. She pursed her lips and continued, forget it, don't worry about it too much. Break through all the barriers. We'll know when we see Zifeng's situation later. After an unknown period of time. The formation that the school disciples had struggled to maintain within the forbidden area of the celestial sect of wonders was now almost completely ineffective. It's over, spiritual master Yi, what sort of fiendish demon is this, is too frightening. Ever since he appeared, he has actually destroyed our formation to such a degree. That's right. Right now, the formation is completely gone. There's no way we can guard against him. Adept Yi, do you want to flee or fight? Right now, we will listen to you. Because of the attack on Master Qin, they had originally been feeling uneasy. But now, the array formation had been destroyed to the point that it had completely disappeared. There was no way for them to resist it any longer. Forget about these celestial sect disciples, even Demon Fox and Hanyu were extremely anxious right now. As they watched the heavenly blood demon inside the crystal ball charge back and forth, destroying the formation, their hearts were filled with unhappiness. Calm down everyone, there will be a way. Helpless, the demon fox could only repeat what Zifeng had told her back then. What can we do, spiritual master Yi? Why don't you hurry up and say it? The cries of the disciples rose and fell one after another. Hanyu bit her lips slightly, her anger building up as she spoke in a low voice, sigh. That dead Zifeng, how long has it been since he stood up and started talking about countermeasures? They had already gotten used to Yi Zichen's decision. For a moment, they were still not used to the feeling of being left without any help. At this moment, Spirit Shadow's voice slowly echoed out, Demon Fox. Spirit Shadow? You. I finally managed to get you over here. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Say it, what did Zifeng tell you? The demon fox had an elated look on her face. The initial haze instantly vanished into thin air. However, Spirit Shadow remained silent for a moment and didn't reply for a long time. The demon fox helplessly shook her head. Ghastly Shadow, what methods do you have? Tell me. Is there really anything to hesitate about? He didn't ask me to come here to talk about methods, but to talk about something. In order to win, he wants you all to be able to persevere and endure. The longer you guys persevere, the greater the probability of you winning. What? Spirit Demon Fox and Hanyu stared at each other and pursed their red lips. Zifeng, what exactly does he want to do? All of a sudden, a strange energy wave surrounded them and pressed towards the center. You're here? The demon fox was stunned for a moment. Then, she suddenly raised her head and looked towards a place not far away. That was because earth-shaking footsteps were coming from afar. Sure enough, a humanoid monster slammed its two bloody palms on the ground and then flew up into the air. Monster, oh God, run! Just a moment ago, they had only seen this blood fiend heavenly demon through the crystal ball. Now, after a close inspection, the fear in their hearts was nowhere to be seen. It was all instinctive. Most of them didn't even say a word to Zifeng and just abandoned the formation materials in front of them and hastily ran towards the back. Can you escape? Qin Shao sneered and gently raised her bare hand. At the same time, that blood-fiend heavenly demon seemed to have come to life as it lifted its huge, plump palm and let out a mournful howl. A pair of giant hands pointed at the horizon, continuously raising themselves up and then slamming down heavily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524. Chapter 524. Several rays of silver light shot out. The more it flourishes, the hotter it becomes. It was like the blazing sun in the sky. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The huge palm fell straight down to the ground. Dust rose in all directions. It was like thunder in a clear sky. It was extremely loud. Ah! The two disciples from the celestial sect of wonders had painful expressions on their faces. He cried out involuntarily. Their fear seemed to remain on their faces. The next moment, they were all ruthlessly hit by this giant palm. His entire body was embedded into the ground. The bones in his chest seemed to have been broken. They didn't even have time to finish their last words. Then, he would immediately be shot to death on the spot. What? Everyone was shocked. One must know that. From the moment the blood-fiend heavenly demon appeared until now, it could be said that time was extremely short. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had died. In an instant, he only felt a strong, pungent smell of blood. Dents did not dissipate. Blood splashed 3 feet away. Die. Dead. How could this be? It's not what I expected. Spiritual Master Yi. I thought. Can you do something about it? It's to stop all of this. Zhang Yuan was stunned. He looked at the demon fox's position with a dull expression. Hello. Old Zhang. Why are you still in a daze? Fleeing. Quickly flee. Tong Donrong pulled on the man who had just spoken. He desperately tried to escape. He was a person who did not panic too much. Now that he had witnessed the deaths of the 2 mysterious sects, his heart was filled with anxiety. It was no longer possible to suppress his emotions. He ran for his life towards the back. Ugh! The corners of the demon fox's mouth twitched. Yi Zichen felt a bit absent-minded. The current her. He couldn't wait to rush to Yifeng's side. Ask him what he should do next. However, the problem was, Spirit Shadow had just come over to tell her about the current situation. I want her to hold on to it all the time now. Dead Leaf Peak. Normally, if something good happened to me, it wouldn't be my turn. This kind of mess should be given to me rather quickly. The demon fox clenched her teeth and said. His face was unsettled. Then what do we do, to run into such a damned person? Do you still want to help him? Her voice was cold and serene. It resounded in the ears of the demon fox. The demon fox hesitated. His expression turned serious. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He stuttered. He should consider himself lucky. Just in time for me to be in a good mood. A mess is a mess. Someone has to do this kind of thing. Is that so? Han Yu Yenran gave a faint smile. Clearly, it had also seen through the thoughts of the demon fox. The demon fox snappily replied, What are you laughing at? I'm not the only one to help her. Cold Moon. I won't stand on ceremony with you. I need your help. Oh. Tell me about it. How can I help you? Han Yu was startled upon hearing this. Yi Zichen frowned. The demon fox was usually impulsive and impulsive. Unreliable. However, he had been with Yi Zichen for too long. At this critical moment, he could at least calm down. Think about it. She stared into his eyes. Very simple. Cold Moon. You can join me in hindering the movements of this blood fiend heavenly demon. What? You mean? Just the 2 of us? On Han Yu's pretty face. His face was filled with disbelief. He took in a deep breath. The demon fox's face was currently pale. Gazing at Han Yu, he replied, That's right. However, you shouldn't worry too much. To be honest, even though the corpse aura of the blood fiend heavenly demon was extremely strong, but for the 2 of us, it didn't have much effect. And this point is that this is the opportunity that we can take advantage of, if I'm not wrong. I'm afraid. That's also why Yifeng told us to stay behind with a peace of mind. She understood her own value. He knew that as long as Yi Zichen didn't end up in the end, he wouldn't abandon Han Yu and himself. Even if he had to abandon his son. It depends on what kind of son it is. Corpse Qi. It was precisely this blood fiend heavenly demon's breakthrough. However, it was out of the fox's expectations. Sorry. I don't agree. I don't have to go all out like Yifeng said. To me. As long as it does not harm his life, other things. I can just stand by and watch. Han Yu's expression was cold. He immediately took a few steps back. Who says that everything can be as one desires, Because of the puppet pill. She was controlled by Zifeng in many ways. However, she also had the right to choose. Han Yue. You. All right. I understand. I won't ask you to deal with that monster or anything else. The voice of the demon fox sounded. It gradually became deeper. If you can understand, of course it's best. Han Yu pursed her lips. In his heart, he felt weak. That's right. I will not ask you again. But Justice Spook told me to get you directly involved. What did you say? Ghastly shadow. Han Yu was startled upon hearing this. Before she could even react. Suddenly, all over the body of the demon fox, a white light burst out. It was aimed straight at the chest of the blood fiend heavenly demon. She jerked. A gluey mass of spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, it had been pulled toward Han Yu. In a split second. The attention of the blood fiend heavenly demon. He was attracted to the location of the cold moon. This is Wind King Dagger. Han Yu gazed at the demon fox's dagger. Her beautiful eyes kept widening. It was as if he had lost his voice. He stood still as a wooden chicken on the spot. Could it be? Zifeng had already predicted that he would not cooperate. Thus, he had left a trump card for Han Yu. You? However. After all, now was not the time for her to consider things carefully. The next moment. The heavenly blood demon's enormous palm rose high into the air. He viciously smashed the ground and descended. The ground was littered with rocks. In an instant, it broke into a powder-like existence. Fortunately, Han Yu was able to dodge at the right time. He caught her correctly. He escaped from the attack range of the huge palm in time. Even so, she was still affected by the aftermath of the attack. His chest felt stuffy. A mouthful of blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. You stinking fox! You actually dare to draw aggro for me! Her hair was disheveled from the cold moon. His clothes were stained with a lot of sand. In her heart, he was naturally furious. He cursed a few times. He had never expected this to happen. He was actually betrayed by the demon fox like this. Compared to resenting me, I think you should just pray for yourself first. The demon fox laughed. He shrugged. Yi Zichen revealed a playful smile. As expected, the blood fiend roared towards the sky. He strode towards the cold moon. He once again dashed forward. All right, you stinking fox. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Han Yu lightly gritted her teeth. It actually came from his own space treasure. He took out a dagger. He tied the spirit string. He viciously swung out. It followed the demon fox's previous actions. He successfully drew the aggro of the demon fox. Let me see. Had ha. Then come again. Seeing this, the demon fox was startled. And then he sneered. He retreated a few steps. He struck out with the Wind King dagger again. The two girls came and went. On the surface, he's just not going to let me off the hook with his mouth. In fact, they all knew this as well. Such acts. It was pulling the blood fiend demon forward. Unknowingly. A series of attacks from the blood fiend heavenly demon. Under the restraint of the two of them, he was actually being controlled. Great Hall of Qin. You said this. What should we do now? Kai Dai sucked in a deep breath of cold air. He looked at Qin Shao in a daze. He was afraid that he might accidentally say something wrong. After all, causing the other party to be unhappy. That would be the end of him. Great Hall of Qin. Lord Qin. Why haven't you replied yet? Just what are you thinking about? I was thinking. Why did the corpse aura of this blood fiend heavenly demon appear? Will be useless to these two women. Qin Zhao's eyes were incomparably cold. He stared straight in the direction of the blood fiend heavenly demon. He kept a close eye on the demon fox and Hanyu. It was as if he wanted to see them in the flesh. What? Kai Dai licked her thin lips. He blurted out, Hall of Qin. Perhaps it was because they were in a hurry this time. That was why. The blood fiend's might was inferior to before. It should be like this. No. In my opinion. The real problem is. It wasn't that blood fiend heavenly demon. It was the two women. If it was anyone else. Don't even talk about standing in front of a magic array. Let alone playing with formation demons like that. It can't be, the two women. He has such great ability, Kai Dai doubtfully asked. Qin Xiao laughed. He shook his head, forget it. And instead of thinking about things, how was it? Try using this bone spike and you will know. She concentrated for a moment. Clumps after clumps of spiritual energy. It was injected into the bone spike. And then. She gathered her strength in her palm. He raised his head. He placed the bone spur in his hand and waited in his hand. With a flick of his wrist. His eyes became stern. It sent the bone spike flying. There was a crisp ding. The bone spike flew towards the demon fox. It entered the enemy's body. He directly entered without being able to do anything. Yi Feng. You. What exactly are they doing? Ghastly Shadow had already transformed from the form of spiritual energy freak. Incarnate into the image of a young woman. He was dressed in blue. More or less. Her appearance was extremely beautiful. It was really hard to make them look like she was some sort of spiritual beast. Mixed together. Of course. Make the chips that can fight against Qin Xiao. Yi Feng paced back and forth. Now and then he would bend down. To make a scratch on the ground with a branch. He seemed to be calculating something. That's right. That's what I'm asking you. If you were to refine pills to raise your cultivation level. Or perhaps it was a change of array. Just like how he destroyed the forbidden region just now. I won't say much. But now you. An array was drawn on the ground. Is it really that useful? Spirit Shadow frowned deeply. He said with some surprise. Yi Feng smiled. Lifting his head, he said, Guiying. You followed me for so long. It should be known that I, Yi Feng, am not someone who would do those meaningless things. But forget about Cold Moon for now. I'm just afraid that you're too confident. On the contrary, it has harmed the demon fox who trusts you. Spirit Shadow pursed his lips. At the end of his words, her voice. It was so low that it was almost unrecognizable. As I said before, the relationship between the two of you. It's actually quite good. You. This time. However, Spirit Shadow remained silent. Surprisingly, there was no rebuttal. Rest assured, I have thought it through. If it was a grand formation. With Qin Zhao's ability, it was easy for him to defeat Qin Xiao. It must be easy to find out. Therefore, the formation I drew this time. Although the scope of its effects was extremely small. But its power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525. Chapter 525. As for the power of this formation, perhaps it will exceed your imagination. Zifeng chuckled coldly. He took a deep breath. Subsequently, he looked up. He raised his head with a serious face. What? Spirit Shadow stared blankly at the unassuming little formation. It was hard to imagine. Just how powerful could it be? Zifeng. Even if it was a joke, there had to be a limit. This little broken array. Even if it's against me. Even they might not be able to trap me. Zichin saw that Zifeng's expression was extremely serious. He leaned forward. On the ground, countless lines of runes were drawn. Although the formation is a little small, it's a custom-made formation. His voice, as steady as a bell. However, it had an indescribable power. It caused one to unconsciously feel a sense of solemnity. Just watch. Qin Shao. Your blood fiend heavenly demon. I've decided. A slender bone spike entered his body. The beautiful eyebrows of the demon fox instantly tightened. His expression was extremely pained. Pooh. It spewed out. Demon, are you all right? Han Yu had only spoken half a sentence. He then forcefully pushed the word demon fox back inside his throat. Although she was furious. Inwardly, he hated the other party for luring the blood fiend demon into his body. However, after all, she understood his actions. Look. Do I look all right? This, Han Yu bitterly smiled. No comment. The demon fox snappily replied. It was extremely painful. She's Qin Shao. You actually dare to hide behind my back and plot against me? When I get my chance, I must make her pay with blood. Suddenly, an indescribable chill filled the air. Rising up from Qin Zhao's back, she couldn't help but shiver. Great Hall of Qin. What happened to you? Kai Dai pursed her red lips. Seeing Qin Zhao's appearance, he asked curiously, could it be? You were provoked by Zifeng just now. You've been completely shocked. How is this possible? Such a level of provocation. I didn't take it to heart at all. He was struck by my bone spike. The air was filled with the aura of corpses. It was enough for her. Just wait a little longer. Her line of defense. Break on your own. Qin Zhao's expression changed slightly. Laughing brightly. A complicated expression flashed across her beautiful eyes. In addition, actually, it was nothing. Maybe I'm the one who's got a problem with being paranoid. Zifeng is clearly in front of my eyes. As he spoke these insignificant words. But I felt it wasn't so real. It seems like there is some scheme awaiting me. After Kai Dai heard this, she turned around. Zichin shook his head. Zichin sighed. Great Hall of Qin. You're here again. Even though we escaped. It was good to be careful. However, that was the truth. Zifeng stood there as if it was all a lie. What else do you have to worry about? This? Let's hope so. Qin Shao closed her beautiful eyes. He opened his eyes again. He was already looking in the direction of the demon fox. Forget it. Who cares what Zichin was scheming? I should use my own strength to break the trap. Let's kill him first. And then. Her expression changed, blood fiend heavenly demon. Now. Listen to my command. As the sound of his voice faded, A creaking sound could be heard. Not far away was a colossal object. Suddenly, he turned his head around. It was as if he was truly intelligent. Within his bright and illusory eyes, it was suffused with a ghastly green glow. He continued to stare at Qin Xiao himself. He then looked coldly in the direction of the demon fox. His eyes were abnormally vicious. Array devil. Now. Ignore everyone else. Immediately kill Zifeng. The so-called other people. Of course it was Han Yu. She also needed to make a decision on the spot. Kill the Celestial Sect of Wonders team quickly. Head steward. Then. Woo-woo, a strange cry rang out. The next moment, the monster roared and roared. His body instantly turned crimson. It was a translucent giant palm. Raising high, it headed towards the demon fox's position. He suddenly slapped downwards. If this palm attack landed, then, let alone the demon fox. It was with the help of ghastly shadow. He was going all out. He might not even be able to withstand this world-shaking attack. He had just been struck by a bone spike. And now, he was being watched by this monster. The situation is truly terrible. The demon fox furrowed her brows. However, he couldn't say anything else. He rolled to the side on the ground like he was about to lose his life. It just so happened to escape the attack of that giant palm. Han Yue. You see me like this. What was he doing? Why aren't you helping out? Help me lure this monster away. The demon fox raised her head with a disheveled expression. Yi Zichen shouted. Han Yu mumbled. He looked at the demon fox in a daze. I told you before. I'm not going to help. Unless it's related to Zifeng's life. However, she was halfway through her sentence. He seemed to have realized something. His stomach was filled with words. He froze on the spot. Demon Fox also nodded. Suddenly, Yi Zichen asked. She softly said. Then you forgot. Did he just tell us something? Right. Right now, the role of the demon fox was Zifeng. Zifeng had asked them to stay and buy time for him. If Han Yu was unable to do so, who knows what effect it might have on Yi Zifeng's layout. The advancement will affect the success of the other party. Zifeng's request. Forget it. I understand. Han Yu pondered for a moment. In the end, he sighed heavily. He raised his head. This time, for Zifeng's sake. So what if I help you once? As these words left his mouth, Han Yu's expression turned solemn. It was the same as before. They headed in the direction of the blood fiend. A dagger flew out. Straight into his body. He suddenly retracted his sword. You beast! What are you doing over there? Hurry up and come over. However, this blood fiend heavenly demon had just raised its head. When he wanted to turn around and see the location of Han Yu, the corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up in a smile. Her voice was as calm as the waves. Will it be useful? She closed her eyes tightly. With a flick of his wrist, he continued to point towards the demon fox's seat. Go! He saw the heavenly blood demon's actions. It was as if he was completely controlled by Qin Zhao. There was no longer any sign of being pulled by Han Yu. In his eyes, it also appeared to be much dimmer than before. Han Yu was startled upon seeing this. He was starting to get anxious. She did not really want to stand aside and watch. If he really wanted to attack, he wouldn't hesitate. However, the problem was this blood fiend heavenly demon. It was now completely under Qin Zhao's personal control. It was not easy to deal with them now. This. Ugh. Han Yu sighed. Within her heart. Gradually, an indescribable feeling of despair appeared in his heart. She could not absorb the blood fiend heavenly demon's hatred. Relying on Demon Fox alone. I'm afraid it will collapse very soon. Give up. On your own. You can't beat me. You are not only being suppressed by this magic. In addition, he was also poisoned by my bone spike corpse poison. With the current you, what other advantages can we get? From Qin Zhao's point of view, Zifeng had already been forced to the end of his road. There is no telling when they will surrender. To be honest, meeting an array master like Zifeng, no matter how many years it took, there wouldn't be a single one. If it was on another occasion, Qin Zhao really wanted to take Zifeng as his disciple. He wanted to teach him all his abilities. Unfortunately, now, the two of them. Just the relationship between being hunted and being hunted. If you don't believe me, then I'll count you down. For example, when did the bone spike corpse poison break out? Qin Zhao laughed coldly. Fu Cheng continued. 4 more seconds, 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second, dot. She looked up with interest. He looked in the direction of the demon fox. However, unexpectedly, the other party did not fall down just like that. He just stood there. He looked back at himself. What? The instant Qin Zhao raised his head, a thunderous sound rang out. His face was incomparably pale. Some of them did not dare to meet the other party's gaze. If the corpse's aura was insufficient, perhaps it could be explained by setting up the formation for a short period of time. However, the corpse aura on the bone spur. That would be the real deal. Because no matter from what angle you look at it, it had been such a long time since the demon fox had been alive. It was about time for him to fall down. However, until now, the demon fox remained standing on the spot. It didn't budge an inch. Following the figure of the ghost, it slowly flew out from the demon fox's body. A wave of crisp laughter rang out from the demon fox's mouth. Thus, it was released. She lowered her head. Without saying a word. Laughing just like that. He didn't know what kind of emotion he was going to express. Why are you laughing? What is there to be proud of? Qin Zhao was currently in a bad mood. Even the other party was laughing. They could not help but mock him. Smile again, if you laugh at me again, Zifeng, listen carefully. Later, I will cut off your tongue and feed it to the dogs. As the sound of his voice faded. However, the laughter did not weaken in the slightest. On the contrary, it was even stronger. Suddenly, it turned into a loud laughter. You? Qin Zhao glared at him. He coldly snorted, you refused a toast and refused a forfeit. Blood fiend heavenly demon. Continued to attack viciously. As the sound of his voice faded, the creature suddenly turned around. Starlight exploded from his eyes. It was just like a galaxy in the dark night. The next moment. Then, it suddenly jumped into the air. He pointed at the demon fox's location. He pushed forward. However, the demon fox took a few steps back. He walked briskly. Although there was no difference in footwork. However, it seemed like. However, he was much more confident now. This change. Don't talk about demon foxes. The disciples of the celestial sect of wonders present. As long as you put in a bit of effort, and you can see that, and you can see that. Look at Taoist Yi, it was as if he had suddenly become enlightened. When he was trying to avoid the monster, it seems to have become a little calmer. Isn't it so? He deserved to be called him. To be able to fight such a monster like this, he did not run away. I, old Liu, am unable to disapprove of him. All right. Don't say it too early. Now, would Zifeng be able to escape this calamity? Or variable? Let's escape and talk about it from a distance. Han Yu also deeply observed the demon fox's movements. Feeling the sudden change in her, he could not help but be speechless. Then, he looked towards another direction. Zifeng. You're going to. What do you want to do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 526. Chapter 526. Ah, the demon fox laughed. Over time. It was extremely strange. She suddenly raised her head. His face revealed an indescribably crazed smile. Xin Xiao. From the look of you, you seem to be very confident. Don't tell me, have you really never thought that you would lose? She had just been chased by this blood-slaughter heavenly demon. In the blink of an eye, he had such an extraordinary reaction. In the eyes of anyone, everyone would find it strange. It was as if he had truly gone mad. Defeat. Xin Xiao's movements became sluggish. His expression revealed a hint of a playful smile. How can we possibly lose? I admit it. He was not an arrogant person. He had never felt that he was that great. However, after all, I haven't lost to a brat like you. With just you, Zifeng. He still wanted to make a comeback in a situation like this. Say it clearly. Impossible. Where is the formation demon? Huff, inside of the blood fiend heavenly demon's eyes. It immediately shot out an unusual beam of light. It was dazzling. He was about to attack the demon fox again. At this critical moment. Wait a moment, Xin Xiao. Can you answer one of my questions first? Xin Xiao was stunned. Just as he was about to wave his hand, suddenly, he stopped on the spot. Her beautiful face. A cold smile appeared on his face. What's wrong? Before he died. What last words do you have to say? I'll give you a chance. Just say it. The demon fox's voice was as cold as a blade. He looked at her without moving. He said seriously, if you really believe that you will win, let me ask you something. Why did you, Xin Xiao, arrive at this stage? Hurry up and take action. This. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Even Xin Xiao frowned. That's right. Just like what Zifeng said. Why was Xin Xiao in this situation? He hadn't even personally acted yet. One must know that. She threw over a bone spike from far away. There was nothing else to do. If he decided to end the battle quickly, why would she need to do anything, that you have to let this magic do it for you? As a result, this was a bit too much of a waste of time. Oh. Xin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then he looked up with interest. Zifeng. What are you trying to say? The demon fox laughed coldly. He said seriously. Are you still trying to act stupid? Just tell the truth. Your mouth is full of scorn for me. In his heart, however, he was still trying to conserve his strength. And make a certain amount of strain, right? Because you were born cautious. He would not act unless he was completely confident. It's a pity. What a pity. Qin Shao stared into the eyes of the demon fox. The lips parted. He felt that ever since he first met Zifeng, he had been like this for quite some time. His opponents seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. That was why. The unease in her heart slowly increased. Unfortunately. It's your suspicion. To give us enough time to get ready. And this had also become the reason for your failure. The moment those words were spoken, the corners of the demon fox's mouth curled up into a sneer. Behind her back, the black vortexes were like ropes. It rushed towards the direction of the blood fiend. Go! A small gray net. It slowly enveloped the array devil. It seemed to be an invisible thing. But Kai Dai saw such a small array. Immediately, he laughed out loud. What do I take it for? How hilarious. To create such a small formation. What can you do? You don't think it's shameful. And he even boasted that this was the reason for Hall of Qin's defeat. Your eyes are wide open. Just watch and see. Lord Qin must. However, a long time later, when she cast her gaze at Qin Shao, her laughter suddenly stopped. ZZ. Qin Shi's complexion was extremely unsightly. He stood still on the spot. In the center of the formation plate she was holding with both hands. An unusual crack appeared on the surface of the wall. In addition, her left foot borrowed strength. Right foot on the ground. He buried himself deep into the ground. His originally indifferent expression changed. He revealed an expression of embarrassment. Great Hall of Qin. You? Qin Shao glared at him snappily. He said seriously. Shut up. Didn't you see that I was busy unlocking the formation? Hurry up and help. Otherwise. This was the result of painstakingly nurturing the blood fiend heavenly demon. It's going to be ruined. Kai Dai was stunned. Yi Zichen nodded blankly. Good. I'll be right there. Her heart trembled. He bit his lip. He rushed forward hastily. Standing beside Qin Shao, he observed silently. He began to pour out streams of spiritual energy. Yi Zichen seriously helped the other side to break the formation. Such a formation. However, the more Qin Shao cleared the formation, the more shocked he became. Surprise could be seen in her eyes. The more obvious it was. After all, Zifeng had set up a huge array for her. The larger the formation was, the more powerful it was. The easier it was to find a way out, the easier it would be. But now. Yet, Zifeng had used such a small array to deal with her. The flaw in the formation itself was extremely hard to find. In addition to Zifeng's previous life's martial ancestor realm experience, he had accumulated a lot of knowledge on the art of array formations. Even if it was Qin Shao. Now, facing such a troublesome enemy, he couldn't help but pinch his forehead in sweat. Great Hall of Qin. This Zifeng. Could he be a super genius in array Dao? How could there be such a miraculous formation? Kai Dai was just mocking Zifeng. In the blink of an eye. She was completely awed by the ingenuity of this formation. Don't ask me this nonsense. Qin Shao lowered his voice. He suddenly said to Kai Dai, listen carefully. This wasn't the way to go on. It was not easy to nurture a blood fiend heavenly demon. He had to keep it safe. Therefore, this formation. For now, I'll leave it to you to take over. I'll be there in 5 seconds. He rushed out to kill Zifeng. Do you understand now? This isn't good. Qi Dai heard this and was shocked. Let her take over such a complicated array. It was hard to imagine. V4. 3. The corner of Qi Dai's mouth twitched, but. Qin Palace. I'm just afraid. Xin Zhao's tone was firm. He couldn't allow others to have any doubts. This is an order. 2. 1. Under the command of the last word. Xin Zhao's figure instantly appeared in a flash. He flew out from the blood fiend demon's side. Showered the spiritual energy. He gently rubbed the jade pendant in his hand. In an instant, a dense, unrelenting, fiendish aura gushed out from him. On Xin Zhao's finger. It was unknown since when 5 sharp fingers had actually been sheathed. The place where Yi Chen's throat was locked was at the throat of Yifeng. He suddenly rushed forward. In such a split second. If it was any other disciple of the celestial sect of wonders, he didn't even have time to react. After all, this was an expert whose strength was comparable to a peak martial disciple. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yifeng! Your time of death has come. Xin Zhao coldly stared at Yifeng. The sharp sword fingers swung out in the blink of an eye. She couldn't wait to see it. His opponent was hit by a sword and fell to the ground. However, unexpectedly, the Yifeng in front of him had no intention of running away. He was just going to face off against Xin Zhao like this. He stood still on the spot. After a long time, he gazed at the tip of Xin Zhao's sword from afar. The corner of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. A thing that looks down on others. Seeing this, Xin Zhao was stunned. He was instantly enraged. You're courting death. The light of her fingers lit up. It shone brightly in the direction of the leaf edge. Almost all the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders closed their eyes. He couldn't bear to watch the scene unfold. However, how could they wait? They didn't even hear the sound of blood splattering. When they opened their eyes again, his expression instantly turned aghast. Because in front of him, half a shadow of Yi Zifeng was nowhere to be seen. What? Where did Taoist Master Yi go? The most shocked of all. Xin Zhao himself. This. One must know that. Just now, when she was stabbing at Liu's eyes with her finger, Yifeng did not even bother to greet him. His entire body turned into a stream of spiritual energy. It disappeared from the spot like a bubble. It floated in the air. If it was any other ordinary person, how could it be possible for him to have such an expression? Her eyes widened. He thought about it. Suddenly, his facial expression changed drastically. He blurted out. I understand. You. Don't tell me you. Ha 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 ha. In the dark shadows, the demon fox stepped out. He reappeared in front of the other party. She laughed. His voice was still crazed. However, this time, in the distance, she revealed her true form. It's not Yifeng. Xin Zhao's bright eyes widened continuously. It was as if his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. I told you. Am I Yifeng? You, hearing this, Xin Zhao froze. The blood seemed to have frozen. He froze on the spot. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of this possibility. However, every time before, she had already denied everything. To take a normal enemy, he deliberately imagined himself to be a formidable opponent. That may not be wisdom. It's just nerves. Her own way of doing things maybe not. However, there was nothing wrong with it. Oh yes. Qin Xiao. There's something I forgot to tell you. The demon fox coldly stared at Qin Xiao. Occasionally, he would change his position. He didn't want the other party to catch him. She paused for a moment. He continued to say with a smile, "You may be. He should pay more attention." Behind him. Hee, I thought you were going to say something. Do you think? Relying on the words, kind reminder. Can you make me turn my head like this? Qin Xiao's expression was indifferent. Yi Zichen smiled coldly. The demon fox smiled indifferently. I don't really care. However, don't you think? Behind him. Is the temperature a little high? What? Qin Xiao listened. Yi Zichen calmed down a little. Feel it. That was indeed the case. And so? Her face was filled with shock. He pursed his lips. Yi Zichen quickly turned his head. However, it was already too late. Streaks of black flames could be seen. It ignited from Qin Xiao's back. Enlarged continuously. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Black flames. Until she was completely covered up. Completely engulfed. At the same time, an extremely hot wisp of soul energy. After floating in the field for a long time. That was Gu Yuan Wu's soul perception. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 527. Chapter 527. Hell like black flames. Burned out. A thick killing intent filled the air. It was like a heavy stone pressing down on a person's heart. It was hard for him to breathe. It can't be, it's actually a high master level soul perception. Qin Xiao was astonished. He retreated several steps. He had just avoided the first wave of black flames. She was covered in sweat. At this moment, it had already passed through his body and appeared outside his body. Dampen the front of your clothes. Although she was mentally prepared, she felt that Qi Zichen must have some tricks up his sleeves. However, from the information she had gathered, it seemed like in Yifeng's 30-man team, apart from Qin Zhuowen, there shouldn't be any powerful experts present. She didn't understand. This expert. Which rock did this come from? This. How could this be? At this moment. Great Hall of Qin. Great Hall of Qin. Kai Dai hurried to speak. A voice resounded in his ears. Qin Xiao clenched his teeth. He replied immediately, I am here. Great Hall of Qin. Where the hell are you? However, Kai Dai anxiously asked. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, it continued to reverberate throughout the square. Qin Xiao was stunned. The expression on his face suddenly changed. So that's how it is. This black flame. There's also the function of blocking communication with the outside world. Her mind raced. He rolled his eyes slightly. Yi Zichen immediately shouted. I wonder which Grandmaster from the Celestial Sect of Wonders is here. May I ask, Senior? Can you give me a name? Gu Yuan Wu's age and experience. As Qin Zhao's senior, there really wasn't any problem. However, under Yifeng's warning, Gu Yuan Wu did not give any response. Because conversation with a schemer. It might reveal some flaws. Or will be used by the other side. In that case, don't talk to her in the first place. All right. Since Master had yet to respond, then please forgive Qin Xiao for his offense. She took a deep breath. When he raised his head again, he had a grave expression on his face. Wisps of cold qi. As the sword in her hand swung out, it swept towards the raging black flames. In her opinion, in terms of strength, although he was not as good as the Celestial Sect of Wonders, he was still far from being a match for the Celestial Sect of Wonders. However, after all, the opponent had only used their spiritual will. She might not even lose. Bang! A loud sound was heard at the top of the burning black flame. Infuriated by the yin qi covering Qin Zhao's entire body, it seemed to have been extinguished all of a sudden, become bright and dim. Oh! It seemed like Zifeng had found an expert. It is merely this much. Qin Zhao sneered coldly. He continued, the level of the Celestial Sect of Wonders Master. I finally have some understanding. You? Who do you think is so mediocre? When Gu Yuanwu heard this, he was stunned. He could not hold back the anger in his heart. He then blurted out his question. This was something intolerable. Although he had heard Yi Zifeng warn him before, he was still rather confused. Don't talk to Qin Zhao. However, now, the other party's attitude was completely different. He was almost riding on his head. There was naturally no reason to let them do as they pleased. As expected, Gu Yuanwu roared. The next moment, around Qin Zhao, those black flames that began to become abnormally dim. After resting for a while, it had returned to its former luster. What's wrong? Master. Could it be? Can't I tell you the truth? Or should he say, your Celestial Sect of Wonders. They're just a motley bunch of people who like to put a bunch of lies on their mouths. Qin Zhao coldly smiled. He shrugged. You? The corner of Gu Yuanwu's mouth twitched. He harumphed unhappily, you are indeed a fugitive. He had looked down on the Celestial Sect of Wonders to such an extent. Of all the people I met, it is quite rare. At this moment, Zifeng's words, through phantom shadow as a medium. It was transmitted over at the right time. Master Ancient God. Such obvious provocation. Don't get it. Quickly calm down. Gu Yuanwu frowned, calm down. I am now going all out against your enemies. Help you catch the fugitive. You should be happy. Persuading me to be calm is not good for you. Okay. You don't have to talk me out of it. This Qin Zhao. Just leave it to me. And then, in midair, the lingering black flames. In an instant, it seemed to have become even more exuberant than before. He jumped up high. Qin Zhao's location, completely engulfed. At the same time, Ghost Shadow's spiritual qi. Yi Zichen crawled back into Zifeng's body. Ghastly shadow. How is it? Zifeng was slightly shocked. His fist. He gradually clenched his fist. Oh. He thought for a moment, this Gu Yuanwu. He was really stubborn. The 8 horses could not be pulled back. Forget it. Ignore him. Time was running out. It must be done in the shortest time possible. A wager of victory. It can't be, there is no need to be in such a hurry. Spirit Shadow looked at his opponent doubtfully. He could only feel that he was unable to see through the other party's intentions. Say it again. Didn't you hear what Gu Yuanwu had said just now? This time, it was Qin Zhao. Should I let him be in charge? In such a short period of time. They definitely won't come looking for us. What other dangers do we have? Yifeng shook his head helplessly. He sighed. Sigh. That's right. There was a certain amount of truth to it. But you're taking it a bit too far. And it was because of this that he said this. That's why I'm even more suspicious of Gu Yuanwu's words. With his personality. Qin Shao. To put it harshly. He paused for a moment. He then continued, he would be played to death. What? When Yifeng said this word in all seriousness, Guiying was stunned. In any case, a young man speaks of an elder as such. It was truly shocking. Then, what exactly do you want to do? Leaftip slowly turned her gaze towards the crystal ball. The starry eyes were wide open. Guiying, do you know my original plan? I was actually planning to. First, he had to subdue all of Qin Zhao's remaining strength. After that, he would go all out to deal with Qin Shao. However, a plan can never keep up with change. Yifeng let out a sigh. There was a hint of sadness in his expression. Now, I have to assume that Qin Guan knew that his time was limited. Therefore, I have to do this in the shortest time possible. Settle the matter of the blood fiend heavenly demon. This. How long are you planning to take? In the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Pretty much. He was staring at the object that was this enormous. Guiying only felt a chill in his heart. He didn't know what kind of medicine Yifeng ate wrong. He actually dared to shout out. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Deal with the blood fiend heavenly demon. However, Yifeng wasn't just making things up. From the next moment, he let out a long breath. The coldness in his eyes. It suddenly exploded. Ghastly shadow. Listen. Next, they began. Do every step I tell you to do. Don't jump a single step. It had been a long time since Spirit Shadow had seen him so serious. Obviously. The current situation. And it was indeed quite dangerous. This. All right. What do you say? Let me do it. Open the footprint of the seraphic pond first. Very good. This time, it's Feng emoji. As Yifeng continued to organize the formation, one step at a time. In the arena, the blood fiend heavenly demon was trapped by the large net. From head to toe. Even if he really did use all his strength, I can't move much. Seeing this, the disciples from the celestial sect of wonders were stunned. A bit of hope was immediately ignited in his heart. Do you realize? And what we're doing now is, it didn't seem too bad. Qin Shao was trapped. That blood fiend heavenly demon was currently unable to move. Is it? We really have a chance to escape. That's true, otherwise. Everyone also took action. Go and help Master Yi. A man in white clothes heard this and nodded. He glared fiercely at the man. What rotten idea is this? With our strength. Regardless of whether it was Qin Shao or the other blood slaughter heavenly demon, he would still be able to break free. In the end, it was us who suffered. I think. Unless we activate the formation from a distance. Otherwise, don't help them out. At this moment. An extremely deep voice. A voice resounded around them. Sure. As you said, all you have to do is activate the formation from a distance. How? Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. In everyone's heart. An indescribable chill flashed through his mind at almost the same time. Soon, however. At this moment, someone reacted. Oh my god, did you hear that? This is the voice of spiritual Master Yi. It was true that the demon fox could imitate Yifeng's appearance. However, he might not be able to learn the exact same sound. Now. Everyone pondered for a moment. He immediately understood. This. Spiritual Master Yi. We'll listen to you. What exactly should I do? Hearing this, Yifeng nodded. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Actually, it's very simple. For some timid people, he was usually unwilling to help in times of war. Yifeng had thought about this. It was only at this point that he was able to unravel some long-range formations. It was up to the cowards to control it. A customized little array. It was specifically designed to deal with the blood fiend. As for the grand formation that had been set up on the outside, it could actually be used as a support. This way, once the large and small arrays were combined, the amount of power that could be displayed, of course, it's going to be different. Even though the heavenly demon blood Qi was incomparably powerful, Qin Shao, who was controlling it, was missing. Its power would be greatly reduced. Now, under the effect of the superimposed formation, he had no way to fight at ease. His entire body was filled with power. He had probably only unleashed half of it. All right. This way. Everything was ready. There's one more thing I need to pay attention to. Yifeng took a deep breath. Yi Zichen looked towards the crystal ball. What is it? Spirit Shadow was stunned for a moment. He asked doubtfully. How should I get rid of him? It's Kai Dai. In Yifeng's eyes, there was an infinite coldness to it. It sent shivers down one's spine. He paused for a moment. And then he continued, as long as we can move as fast as possible, I took care of her. This blood fiend heavenly demon. It was almost done. I've got it in my pocket. In other words, my leveled up item. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528. Chapter 528. Hearing the two words that were already in his pocket, Guiying smiled in his heart. After all, Yifeng was very confident. He was already used to it. However, what is an advanced item? Yifeng. Don't tell me you want to. Spirit Shadow smiled. It gradually solidified. That's right. Ghastly Shadow. Yifeng smiled indifferently. What I want to do? It was to absorb this blood fiend heavenly demon. Therefore, I will raise my cultivation level. Huff. Deep within the eyes of the blood fiend heavenly demon, a silver light flashed. Pain flashed across his face one after another. Sizzle, the sound of teeth grinding. Without Qin Zhao's control. All his actions. It was all driven by instinct and the rainbow butterfly. However, the understanding between Kai Dai and Qin Shao regarding the way of battle. There was more than a few grades of difference. Even Qin Shao was having a hard time dealing with Yifeng. Not to mention, it was her, Kai Dai. Array Devil. Stay with me for a while longer. He only needed to wait for the Great Hall of Qin to come out. Then everything will be fine. Kai Dai's expression was incomparably focused. She knew her own limits. At this moment, they were all going all out. He did not hold back at all. He used all his strength to resist the corrosion of the formation. Minute time. To Kai Dai. Yet, it was as though he was passing the new year. It was extremely torturous. Ugh, Lord Qin. Just how much longer would he have to wait? Only then will you come out. She was sweating profusely. It passed through his body and exited his body. It was like soaking in hot water. When Yifeng saw this, he was shocked. He chuckled coldly. Her idea is not bad. However, there were some things. Not by effort, you can change the final outcome. He paused for a moment. He turned around. Is what I said true? Elder Zhao. A strand of extremely cold murderous aura appeared. It flashed into Yifeng's mind. And this was naturally Elder Zhao's spiritual will. Stinking brat. With the help of me and Master Ancient God, then we'll start to be cocky, no? Yifeng chuckled. Yi Zichen nodded. He didn't deny anything. You are. Just refute me like before. Elder Zhao froze when he saw this. This way. On the contrary, he felt a little awkward. All right. To be honest. My purpose. It's not to ask you anything. Elder Zhao snappily replied. However. A moment later. He then waved his hand, regardless of what you are thinking in your heart. Don't cause me any more trouble in the future. I've got a lot of old bones. I can't stand your constant tormenting. Zifeng. I will remember this in my heart. You will remember it in your heart. Then why don't you look at me and talk? Elder Zhao scolded. There was a trace of obvious excitement in his tone. Forget it. I won't waste any more time with you. On my side. Let's head there first. As the sound of his voice faded. This wisp of ice-cold soul intent. Their speed was incomparably fast. Suddenly, he rushed in the direction of the blood fiend. Thank you, Elder Zhao. Crushing a camel. It was often the last straw. What Yifeng increased for Kai Dai was. It was far more than the weight of a piece of straw. Shining white light. Suddenly hitting Kai Dai's body. Every time. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time. She controlled the blood fiend heavenly demon. The light in its eyes was incredibly bright. It also became increasingly dim. He was at the end of his tether. Have you not decided to give up yet? Yi Zifeng's existence through the sound transmission array. He opened his mouth and spoke from afar. To be honest, it's not that I can't bear to kill you. I've done a lot of things. However, if you surrender now, it's good for you and for me. I might spare your life. Kai Dai sneered. Gritting his bloody lips, he said, ha. Then you better listen up, don't even think about it. Is that so? That would truly be a pity. Yifeng took a deep breath. His expression immediately changed to one of extreme sternness. Listen to my command. Northwest. Greed, attack. The southeastern position. Sky movement attack. There's also spirit shadow. The small formation was able to topple the heavens and overturn the earth. Yin and Yang will exchange. Spirit shadow was slightly stunned. What? Don't you understand? Yifeng's expression was stern. He said coldly. Guiying naturally did not expect this. Although Yifeng looked like he was chatting with Kai Dai. However, in reality. At the same time, he was also affecting the other party's mood. He was still carefully observing the situation on his side. Yifeng. Don't tell me. It was a lie that he was talking to her. The real purpose. Or was it to observe the formation on his side? Repairment of the road. Chen Song. This way. Yifeng was able to deactivate the formation. To get to the best of my ability. The key was actually. He had to do two things at once. That's right. Okay. Don't gawk. Combined with Elder Zhao's attack, he would use the array Dao. Let's force the other party into a corner. It's over, it's all over. We're finished. Kaidai paced back and forth a few steps. His expression was slightly anxious. The formation before him. She began to walk in a direction that she couldn't understand. And it's going to be very, 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 very. It made her feel even more unfamiliar. Great Hall of Qin. Could it be my fate today? Is it really the end? She was slightly stunned. His gaze shifted to an unknown direction. The time for half an incense stick to burn was about to pass. Above the small array, the thunderclouds were making up for it. Blue light barriers appeared one after another. It was filled with an endless amount of yin qi. An extremely intense fluctuation of energy. Occasionally, it would leak out a bit. It struck on Kai Dai's body. She vomited blood several times on the spot. As for that blood fiend heavenly demon, under the weakening of the energy wave, it started to become smaller and weaker. It's about time. It was now. Let's attack together. Zifeng yelled out. Almost all of the Celestial Sect of Wonders disciples threw out a punch at the same time. It crashed into the center of the formation. Yes. Why is there no reaction? All the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders were stunned for a moment. Didn't get the expected result. In their eyes, Xiaoyan felt a little absent-minded. The silence was unusual. In midair, only the sound of the wind could be heard. In an instant, in the center of the formation, there was a flash of light. Although it was faint, gradually become brighter. Could it be old Liu was stunned when he saw this? He almost blurted out. The next moment, an extremely terrifying wave of spiritual energy surged forth. They slowly circled on the flat ground. It rose high into the sky. After that, he faced the position of the blood fiend heavenly demon. He pressed it down heavily. Aoo! A miserable scream rang out. The blood fiend heavenly demon and Kai Dai themselves. Almost at the same time, he was hit by the seemingly solid spiritual energy torrent. His body staggered. Yi Zichen kneeled down. However, even so, Kai Dai still tightly clenched her teeth. He did not stop controlling the blood fiend demonic beasts. Zifeng, what kind of ability do you have to kill me? If you are powerful. They are waiting for the return of the Lord Hall of Qin. She gritted her teeth. He forced a sentence out of his mouth. Ha. Even if she got to the back, he really would come back. However, you will also not be able to see her. Zifeng took a deep breath. At this moment, he wasn't going to waste any more time on her. He raised his head. Return and give orders. All of you, continue. 5 short words. But it was enough to explain all the problems. Zhang Yuan. Wind ink placement. I will use my full strength. Li Di. I will use my full strength. Also. A moment later, Guiying saw that the other side had no reaction. He was stunned. He asked with some doubt, "Is there anything else?" Zifeng. Halfway through. You don't feel bad. I still feel uncomfortable. Also, Almost. It is time for me to personally go to the scene. What? Yi Zichen only saw Yifeng mutter to himself for a moment. It was carved as the mark of the last small formation. This limited the range of the Blood Fiend demon's activities to a certain extent. And then he quickly stood up. He ran as fast as he could. Master Ancient God. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn. You should be able to get it for me, right? Whether it was Kai Dai. And it was also the Blood Fiend Heavenly Demon. At this moment, he looked like he was on the verge of death. After all, after going through Elder Zhao's in this large and small formation, they had experienced continuous attacks. They no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Brother Liu, you said, under these circumstances, isn't it time for us to go up? Forget it. Don't look at how calm and peaceful it is right now. Who knows if the monster will suddenly rise up? Give your chest that little bit. Why aren't you cutting open your abdomen? Hey, everyone, quickly look over there. It seems like someone is coming. A red-clothed man coincidentally raised his head. His expression was one of shock. He heard someone shouting. None of the disciples from the celestial sect of wonders gave him any face at all. Nonsense. Who else could it be now? If you want to flee, you have to leave now. The red-robed man helplessly shook his head. He laughed bitterly. That's not it. I'm not lying to you. Look. It's our Taoist Master Yi. Taoist Master Yi. Upon hearing these words, on the faces of all the celestial sect of wonders disciples, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Taoist Master Yi. Are you watching from a distance? It's time to give that monster a final strike. If that's really the case, that would be great. There was no attack from you. We, the students of the martial disciples realm, are here. I really don't know what to do anymore. A white-clothed youth rubbed his head. When he said those words with a smile on his face, he was pulled by a person behind him. He pursed his lips. After all, Yifeng himself. Even though he had become an existence on the level of a real person. However, his own strength. He was only at the 6th stage of the martial disciple realm. If he really had to calculate it, he could only be considered to be at the peak of the intermediate martial disciple stage. Compared to the other students, in terms of strength, it wasn't too high either. No. At the same time, Yi Ci smiled. However, he did not stop even for a moment. One of them kept moving forward. He arrived in front of the Blood Fiend Heavenly Demon. Let me come over. It's not for the sake of killing this formation demon. The demon Fox and Han Yu looked at each other. At this moment, he was dragging his injured body. She followed closely behind Yifeng. Yifeng. Are you kidding? You won't kill it. Then come over here right now. What exactly are they doing? Kai Dai also angrily said, if you have the ability then kill me. Give me a quick death. Yifeng smiled faintly, why would I kill you? You can't maximize the benefits. I intend to. He looked at the Blood Fiend Heavenly Demon and Kai Dai in front of him. Take a few steps back. He found a suitable position. He wiped off his crystal ring. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 529. Chapter 529. Yifeng. This is, the demon Fox and Han Yu looked at each other. Yi Zichen looked at the situation inside the crystal ball with a seductive look. Her pretty face moved slightly. However, the next moment, Yi Wen laughed. The wind in his hands swept forward. And then, a mysterious rank pill furnace was drawn out of the ring by him. From midair, it fell to the ground. He appeared in front of everyone. Pill refining. All of the celestial sect of Wonders disciples stared with wide eyes. Yi Zichen looked at Zifeng in disbelief. It can't be, even if he wanted to be in good health. There is no need to wait for this. Taoist Master Yi, is it because you're under too much pressure? Something is not quite right. Yifeng's expression turned serious. It was incomparably solemn. He stared at the disciples from afar. In such a short time, how could he continue to refine pills? Those who wanted to survive. Come here, all of you. Give me a hand. This. Everyone looked at Yifeng in shock. He was a little confused. Since you are not going to refine pills, then what do you need us for? Hurry up. All right. All right. Yi Zichen looked at the serious look on Yifeng's face. Although the disciples were confused, they were confused. Yet, he still walked forward honestly. They surrounded him in a circle. Taoist Master Yi, what exactly do you want us to do? Yifeng looked at everyone. She frowned and said, "Don't worry. What you have to do is very simple. First step is to take the spiritual energy out of your bodies. Gather them all on me." So that's how it is. Sure, sure. Everyone's complexion immediately improved. As long as he didn't enter the array himself. It was the blood fiend, the heavenly demon. In a situation where there was no danger to his life. Then, to do one thing and 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 one can do one thing and one can do one thing and one can do one thing and one can't do one thing. It's no big deal. A short while later, the disciples of the celestial sect of Wonders took a deep breath. He clasped his hands together and pointed at the space between his eyebrows. His expression turned serious. Go. Dense spiritual energy. All of a sudden, they gathered around Yi Zichen. He couldn't get rid of it. Very good. Just like now. Always. Yifeng's expression turned serious. He could feel the extremely dense spiritual energy behind him. Huff. After the flow of spiritual energy was gradually controlled by him, he had no other choice. He nodded. Yi Zichen let out a sigh. Taking a few steps forward. Directly facing Kai Dai and the blood fiend heavenly demon. Kai Dai was startled. He stared at the other party, Yifeng. What benefits are maximized? What the hell are you doing? Actually, it's nothing much. Yifeng slightly raised his head. Her eyes were extremely warm. And then, his expression turned grim. Within the ring, a flying sword that radiated a cold light descended from the sky. At the same time, the spiritual energy on his wrist rotated. At the location of the thumb ring, a dazzling red light also lit up. Ice Emperor's sword. I just want to. How was it? Only then will I be able to absorb the blood fiend heavenly demon to the greatest extent. As the sound of his voice faded, within his cold eyes, suddenly, a bright light flashed across the sky. He flipped his wrist. Ice Emperor's sword. So. Shining ice. In an instant, it roared like an ice dragon as it moved forward. They froze all the way to the feet of the blood fiend heavenly demon. In the two sides of the formation, one big and the other small. And under Elder Zhao's attack, the blood fiend heavenly demon had long since lost its courage. Instinctively, he felt like his life was on the line. As he raised his foot to avoid the icy Qi, a cold light flashed in his eyes. One after another, the white air whirls suddenly rose in the air. Freeze one of his upturned feet. Qi Zichen slammed his foot on the ground. His foot was suspended in the air due to the freezing ice energy. This scene. It was extremely strange. However, this wasn't the end. Using the frozen feet of the blood fiend as the starting point, the cold Qi continued to spread in all directions. Float up. It was almost frozen to the waist area. What? Kai Dai saw this and froze. Qi Zichen looked at this scene in disbelief. In her opinion, the blood fiend heavenly demon was originally an invisible thing. The blade and sword could not injure him in the slightest. Only illusory objects like the Array Dao and spiritual perception could truly harm him. But now, he didn't expect that. Yifeng actually used the aura from the ice sword. It had frozen this blood fiend heavenly demon. However, he didn't know. Earlier, when Yifeng was training Gu Yuanwu's spiritual mind, he had long since understood the power of this ice energy. All of you better work harder. It had frozen this blood fiend heavenly demon. With just this little bit of spiritual energy. It's not enough. Yifeng pondered for a moment. Qi Zichen turned his head suddenly. Ah! He shouted towards the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. If he wanted these newbies to fight one battle after another, it was obviously unrealistic. Yifeng wasn't as free either. One by one, they strenuously led the way. Therefore, Yifeng had to take action himself. He then asked these disciples to channel the spiritual energy to him. It was currently the best choice. This spiritual Master Yi. We've already used our full strength. Look at how pale everyone was. I don't have much energy left. Isn't it so? It's not that we don't want to help you, Master Yi. It was everyone. I have really reached my limit. During battle. The reality of the situation. He might not be able to do what he wanted. Leaves looked at them coldly. Oh. He didn't have any strength left. Great. On my side. Just think of a way. Here's some encouragement for you. Have some energy. What method is this? Everyone looked at Yifeng in confusion. Although these disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders seemed to be using all of their strength. However, from Yifeng's point of view, he was far from his limit. And so, he paused for a moment. He gave the demon fox a meaningful glance. Demon fox. Give you something to do. Look at these people. Who has the least amount of spiritual energy? Then, if you like, you can torture them however you want. After the demon fox heard this, she turned and left. His mood immediately turned good. Is that true? Is any torture really okay? That's right. Just this once. You can do whatever you want with it. Yifeng's words. There was an unquestionable feeling in his heart. Her hatred of human men filled her. There was no substantial reduction. However, it was because he had been with Yifeng for so long. That was why he managed to restrain himself. This time, she had a chance. There was no reason for him to let it go. All right. Great. Leave it to me. The demon fox laughed coldly. The edge of the fox claw was sharp. Under the illumination of the sunlight, it was reflected in the eyes of these disciples. Shining brightly. It looked really scary. Look at how lazy you've been. You're fine then. Her beautiful eyes darted about. Ripples of light. However, the sneer at the corner of her mouth. But it gave off an indescribable feeling of terror. Rest assured, it wasn't that serious. It will only be something I will never forget for the rest of my life. I don't. Ah. An incomparably mournful scream rang out. It resounded on the spot. After witnessing what could be described as a tragedy torture. The group of celestial sect of Wonder's disciples. They all opened their mouths wide. He swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Fast. Hurry up. Use all the strength you have left in your breast. What the hell? Beside Taoist Master Yi. How could there be such a terrifying existence like this? This way. They were still the same people. However, under their full strength, the quality and quantity of the spiritual energy sent to Yi Zifeng. Thus, he made a huge leap in his cultivation. Spiritual Qi, it's more or less enough. Yi Feng frowned and yelled. He immediately flew up into the air. He stepped into the formation. His figure was like a swimming dragon. At the boundary of the foot of the formation, he waved his arm, sending out a bone-piercing cold wind. In a split second, he saw the frost on the body of the blood fiend heavenly demon. The knot was getting thicker and thicker. It was difficult to talk about it. He was completely unable to move. And the light in his eyes. At the same time, it became increasingly gloomy. Agreed. Yi Zifeng shouted out the word. The Ice Emperor's sword stabbed into the formation. Countless ice auroras. It was like a blooming flower. It flared up furiously around the blood fiend. After a loud sizzling sound. Until now, only the blood fiend was completely frozen. Immobile. Great. If that's the case. Yi Feng only heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly waved a long golden line in the air. He allowed the Wind King's dagger to pierce through the ice of the gigantic object. Then let's begin. I'm ready to absorb it and break through. And then. His expression tensed. He abruptly pulled backwards. A large piece of ice crystal that was shining with a dazzling red light. And so, it fell into Yi Feng's hands. And he hardly stopped. Throw backward. He then threw it into the pill furnace. He quickly covered the lid of the furnace. Kai Dai saw Yi Feng's actions. In one breath. As if rehearsed beforehand. He was stunned and speechless. He really didn't know what kind of opponent he had met. Oh yes. Kai Dai, right? Do you know? Why did I? Do I still have to let you live now? Yi Feng's fingertip reached out. A blood-red flame was ignited. He lit up the bottom of the pill furnace. A raging inferno. It shone on the side of Yi Feng's skinny face. Now and then. Why? Kai Dai heard this and froze. And started to think about it. She then glanced at Qin Shao. He sighed. A bitter smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Could it be because of? According to the spirit martial sect's reward for their capture, he caught a live one. Is it more valuable than death? No, you're only half right. Yi Feng chuckled. Yi Zicheng shook his head. Kai Dai knit her brows. One of them wasn't paying attention. He was hit on the shoulder by Elder Zhao's attack. His body staggered. He was about to kneel on the ground. Another key reason is that, because of your existence, it could increase the strength of this magic array. Therefore, if I leave you alive, Wait a moment, I can absorb his spiritual energy to the maximum. You? Kai Dai stared at Yifeng's expression. The corners of his mouth twitched. He was speechless. I would like to ask. You, Yifeng. When did it happen? They have begun their plan on this blood fiend heavenly demon. Generally speaking, a monster of this level. Ordinary people would not be able to dodge it. Who would have thought that they would absorb its strength? This was simply courting death. And above this, those who wanted to absorb the strength of the monsters to their maximum capacity. That was even more difficult to understand. Yifeng smiled. He replied with a simple sentence. Of course, it's at the beginning. The first time I saw this blood fiend heavenly demon. What? At this moment, the pill furnace trembled. It shook violently. His expression changed slightly. A pause. Yi Zichen smiled and said, all right. I won't say much more. On my side. It's about to begin absorbing and breaking through. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 530. Chapter 530. Absorb this monster. So that I can break through. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the crowd of Celestial Sect of Wonders disciples suddenly widened. Yi Zichen stared at Yi Zichen in shock. Taoist Master Yi, are you kidding me? Generally speaking, regardless of whether it was due to his breakthrough in alchemy or cultivation, or was it a breakthrough in body cultivation, is that it's going to be done in a relatively safe situation. This way, even if a person's cultivation went berserk, he could deal with them with all his might. But now, in front of a great enemy, even surviving was a problem. Yifeng actually managed to break through even in such a situation. In everyone's eyes, it was simply, he was courting death. My appearance. Could it be that this is a joke? Yifeng took a deep breath. The light in his eyes suddenly became sharp. Flames rose from the tips of his fingers. Gather fire. An anxious firework. He continued to roast the ice crystal. The temperature was extremely high. A short while later, the ice slowly melted. The unique aura of the blood fiend heavenly demon. Then, it came out from the gap between the lid and the pill furnace. A violent tremble. It made people feel like the pill furnace seemed as though it would explode at any moment. Roar! The blood fiend seemed to have completely awakened. It let out a series of low growls. It appeared as though he wanted to break free from the restraints on his body. And from his demonic core, a devilish violet light flashed. This caused everyone to feel solemn and nervous. As everyone saw this, they were stunned. His expression was complicated. A flurry of discussions broke out. Taoist Master Yi. The monster. It seems like he hasn't died yet. Oh my god. If this continued. It was a Xian grade pill furnace. Will it be destroyed by that formation demon just like that? The demon fox tightly knitted her brows. It was obvious that they could not stand the ruckus of this group of disciples. Enough. Was it because of the punishment just now? It's not enough, right? She swept a cold glance over the crowd. The edge of the fox claw was sharp. It sent chills down one's spine. The way she was teaching people a lesson just now. He could still see it clearly. These disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. There was still a lingering fear. Hurry up and gather your spirit energy. I'm going to pass it for Yifeng. However, spiritual Master Yi did not personally mention it, right? A youth in white clothing pursed his lips. He almost blurted out subconsciously. Silence. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. He sized up the young man in white. Actually, as soon as the young man in white opened his mouth, his face immediately revealed a regretful expression. Oh! The demon fox's beautiful eyes darted about. The cold light in his eyes was like two sharp swords. It was gouging back and forth in the man's mind. What did you just say? Try again. I don't dare to. The youth in white's face was ashen. He rubbed his hands together. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. It was as if he had collapsed. The demon fox's expression was ice cold. He harumphed, forget it. This time, seeing that you're still of some use, I'll let you off first. She paused a moment. Then, he turned around. Facing everyone, a delicate shout rang out. Why are you all looking at me like that for? Hurry up and do as I say. Go help Qi Zimo. Yes. It's under the coercion of the demon fox. These low-level disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. She suddenly became more honest. No matter how weak he was, they had also used up all their energy to drink the milk. He had fully circulated the spiritual energy. When it reached Qi Zimo's back, Han Yu smiled sweetly. Her steps gently shifted. Standing side by side with the demon fox. I thought that between you and Zifeng, the relationship wasn't that good. Who would have thought that at this time? Yet, she had done this for him. Could it be? Was he trying to break free of the puppet pill's restraints one day? Then, your acting is indeed quite good. No, he's not acting. What? Han Yu's expression froze. The demon fox's eyes lit up. Xiao Yan's heart moved slightly. From her frosty expression, he revealed an indescribably complicated expression. Actually, I don't know why I did it either. She paused for a moment. Returning to him, he continued, perhaps. I just don't want to look at him. He has always worked hard all by himself. Steam in all directions. The flame flickered. Zifeng took a deep breath. His expression was extremely serious. A demon fox. An abundance of spiritual energy. It was like a small trickle of water. It flowed into Zifeng's back. However, he didn't even have the time to think about it. In an instant, a wave of pain spread throughout his body. And so it swept up every cell. It was as if countless needles were stabbing at him. Ah! He cried out in pain. His body suddenly relaxed. He held the Ice Emperor's sword against the ground with all his might. This was to ensure that he didn't fall down. Taoist Master Yi. How could this be? We've already transferred all of our spiritual energy to him. Tell me. Would it? It's because we've suddenly absorbed too much spiritual energy. The demon fox tightly knitted her brows. He shook his head and said, no. Zifeng was confused. It has nothing to do with you. Take a careful look at the ground. On the ground. Everyone was stunned. And then. He then fixed his eyes on it and sized it up. From within the pill furnace. Suddenly, a stream of red blood energy shot out from his body. This was the aura of that blood fiend heavenly demon. At this moment, it followed the edges of the pill furnace. It slowly flowed into Zifeng's bone marrow. That was it. The source of Zifeng's pain. So that's how it is. Zifeng took out the pill furnace. It wasn't just to refine this blood fiend heavenly demon, but in the shortest possible time. Synchronization absorbed it. Han Yu calmly pondered for a moment. A bright light flashed in her eyes. This. Refining and absorbing. Synchronize. Everyone waited. Their faces were filled with disbelief. One must know that it was just refining formation demons is a very difficult thing to do in its own right. At the same time, if he were to absorb it, he had to limit the time to half an incense stick of time. That was simply unimaginable. However, and if you can really do that, then, in terms of the absorption effect, without a doubt, it was the best. Zifeng. If you really can absorb this blood fiend demon, then maybe, and I can believe that, one day, you can bring me back to the Xianwu continent. The expression in Han Yu's eyes was complicated. Yi Zichen sighed. And then, she waved her long sleeves. He quickly moved forward. 2 palms together. Suddenly, he pinched a handprint. Streams of spiritual energy. It was then thrown into the sky. It enveloped Yi Zichen's location. Zifeng. I'll help you too. The corpse aura of this blood fiend heavenly demon. I'll dispel it for you. On Zifeng's face. Sometimes red, sometimes white. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Huff. Blue veins could be seen on his hands and feet. Because of the tension. Suddenly, they had all exploded. Blood blossoms flew in the air. A thick fog pervaded the area. Bang! Bang! A loud sound was heard. It did not stop there. This blood fiend heavenly demon. It was originally an object filled with thick blood energy. If it were to absorb it in such a short period of time, the side effects could be easily imagined. If it were an ordinary person, his body had probably exploded and died a long time ago. Zifeng. You've really thought about everything. Did you just make this decision? The demon fox bit her red lips, clenching her fist. Seeing the miserable state he was in, he was also a little uncertain in his heart. At the same time, spirit shadow. Zifeng had a pained expression. Xiaoyan slowly raised his head. He forced the word out of his mouth. Guiying snappily replied, "What? Now you know the pain. Who told you to go too far in one go? Look at me now. It's too late to repair it for you." That's what she said. However, he was still using his own spiritual energy. He was seriously repairing Zifeng's bloodline. They didn't want him to have any side effects. Ah! Zifeng had broken 3 of his tendons in a row. It was a huge pain that felt like he was scraping his bones. It made him break out in a cold sweat. Guiying helplessly sighed. He then said, all right. Just be a little more honest. Don't move again. Otherwise, even I can't protect you anymore. No spirit shadow. Zifeng bit his lower lip. After a long time, he finally opened his mouth. I want you to be ready. Because next, I need to accelerate the absorption process. What? It can't be. You're already like this. I need to speed up the absorption. Guiying was slightly stunned. He almost blurted out, this is the way things are right now. You could become a cripple at any time. Do you know? Zifeng nodded. He opened his mouth and spoke in a serious tone. Yes. Of course I know. However, the situation now was not right. It's just like I thought. Gu Yuanwu sent out a wisp of his soul consciousness to tell me. Because on his side, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. The next moment, ghastly shadow transformed into spiritual aura. From the blood veins on Yifeng's arms, he stuck his head out. He looked towards the distant black flames that were wrapping around the enormous space. As expected, the black flames that had been burning fiercely, it began to drift away. Now and then, Yu Guiying mused for a moment. It was obvious that he was aware of the seriousness of the situation. Under these circumstances, if Qin Shao came out, the ones waiting for Yi Zichen and company, he might even get completely annihilated. Alright then, endure it as much as you can. On my side, I'll do my best, too. Before, I ate so many of your spirit-nurturing pills. It is time to repay you. As the sound of his voice faded, the expression in Yifeng's eyes sharpened. Absorption acceleration. It was as painful as the pain of death. It spread all over his body. After an unknown period of time, blood energy surged. The clouds of smoke swirled around him. In the smoke, bolts of dazzling golden light. It came out from Yi Zifeng's orifices. Everyone, look. This golden light. Why is it a little strange? Isn't it so? Within this golden light, why is it a little black? Spiritual Master Yi. Could he have been poisoned? The demon fox stared at Yifeng's expression. Surprise flashed across her pretty face. Breakthrough, huh? That's not right. It seems like there is something wrong. And so? She watched for a moment. Yi Zichen thought about it carefully. He felt as if he was floating in the air. A silent storm. It was currently brewing. Her expression instantly changed. He immediately shouted, "Not good. All of you, get down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 531. Chapter 531. The vortex rolled. Explosions occurred one after another, between heaven and earth. The golden light shone brightly. Within a radius of 10 zhang. They were all trapped inside. Fortunately, the demon fox had shouted something. This gave everyone a certain level of mental preparation. It was only then that they were able to get down at the first possible moment. There weren't many casualties. However, even so, cough cough, cough cough. The group of Celestial Sect of Wonders disciples still can't avoid this scattered smoke and dust to choke enough. One by one, their faces were covered in dust. He was as embarrassed as he could be. Yi Feng. How is Yi Feng? The demon fox didn't bother to wipe the dust off her face. He stood up immediately. He raised his head and looked in Yi Zifeng's direction. Yi Feng. You? The scene before his eyes. This caused Demon Fox and the others to be stunned. It was indescribably shocking. The corpse aura crazily surged. It was as though a tide was crashing against the shore, with the tip of the leaf as the center. It spread out in all directions. Yi Feng himself. It was almost one with the purple gas that was emitted from the pill furnace. It was as if he was immersed in a pool of blood. He was surrounded by a swirling corpse aura, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Erosion of his skin. One after another, bloody holes the thickness of a finger formed. It tore off his arm one after another. However, he still closed it as quickly as possible. Ghastly shadow. How much longer can you hold on for? Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air between his teeth. He tried to open his mouth. If it wasn't for Spirit Shadow's help. Even Yifeng. Accelerating absorption like this. There was a huge risk of him dying from the explosion of his body. Guiying was panting heavily. The most I can do is 20. If it exceeded. You should just pray for yourself. All right. 20 is 20. Yifeng solemnly replied. Yi Zichen looked towards the pill furnace. His fist had originally loosened, but now it relaxed. Suddenly, he clenched his fist again. Begin. This kind of pressure. The bloody aura of the blood fiend heavenly demon could be seen from above the pill furnace. Then, it poured down towards Yifeng's head. Within a count of 20. Then, he would just use the remaining blood demon Qi. Absorb everything. An ear-piercing howl rang out. It resounded throughout the entire arena. 19, 18. 17. A whirlpool-like energy tide. In an instant. Then, he absorbed Yifeng into the air. Whirlwind. It grazed past Liu's face. Just like a razor. He left deep and shallow streaks of blood. 12, 11, 10. The air was filled with corpse aura. Suddenly. He then flipped over the lid of the pill furnace. It rushed towards the sky. It circled around Yi Zifeng. Seeing this, Han Yu was speechless. A glint flashed across his eyes. He was about to take action to dispel the corpse aura for Yifeng. He saw Yi Zichen look down. Her ice-cold gaze swept across Han Yu's body. He shook his head slightly. Han Yu's movements became sluggish. She looked at Yifeng's actions with suspicion. Do you not want me to take action? The next moment, Yifeng took a deep breath. Retrograde tendons and veins. It actually caused the ball of corpse aura to collapse. They were all absorbed into his body. What? Even the corpse aura has been absorbed. The demon fox's pretty face was filled with shock. She was always with the corpse gas. Naturally, he knew how much the corpse gas could do to ordinary people. Yifeng. Stop right there. If this continued, you won't be able to take it. Demon fox. Calm down. I understand Yi Zichen's reason for doing that. Han Yu pondered for a moment. He immediately grabbed onto a corner of Demon Fox's clothes. He didn't want her to rush forward. She raised her bright eyes. He said solemnly, in 20 seconds. If we remove the corpse aura. It was definitely too late. Therefore, Yifeng wanted to completely absorb it. Increase your strength to the maximum. That's why I would do such a thing. But. The demon fox's eyes narrowed. Yifeng blankly stared at Yifeng, who was suffering great pain in the air. Her rosy red lips parted in a wail. But this was too risky. Besides, like now, we're not still. He handed everything to Yifeng. In the end, he still fighting alone, huh? That might not be the case, Han Yu smiled sweetly. Yi Zichen shook his head. What? The demon fox was stunned upon hearing this. He raised his head in a daze. In her usually coquettish and cold eyes, there was a hint of a smile. There was only endless worry left. Because, after a while, we may have work to do. A playful smile surfaced on Han Yu's charming face. He looked at the fading black flames. Xin Xiao, huh? The demon fox stared at the black flame with rapt attention. Only then did he calm down. All right. I got it. Then, he could only trust Zifeng. We have passed through the final obstacle. 7, 6, 5. Calming his mind. Dull Qi. To cast aside all unnecessary distractions. Around Zifeng, numerous strange golden lights appeared, shining the eyes. The corpse Qi formed a black dot. It was like a poisonous thorn in his back. This caused others to sigh in disappointment. However, bone-piercing pain. At this moment, it did not affect Zifeng at all. In his heart, there were only two beliefs. 1. Absorb all the formations and demons. 2. Live on. 4, 3, 2. Huff. Finally, Zifeng let out a long sigh. His whole body seemed to float in the air. The pain was extreme. And it's kind of a negative feeling. I can't cross it. Perhaps it was just a reflection of the light, he could get away with it. Then it would be a vast ocean and vast skies. Zifeng. Could this be? Even you can survive. Han Yu and Demon Fox pursed their lips. They all raised their heads to look at Zifeng, who was standing in the air. His expression was complicated. After all, if Zifeng were to die, because of the use of the puppet pill, they wouldn't be able to survive either. There was a brief silence. Terrifying. On Zifeng's side, it was as if he was frozen in midair. Immobile. Don't look at spiritual master Ye's side. Look over there. A disciple in white clothes had a startled expression on his face. He raised his hand and pointed to another part of the horizon. At Qin Zhao's location. In the middle of the black flame was an empty space. Suddenly, an earth-shaking cyclone appeared. Ha! So what if he was the celestial sect of Wonder's high scholar? Relying solely on the spiritual will of the soul. Can you trap me, Qin Zhao? After a violent spatial tremor, there was a long gap. Thus, he appeared in front of everyone. This. Not good. It's Qin Zhao coming out. Oh God, even the black flames couldn't trap her. We'll wait. How could he be her match? Flee, quick. Flee quickly. Now is not the time to think about such things. Within the narrow space, a small lotus foot stepped out of the black flames. Flee. She sneered coldly. He asked back. Such a beauty with such an extraordinary temperament. Her pretty face was pale. Ying Luo flew. Just by looking at it this way, he thought she was the young miss of some big family. However, she was Qin Zhao. Qin Palace. Lord Qin. Great. You're finally out. Kai Dai's expression froze. He dragged his body that was covered in wounds. I was so excited. Step by step, they walked towards the direction of the Qin Palace. Great Hall of Qin. I had already guessed it. It's your word. We'll definitely be able to get out. So, it sounded like an arrow piercing through the air. Suddenly, Kai Dai's figure paused. The next moment, she staggered. He was on the verge of falling to the ground. She lowered her head slowly. On her chest, it was pierced with a bone spike. Great Hall of Qin. You. Bright bone spikes. Heart-piercing cold. Black corpse gas. It slowly spread out from his chest. She who was already at the end of her rope. Now. Even the last bit of life. It had also been cut by Qin Zhao. Don't blame me. From the moment you started following me. That we should be aware of the fact that I think I will end up like this. Qin Xiaoxiao's cold face had just revealed a smile. A mouthful of uncontrollable blood energy surged to the corner of his mouth. This overflow. She paused for a moment. And then he went on, to me, the current you. Death is more valuable than life. This, seeing that she had just come out, the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders were stunned. Just kill one person. He was immediately overwhelmed with shock. The devil, the devil. She even killed her own people. Flee, quick. Quickly flee. Xin Zhao's expression was unsettled. Sometimes red, sometimes white. Clearly. After fighting against Gu Yuanwu's spiritual will, even though he had won by a fluke. However, the loss of her own strength. However, it was incomparably enormous. What are you being so noisy about? You still want to escape? It was simply wishful thinking. Even with my current strength, less than a tenth of what it was when it was at its peak. To deal with you low-level students. But it is more than enough. As the sound of his voice faded. In midair. A colorful ribbon flew out from Qin Zhao's hand. All around, the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders gathered. He attacked at the same time. In a split second. The ribbon fluttered. It was as if a huge rock had smashed into the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. Each of them was sent flying about half a meter away. He landed heavily on the ground. The cries of pain rose and fell one after another. It did not stop there. At this time, Xin Xiao no longer paid any attention to these ordinary disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. She looked around. He noticed a Xian grade pill furnace. Oh. Interesting. When I was trapped just now. Yifeng, are you trying to concoct pills? And then. She then turned her gaze to the source of the voice. It threw a dazzling golden light into the air. She smiled. Extended delicate hand to the sky. Where's the blood fiend heavenly demon? I've changed my mind. Even if he didn't want that cultivation technique. You have to kill him too, Yifeng. However, the surroundings were completely silent. Deathly air. Blood fiend heavenly demon. Qin Xiao was slightly stunned. He was stunned. Array demons relied on formations to exist. Boundaries negation. Summoned by the master. From Qin Zhao's point of view. Even if the magic formation was broken by Yifeng and the others. Now, they could be reunited. However, when she stretched out her hand. When he summoned the array magic again. It ended in failure. This. How could this be? Within the dazzling golden light. Suddenly, the light flickered. Waves of blood energy. She was attracted by Qin Xiao. Slowly flowing out. Spiritual qi was roaming all around. It was as if he had been summoned by some sort of power. It moved towards the 7-foot-long space that was covered in golden light. Zifeng was at the center of the spiritual energy. He frantically sucked in the surrounding spiritual energy. A moment later, the golden light suddenly became dazzling. It was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Filled with qi and blood. Once it exploded. It was like a rain of blood. It came crashing down from the sky. The smell of the blood rain. Not good. Could it be? The blood fiend heavenly demon has already been. Qin Xiao was stunned. Zichen looked up at the tip of the leaf in the air. He was stunned speechless. That's right. Zichen was right. It's all thanks to the blood fiend heavenly demon that I absorbed. Zifeng looked down from the sky, looking directly into Qin Zhao's eyes. Brilliant and full of spirit. A thick killing intent. It broke out from his body. It was as though it was real. It was pressing down on the hearts of everyone present. The current me. It was already 8th level of the martial disciple realm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532. Chapter 532. 8th stage of martial disciple. Qin Zhao was stunned. Shock and fear filled his face. His expression was extremely gloomy. Also, what did you just say? You have absorbed my carefully nurtured blood fiend heavenly demon. At the 8th level of the martial disciple realm, he was already a high-level martial disciple. If it was in normal times, naturally, Qin Zhao couldn't be bothered with it. But now, after a fierce battle, she had no choice but to accept her fate. His entire body was extremely weak. His entire body was filled with power. He couldn't even use 1/10 of it. Naturally, he would be wary of it. Exactly. Zifeng nodded with a smile. This. Qin Zhao was stunned. Not much more. He then burst out laughing. I'm just casually saying it, you really have the nerve to admit it. Zifeng looked at him with a faint smile. In that case, you don't believe me. Let her. Why should I believe it? Qin Zhao laughed coldly. Her pretty face turned solemn. You actually want to absorb my blood fiend heavenly demon? Zifeng. Do you really think that? Am I, Qin Zhao, that easily deceived? Her nature was suspicious. He didn't even believe his own people. He would not easily believe the words of others. In her opinion, this was just a roundabout path between Yi Xiu and himself. He was only finding an excuse to escape. Then let me advise you. Best. It is better to believe. Zifeng sneered. His figure turned into a streak of light. A flash appeared in midair. In Qin Zhao's eyes, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Zifeng, who was standing in midair, looked at the sky. His figure flashed. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared. Without a trace. A short while later, a beam of blood-red light shot out. The map was projected behind Qin Zhao. Light mist gushed out. It lingered and did not dissipate. An insignificant skill. Qin Zhao laughed coldly. And then he said, I may have used my strength. He couldn't even use 10% of his strength. However, no matter how one looked at it, the strength of a 9th layer martial disciple. However, there were still some who did. You are definitely not someone who can be compared with a martial arts practitioner at the 8th level. As the sound of his voice faded, she took a deep breath. He immediately turned around. He raised his hand and shot out a bolt of lightning. With a sudden wave of his hand, a 7 feet long shadow attacked him. Zifeng. Hiding in this place. You think I can't find him? She sneered. She sternly shouted, hit them. Strange ripples appeared one after another. It was just like a blue wave as it spread out. They were filled with killing intent. It enveloped Zifeng's entire body. A blazing electric flame. A ZZ sound could be heard as he cut across the sky. So. In an instant, Zifeng's figure suddenly flashed out. He then avoided the layers of lightning and fire. A strange scene. Astonishing. Qin Zhao was stunned. In the blink of an eye, It was another blood-red ray of light. The image was projected next to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao. Didn't you just say, "Want to hit me?" Zifeng raised his head. How preposterous. The sparrow is crazy. Qin Xiao cursed angrily. She raised her hand once again. The lingering electricity. It became the size of a finger. It flew around Yifeng's body. It then condensed into a huge ring of light. This time, let's see where you can run to now. Qin Xiao laughed coldly. She pointed her slender hand at the tip of the leaf. He clenched his fists tightly. He saw a huge electric halo. In the blink of an eye, it was several times smaller than it used to be. If it were ordinary disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. Even if he wasn't strangled to death by the electric halo, he could not avoid being electrocuted to death. However, Yifeng just stood there. He silently watched Qin Xiao's actions. His face was expressionless. It's useless. And then, he took a step forward. An indistinct figure. It was like smoke. Once again, he disappeared into the darkness. After an unknown period of time. The same scene. The cycle continued. Every time. Yifeng seemed to have coincidentally dodged Qin Xiao's attack. The process of shuttling back and forth continued. Red beams of light would occasionally light up. How could this be? Qin Xiao's beautiful eyes widened. He could not believe what he had just seen. It would be fine if it was just one time. Can be explained by coincidence. However, one after another. What was going on? Why are you so shocked? Far away. Yifeng appeared behind Qin Xiao. His smile was very faint. It was as warm as the spring wind. You, Qin Xiao heard his voice. Yi Zichen turned his head suddenly. Leaves looked at her with a faint smile. Qin Xiao. You're smart, 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 you're smart. Unfortunately, he was too conceited. Even though he was in dire straits, he was still unwilling to believe the truth before his eyes. Furthermore, after nurturing this blood fiend for so long, don't you know? Does it have any special characteristics? What? Qin Xiao was stunned. He began to ponder. Actually, it wasn't that she hadn't thought of this possibility. However, martial disciple stage. In a short period of time, he had absorbed all of the blood fiend demonic beasts. This was too shocking. He didn't even dare to try. Not to mention, it was this Yifeng in front of him. Also, I, Yifeng, have always been a straightforward person. Do you think? Why would I want to? I'm just going to talk to you. Why are you blabbering so much? Yi Wen's eyes lit up. The killing intent that was emitted from his body was extremely dense. Could it be? Qin Xiao was stunned. The blood in his body was boiling hot. It was as though the current was flowing in reverse. His back felt slightly cold. She looked around quickly. Her bright eyes kept widening. Not good. The only thing that could be seen was a dense layer of blood veins. He vaguely buried his face in the ground. Even though it was messy. Looking carefully, it actually completely sealed off Qin Xiao's escape route. Lay out. Yifeng seemed to be chatting casually with Qin Xiao. However, the truth was, his main purpose was, he was diverting the other party's attention. Attack. It was the best defense. But it was also the best way to conceal the layout. Qin Xiao was stunned. They didn't care about anything else. He was forced to retreat again and again. Instinct told her. If he were to continue to stay, then he would definitely regret it. Can you escape? Yifeng chuckled coldly. His body trembled. He wiped off the crystal ring. The purple lightning flying sword immediately flew into his hands. The Ice Emperor's sword was mainly used for control. The violet electricity sword pursued extreme speed. Seeing this, the disciples from the Celestial Sect of Wonders were stunned. They were all shocked. He was still lying on the ground. After some discussion, Taoist Master Yi. Be careful. Don't be too impulsive. That's right. That Qin Xiao is so powerful. Maybe he intentionally pretended to run away. As I see it, why don't we save our lives first? Spiritual Master Yi. If we had any mishaps, I'm afraid it would not be good for you to explain it to the High Master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. To be able to force Qin Xiao away. To them, it was a good thing. At least, it meant that Qin Xiao was a bit afraid of Yuan. Thus, they could guarantee that the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders would survive. They didn't understand. Why did Zifeng know that the opponent was powerful? However, he still had to face it head-on. If one of them was wrong, if Zifeng lost to Qin Xiao, the lives of these people were in danger. However, the problem was, Zifeng didn't have time to care about their thoughts. There was no need for him to explain to the Grand Master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. As far as he was concerned, he absolutely could not let Qin Xiao escape. Gather. Countless starlight spots. Yi Zifeng yelled out. They gathered at the tip of the sword. If it was when he was at the 6th stage of the martial disciple stage, this dot of light was congealed, but did not emit. It could only increase the power of a sword blow. But now, Yifeng was already at the 8th level of the martial disciple realm. The control of one's aura. It could be said that he had reached the martial disciple realm. He focused and waved his hand. Then, he released a torrential amount of sword qi. It contained the miraculous power of the profound meaning of the soul. He chased after Qin Xiao's back. So. Threads of sword light. It howled through the air. Yifeng. A nuisance. Have you really figured out my current situation? Qin Xiaodai frowned. He turned around and struck. She seemed to be running away. In reality, he was making use of this opportunity. He was recovering his strength. Even if he recovered 20% of his strength, Yifeng and the others couldn't do anything to her. Wait for her to turn around and kill him. Destroy Yifeng and the other members of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Then, at that time, the winner would. It would still be her. However, she hadn't expected this. Just as he was about to leave, Yifeng immediately caught up. This was simply not giving her the chance to catch her breath. Clang! It did not stop there. And within it was a sword ray. Qin Xiao accidentally leaked it. Just like that, he had cut off Qin Xiao's hair. A silver ribbon gently slid down. And then, several strands of black hair. He suddenly fell down from the sky. Qin Xiao had long hair that was as black as ink. And so it was spread out. The wind blew. Yifeng. Qin Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. She was used to being calm and collected. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Her lips were red, her teeth white, her skin creamy. blow can be broken. The sun shone down, brilliant and radiant. Yifeng looked over carefully. Yi Zichen revealed a surprised expression on his face. One must know that. In terms of appearance and figure, the opposite party was no exception. They were both absolute beauties that would not lose to Liu Bingqian. However, in Yifeng's mind, it only existed for a moment. After all, right now, they were in a battle. The next moment, he chased with all his might. He raised his hand with a solemn expression. Wisps of blood energy. It surrounded his hand. As the blood fiend energy flowed within his body, as they slowly gathered towards his fist, he took a deep breath. He abruptly clenched his fists. Countless blood veins. It slowly rose from the ground. It was reflected on Qin Zhao's body. Gathered together. The color of the sky. Immersed in blood. Time. It was as if he had been frozen in place for a split second. Qin Zhao stood motionless on the spot. His expression was extremely stiff. At the corner of her mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Yifeng's purple lightning flying sword arrived in time. It was aimed straight at Qin Zhao's shoulder. It looked like his body was about to break in. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Only to hear from Yifeng's back. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. What's going on? Yifeng was shocked. He silently said this in his heart. Calm down. He resisted the urge to turn around. Let's forget about it for now. Thus, the speed at which he broke through. It was not because of the explosion. It was slowing down in the slightest. He killed Qin Zhao at the fastest speed possible. At least he had crippled Qin Zhao. In his heart, there was no doubt that. The only thought that remained in his mind was, bang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 533. Chapter 533. The sound of an explosion could be heard from behind Yifeng. From far to near. It was endless, suddenly. Bang bang bang. Another 3 consecutive sounds. Even so, he did not waver in the slightest. He barely turned his head. The purple lightning flying sword in his hand. A loud and clear sound echoed out. It howled as it stabbed at Qin Zhao. Under Yifeng's attentive gaze, he let out a loud shout. The golden spears clashed. It was as if a bamboo had been broken through. Under the full power of Yifeng, Yi Zichen was unable to hold back. Even Qin Zhao's lightning protection was affected. It was also the blood aura surrounding Li's body. It had been completely broken through. Qin Zhao's shoulder was pierced. Blood splattered everywhere. However, a moment later, she gritted her teeth. He then forcefully stabilized his movement. The spiritual energy in his body erupted. Wisps of white smoke escaped from his body. Yi Zichen pushed Yi Zichen several steps back. A large mouthful of fresh blood. It burst out of her mouth. The front of his clothes was dyed red. Just when Yifeng wanted to go up again. Yifeng! You lost. She raised her head reluctantly. He looked towards Yi Zichen's direction. However, his expression showed a hint of happiness. What? Yifeng suddenly heard this. Even the movements of his hands. He was instantly stunned. Defeat. Where did he lose? This was a good situation for him. Qin Shao was about to be beheaded. What did the other party mean? After a long time. From the corner of Qin Zhao's mouth. There is actually a strange smile on his face. Cluck, cluck. You didn't kill me just now. We have missed our final opportunity. She paused for a moment. Yi Zichen looked behind Yifeng and said, if you still don't believe it, you can just turn around and look at me right now. Yifeng looked at him solemnly. A black vortex appeared. Once again, it lingered around the purple lightning flying sword. He slowly gathered his strength. There's no need. Why should I care what happens after that? At least, it has nothing to do with me killing you right now. He took a deep breath. The true energy beneath his feet revolved. Then he took a heavy step. Dust rose in all directions. The violet electricity swords emitted countless dazzling golden lights. Facing Qin Zhao's position, it enveloped the past. At this moment, Taoist Master Yi. Stop. Hurry up and turn around. That's right. The explosion was close. It has spread to your side. The voices of the mysterious gate disciples could be heard. Suddenly, something came from behind Yifeng. One after another. It can't be, how could the explosion be so powerful? Hearing this, Yifeng nodded. Naturally, he felt fear in his heart. After all, it concerned his own safety. These disciples of the celestial sect of wonders. There was no reason for him to lie to himself. Just what is going on? He bit down hard on his teeth. He took a few steps forward. Then, he turned his head to the side. Yi Zichen looked over. Instantly, his face changed dramatically. Yi Zichen was stunned. Even the muscles on his face had become stiff. Immobile. He looked as if he didn't know what to do. The human world, purgatory. Wisps of fire shot into the sky. In the middle of a stretch of ruins, it slowly burned. Occasionally, it would split into a raging inferno. Once the sparks fell onto the ground, that would explode all of a sudden. The group of celestial sect of wonders disciples. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, complaining incessantly. He was blasted into a bloody mess. Many people had even fainted. He fell to the ground. How could this be? Just what was that thing that detonated it? Yifeng scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked around. Wait, before that. The one called Kai Dai. It was the same woman who looked almost identical to Qin Shao. Where is she? What were they all doing? Tell me quickly. Taoist Master Yi. Yifeng looked at the fearful expressions on everyone's faces. He seemed to have finally understood something. Yi Zichen turned his head. He looked towards Qin Zhao's position. His starry eyes widened. Qin Shao. Could it be you? That's right. The direction you're guessing in is pretty good. Because just now, I have her under control. He had let her self-destruct on the spot. It can be said that her value as a person has been realized. Self-destruct. Yifeng's expression froze. Qin Shao sneered coldly. He shrugged. His expression was full of indifference. All right. I think you should stop resisting. I'll tell you the truth. The lives of the celestial sect of wonders disciples. It's all in my hands now. If he wanted them to live, just stand still in your original position obediently. Then, if I answered with the word no, and what should I do? Yifeng pondered for a moment. He suddenly raised his head and asked, A moment of silence. Silently. How dare you say no? What kind of joke was this? You really don't care if they live or die. I don't care about the lives of the two women. I can see it. They are very dependent on you. Can you watch your sweetheart die? Taoist Master Yi. Xin Xiao heard too much about the appellation the disciples gave to Yifeng. He then called out to Taoist Master Yi. In addition. Naturally, she took it for granted. Yi Zichen placed the other people beside Yifeng. He thought of them as martial arts students who were lower in level than him. So what? Yifeng smiled. He opened his mouth and answered, first place. They're not my sweethearts. Second. With their strength. This level of explosion. Let me put it plainly. Xin Xiao, you can't do anything to me. I can't do anything to them either. The waters were high and the boats were high. Yi Feng's strength was quite shocking. Currently, he was at the 8th level of the martial disciple realm. As for the true strength of the demon fox and Han Yu, he had always been locked up. Thus, as Master reached the 8th level of the martial disciple realm, in that case, their own strength was equivalent to a 9th layer martial disciple. 9th level of the martial disciple stage. Even if he didn't say that he was absolutely safe and sound, at least his life would be safe. He didn't need to worry about anything else. Where is the demon fox and the cold moon? Here. The two girls answered in unison. Yi Feng's expression changed. He looked at them intently. The two of you, hurry up and follow me. Yes. The demon fox and Han Yu looked at each other. Yi Zichen nodded heavily. His expression was extremely solemn. Xin Zhao's face was filled with anger. He said with a smile, It's a big deal to say that you have a big mouth. Forget it. Stubborn thing. Since he wasn't afraid of such a thing, then I'll let you try a full-powered attack of a 9th level pinnacle cultivator. Can you bear it? If one was lucky enough, I can send you 2 friends first. Go to hell. She waved her hand. A huge fire was raging. From the pile of debris behind Yifeng, Yi Zichen saw a figure soaring into the sky. He chased after the demon fox and Han Yu. He's just a mere disciple of Yifeng, what can be so powerful about it? Xin Xiao said this. They had confidence in themselves. Because earlier on, Xin Xiao had already gotten the strength of Yifeng's team. In her original opinion, other than Qin Zhu Xian and Yifeng, the rest of the people present were the same as the rest. The strength of the others. He would not be afraid of it. After the raging inferno, it drew a 7-foot radius around the body of the demon fox and Han Yu. Subsequently, explosion in the air at once. Explode for me. Xin Xiao gave the order. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Dust flew everywhere. A peerless and powerful might came crashing over. It covered the demon fox and the cold moon. This is the end. Spiritual Master Yi. You. Why haven't you made your move yet? That's right. Spiritual Master Yi. He was not going to make a move now. They are finished. The discussion going on all around. It did not stop there. Actually, could Yifeng save Demon Fox and the others? Indirectly. It was also related to their own lives. Imagine. If he didn't even save his own companion and friends, then he might not save these disciples of the celestial sect of wonders anymore. No need. Yi Wen laughed. He shook his head. I remember saying that. This level of explosion. They won't be able to do anything to them. But, hearing this, everyone was stunned. Just as he was about to speak again. Suddenly, from the thick smoke, it seemed like their footsteps were like flowing lights. Almost at the same time. Out of the smoke of the explosion. Their faces were pale. However, his body didn't seem to have suffered any major injuries. As expected. It was just as Zifeng said. What? How could this be? Qin Xiao looked at the two girls in shock. He had a look of disbelief on his face. The two of them. If it was that powerful. I should have received the news a long time ago. Why? There was an error in the news. News. It was originally an ordinary sentence. At that moment, Yi Zichen heard something. But I can read the meaning of something else. Yi Feng frowned. He muttered to himself, Qin Xiao. What do you mean by that? Who gave you the news? Could it be that our situation? Have you understood it in advance? This. Qin Xiao's eyes narrowed. He knew that he had misspoken. He immediately laughed coldly and shook his head. My business. What does it have to do with you? If he wanted to know the result. Let's talk about it when you've really subdued me. Of course. There's no need for you to say it. I will do the same. Hearing this, Yi Feng nodded. He gave a faint smile. The purple lightning flying sword had been accumulating power for a long time. He let out a dragon roar. He suddenly dashed toward where Qin Xiao was. Demon Fox. Cold Moon. Give me a hand. I will strive to end this battle as soon as possible. The demon fox slightly sneered, of course there's no problem. That's right. Say, do you want to call out Spirit Shadow as well? Guiying snappily replied, can't you just let me be lazy for a bit? Stupid fox. Yi Feng pondered for a moment. He immediately nodded his head. Demon Fox is right. Ghastly Shadow. You, too, come out. Give me a hand. Hearing what Yi Zichen had said, Guiying could only helplessly sigh. And then, threads of spiritual energy. Thus, Yifeng floated out from the blood veins on his arms. Intuition told Yifeng, if this battle dragged on for too long, it might backfire. The result was not good. On the rocky hill, a man dressed in green looked down from above. There was a sense of mystery in his expression. He was holding a human skin mask. He looked at the black dots in the distance. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. He was Gu Xinwei. Finally. The chess piece was about the same. They had finally gathered. Qin Xiao, Yifeng. We're going to meet again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534. Chapter 534. Threads of blood energy. It enveloped Qin Xiao. Her body was covered with wounds. Bones protrude faintly. Yi Zichen and company looked at each other. She barely managed to find a gap. He quickly dodged. Only by doing so could he be considered to have escaped several meters away from the enemy. Swish! Threads of blood shot out in all directions. Along the side of her beautiful face. Slowly, it dropped down. It was eerie and bizarre. Qin Xiao. Do you want to continue? Yuan raised his head with a faint smile. Gazing at the other party. I remember. You said I lost. Then now. How do you explain that? Demon Fox, Hanyu, and Spirit Shadow were all extremely tyrannical experts. It was clear that it had exceeded her expectations. You? How did you do it? Xin Zhao's expression froze. Yi Zichen gradually frowned. Yi Zichen stared at Yi Zichen. One must know that. The realms of those two were extremely high. I have observed it. At most, he would only be at the 7th level of the martial disciple realm. Why even they? He had also broken through 2 stages in such a short period of time. He has advanced to martial disciple level 9. Breaking through to the next realm in a short period of time. It was already very difficult. Now, the two of them had actually broken through 2 stages in succession. Such a thing. Within the vicinity of the heavenly Dao City. It was definitely a rare sight. I'll tell you why. Is it good for me? Hearing this, Xin Zhao froze. He was slightly taken aback. What? If there is none, then why should I waste my breath? Yi Feng sneered. His expression suddenly turned serious. Spirit Demon Fox, Frost Moon, Ghost Shadow. Continue to attack. Yes. The 3 of them. Different from the other disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. It combined with Yi Zichen's. The degree of tacit understanding was quite high. Yi Feng was swift and decisive, like he was ready to fight at any moment. Xin Zhao was also very surprised. Countless amounts of blood fiend energy. It happened in an instant. They all became one. It was like an inescapable net. It completely enveloped Xin Zhao. When he brought Spirit Shadow into the battle, he had already made up his mind. In a short period of time, the battle was definitely going to come to an end. Good boy. That is great. You really won't give me a chance to take a breather. Xin Zhao smiled bitterly. She felt somewhat helpless. If she was allowed a moment to breathe. Adjust your status. Back to the level of a fighter. Then, Yi Feng and the others were stunned. Thus, she was able to easily deal with him. However, Yi Feng said with experience, how could a normal person possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with him? How could he possibly let her go back to rest? Naturally, he would go all out. The battle continued without end. At this moment, from behind Yi Feng, a loud explosion was heard. He saw balls of extremely hot flames rising up to the sky. In the middle of a stretch of ruins. It was especially striking. The human world, purgatory. Yi Feng. You are a wise man. I know what you think. Let me ask you again. Are you really planning to just watch as those celestial sect disciples die? I swear to you. As long as you let me escape, I would never turn back. How is it? Xin Zhao looked at Yi Feng seriously. She was determined to recover her strength. Naturally, he blurted out. When the crowd of Celestial Sect of Wonders disciples heard this, they were stunned. All of them were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They all opened their mouths to speak. This Spiritual Master Yi. I think this proposal is good. There was no need to fight her to the death, right? Whoever wins or loses in this kind of matter. I can't say for sure. That's right. And if she had to swear an oath, you must swear a blood oath. That's right. Spiritual Master Yi. Our lives and possessions. This time, it's all up to you. Then my answer is, no. Yi Zifeng raised his head. He shook his head resolutely. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. His mind shook. He thought he had heard wrongly. From Yifeng's words, it revealed an unquestionable expression of determination. Strictly speaking, a blood contract can go back on its word. Not to mention a mere blood oath. You want me to believe you? Yes. Then you can cut off one of your own arms. I can let you go, Adat. What did you say? Break one's own arm. The expression on Qin Zhao's face. Because of a relationship of excessive surprise. It was frozen on the spot. How much time had passed? No one dared to talk to him like that anymore. He was even imprisoned within the spiritual martial sect. The guards treated him, Qin Zhao, with great courtesy. Afraid that Qin Zhao would run out one day. To cause trouble for their families. Her revenge. This was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Yifeng. You know. What nonsense are you talking about? Yifeng laughed lightly. Of course I understand what I am saying. I just wanted to tell you. My threat is useless to you. Your threat is no use to me either. You want to kill those disciples of the celestial sect of wonders? Then it's up to you. As you wish. Qin Zhao's eyes widened. Staring straight at him. The lips parted. Beautiful and charming. However, there was a surge of killing intent. Like Yifeng. A person who does not care about the lives of his fellow disciples. It wasn't like there weren't any. However, like he was now. To put an ugly word directly in front of an enemy. It was actually an existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Forget it. Looks like this time. It's my fault. I began. That the goal should be clear. Concentrate all your firepower. I'll kill you, Yifeng. Qin Zhao helplessly smiled. The corner of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. Yifeng smiled. Yi Zichen nodded. Indeed, it is a pity, it was too late. If you had used Yunzhe, Kai Dai, and the Blood Fiend Heavenly Demon to attack the array from the very beginning, it would have been impossible. I may already be a defeated opponent of yours. No, perhaps it is not too late. Qin Zhao's expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh. What's not too late? Didn't Yunzhe and Kai Dai already die? Could it be that you? Do you really think you can use them? That's right. And I won't hide it from you. I still have one more card to play. Yi Zichen looked into her eyes with a smile. Seeing the strange smile on the other party's face, he frowned slightly. He was already feeling uneasy in his heart. He was immediately surprised. His trump card. Now that things had progressed to this point, could it be that the other party still had some trump cards? Or should he say, this trump card was just like the Demon Fox and Han Yu's breakthroughs. It wasn't something that was already there. It was triggered indirectly. Thinking of this, within Yifeng's mind, suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind. Could it be? When Kai Dai self-detonated. Is there a problem with the corpse aura? As the sound of his voice faded, he turned around abruptly. Looking at the situation of the human world's purgatory once again. Threads of extremely thick corpse aura. From the celestial sect of wonders disciples who were talking to themselves a moment ago. Spread out. After a long time. Their dull eyes glazed over. Her face was pale. He no longer looked like a human. Ghost servant. The Demon Fox and Han Yu looked at each other. He almost blurted out. Yifeng also nodded. His expression was solemn. I see. You, Qin Shao, in Kaidai's body. And planted a drug to control the ghost servants. Once the rainbow butterfly was ignited, a unique drug gas produced. That would be able to take all of the surrounding disciples. And it's going to be absorbed into your ghost servant body. Qin Shao said with a faint smile, your reaction is fast enough. Before he died. Finally, I can understand what is going on. She took a deep breath. Then, he immediately shouted harshly, rise. As this voice was uttered. In front of Zifeng's eyes. The disciples of the celestial sect of wonders slowly stood up one by one. He faced him stiffly. His mouth seemed to be mumbling something indistinctly. What should I do? These disciples of the celestial sect of wonders had suddenly turned out like this. For the sake of the overall situation. Do you want to kill them? The demon fox pursed her lips. He asked. That's right. At this moment. If all the efforts failed. That might be a mistake. And to lose our own lives. From this point of view. I still agree with Demon Fox. Han Yu earnestly nodded her head. This, Zifeng muttered to himself. His face was unsettled. Some couldn't be sure. After all. If he did not care about the lives of these disciples. In that case, it was actually not a big deal. However, if he killed a disciple of the celestial sect of wonders on his own accord. So this hat is off. Maybe in the long run. It was rather unfavorable for Yi Zichen. Yi Zichen thought about it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. No need. Don't let the other party lead you by the nose all of a sudden. Cold moon. He wanted to control the corpse aura of these ghost servants. At the very least, I have to slow them down. Yi Zifeng paused for a moment. He continued, as for Demon Fox and Spirit Shadow. You too. With me. He continued to attack Qin Shao. It was just one more cold moon. He's not going to be our opponent for the time being. Yet, they were able to find an opportunity to defeat him. Destroy the opponent's control of these ghost servants in one go. Do you understand now? Understood. Zifeng gulped down a mouthful of saliva with a solemn expression. His body moved like lightning. When he reappeared. An afterimage. It carried a peerless aura with it. The Ice Emperor's sword in his hand and the purple lightning flying sword on his left and right. He waved his sword in unison. Ice flowers sparkle. Purple lightning danced in the air. The claws of a demon fox. He also followed closely behind. It formed waves of pressure. It was like the sky itself. It pressed down towards Qin Zhao's location. On the other side, Han Yu was a master at controlling ghosts. Naturally, he also dealt with the ghost servants in front of her in an orderly manner. No bamboo flute. She then extended her slender and jade-like hand. Suddenly, a leaf was blown out. Even if he couldn't control these ghost servants, it also greatly guided the corpse chi of these ghost servants. All of a sudden, just like a headless fly, he was scurrying around everywhere. After an unknown period of time. Qin Shao. Is this your so-called trump card? Yiwen felt something strange. A moment later. His Ice Emperor's sword had broken through Qin Guan's protective Jinqi layer. He suddenly appeared right next to her. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The Ice Emperor's sword was deflected by Qin Shao. He was sent flying far away. However, Zifeng's expression was solemn. At this moment, he didn't have the leisure to retrieve the Ice Emperor's sword. And then, the expression on his face suddenly changed. The purple lightning flying sword shot out from his flank. In an instant, a dragon's roar resounded from the sky. Qin Shao, you lost. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535. Chapter 535. Stop. A cold, indifferent voice. Suddenly, Yifeng and company heard the sound. Yifeng was extremely shocked. What? The next moment, he only saw a flash before his eyes. Wave after wave of surging aura. In an instant, he was sent flying about 5 meters away. This. Qin Shao, she actually still has that much spiritual energy left. Yifeng slowly stood up from the ground. Yi Zichen frowned. Xiaoyan slowly raised his head. Smoke filled the air. Dust flew everywhere. He thought he had a good grasp over the situation. However, he didn't expect that. At this very moment, the other side was completely stunned. It could actually erupt with spiritual energy, pushing him so far away. However, when he calmed down, feel it carefully. That's not right. This aura. It's not Qin Zhao's. Yifeng thought for a while. He suddenly raised his head. Could it be that you are? What, how much time had passed? Have you already forgotten about my voice? The smoke slowly dispersed. A young man smiled indifferently. He took a step forward. His movements were extremely quiet. But there was a cold edge to it. With a green robe and a white crown. Face like a star. He was abnormally handsome. It was Gu Shenwei. This. Gu Shenwei. How could it be you? The demon fox and Han Yu looked at each other. In her bright eyes, there was also a strange glint in his eyes. Let me. They were afraid that Qin Shao would harm them. I merely wished to lend you guys a hand. From Gu Shenwei's voice, her indifference was abnormal. Walk completely out of the mists of kindness. The demon fox frowned. He glared at him snappily. How laughable. You don't come early, you don't come late. It just happened when Qin Shao was defeated. Could it be? Are you trying to snatch the credit? All right. Demon fox. You may leave. Yifeng's face was dark. Yi Zichen waved his hand. The demon fox pursed her lips, but... Step down. Yifeng yelled out in a low voice. In his words, there was an unquestionable meaning to it. Forget it. It's up to you. Such a good thing that would be treated as a donkey's liver. The demon fox raised her head and looked at Yifeng. Gu Shenwei then looked at Gu Shenwei. Only then did he let out a helpless sigh. His mouth seemed to be mumbling something. Yi Zichen obediently moved to the side. Yifeng sternly stared at Gu Shenwei. He was incomparably focused. A bad feeling rose in his heart. And this feeling, compared to the time when he was facing off against Qin Shao, worse. Gu Shenwei, as a member of the spirit martial sect. Come here. What is it all about? If Gu Shenwei really was only attacking from the side, in that case, why was he spouting nonsense? It was a good chance to seize the opportunity. Hiding in the shadows, he directly attacked Qin Shao. In addition, previously, when Yifeng was searching Feng Mo's soul, he noticed something strange. Gu Shenwei had once been found. At that time, he was even together with Qin Shao. Between the two of them, just what kind of relationship did they have with each other? Thus, it was precisely this point This caused Yifeng to be deeply suspicious. Gu Shenwei faintly smiled. No comment. Simply put. He only raised his head at this moment. He then looked at the ghost servants that the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders had transformed into. However, there was not the slightest bit of surprise. It was as if everything was logical. The second half of the secret scripture regarding the control of ghosts and servants. It should be on you now. What? After the demon fox heard this, she turned and left. He looked at her in astonishment. The other party didn't ask about Qin Zhao's situation. He didn't even make a move on Qin Zhao. Instead, he focused his attention on Yifeng. Could it be? What he wanted was Yifeng's idea. They were after that cultivation technique manual. However, before the demon fox could say anything, on Qin Zhao's side, suddenly, a deep and low shout burst out. His tone was especially cold. Gu Shenwei, you lied to me. Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed. Anger erupted. A killing intent emanated from his body. It spread out like a substance. It enveloped Gu Shenwei. What did I lie to you about? I told you. The mysterious gate had the lower volume of the ghost servant technique. The background of the celestial sect of wonders. There were also other groups that were hunting fugitives. I told you every single word. Gu Shenwei slightly spread his hands. Yi Zichen said helplessly. You've fallen to this state. I didn't think of it either. Otherwise. In my original plan. It is to wait until after you kill Yifeng and the others. He had obtained a secret manual on cultivation techniques. I'm gonna stop you on the way. You've let me down. He actually forced me to personally take care of it. You? Qin Zhao was stunned for a moment. The anger in his chest could no longer be suppressed. On his handsome face. Due to excessive rage. And it appeared to be incomparably white. Gu Shenwei. It was all for nothing that I believed your old friend. I believe you won't actually hunt me down. Unexpectedly. For the sake of this mere lower volume of the ghost servant cultivation technique. You really betrayed me. Gu Shenwei faintly smiled. He shook his head. Don't say that. What did he mean by a mere ghost servant cultivation technique? You should have heard of it. If these two cultivation methods combined, just how powerful would it be? Or it could become the key to another continent. Don't say I betrayed you. Even if I betrayed the spirit martial sect. He had become the fugitive. I have no regrets. This. Qin Zhao was stunned for a moment. Buzz. An explosive sound was heard. His heart was burning with anger. Ridiculous. You even spoke nonsense like the key to a foreign land. You all believe in it. 10 years of our friendship. He wouldn't be able to beat such unreliable rumors. You can't even withstand a single blow. After a moment of silence. Silence. Suddenly. The corner of Qin Zhao's mouth curved upwards. Yi Zichen raised his hand with a weird smile. Sure. Now that you have said so. Then I have no scruples. Then I will make a move on you together. As the sound of his voice faded, she hurriedly stretched out her jade hand. A ghost servant was walking towards the distance. He viciously clenched his fist. In an instant, those ghost servants seemed to have received a summons. He ran towards her. Come here. All of you, come over here. In Qin Zhao's expression, there was a sense of hysteria. A man uses a trick. For those who do not care, can be absolutely calm. However, to those who cared for him, to be deceived. Naturally, he would feel dejected. Even if he was a cruel and merciless person. Who said? She didn't have the softness in her heart. She had no friends or beliefs she could rely on. When he was betrayed by his only friend, it was very possible that she will lose all sense of reason. It's useless. Qin Shao. A method of controlling ghost servants. Is what I taught you. Have you forgotten? In Gu Shenwei's eyes, a bright light flashed. Put a small leaf in your mouth. A gentle blow. A melodious voice. It dispersed on the spot. Upon hearing this voice, the movements of those ghost servants, it was as if he had been frozen on the spot. At the same time, he paused. So what if you taught me? Like I said. Come here, Dot. Qin Shao exerted all his strength. Continue to stretch out your hand. Facing the ghost servant in front of him, he ruthlessly clenched his fist. Pooh! The corner of her mouth leaked out. Clearly, her movements were too loud. Apparently, it had affected his internal injuries. Finally. This way. Through the activation of Qin Zhao's own blood energy. Those ghost servants. Although his movements were extremely slow, yet, he began to move once again. He was looking at the scene in front of him. Even Gu Shenwei's expression changed slightly. You? Han Yue. Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and help Gu Shenwei. Control the ghost servant's self-destruct. Yi Feng pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said. Han Yu was startled. But, Dot. She treated Gu Shenwei like he was nothing. He was still a little afraid. He didn't know what his backup plan would be. But, hurry up. So many ghost servants exploded together. He would not make a move again. Then it will all be too late. Yi Feng looked solemnly at Han Yu. She was extremely serious. All right then, I'll listen to you. Han Yu licked her somewhat dry lips. Yi Zichen nodded. He picked up a leaf as well. Put it in your mouth. A melodious voice. Gu Shenwei had spread the news too. It seemed to be similar in different ways. As for the ghost servant in the distance, it was also under the effect of two different sounds at the same time. He completely stopped moving. Immobile. It was as though he was telling the truth. Qin Shao activated his own blood energy. After all, it was limited. Not long after. She was also unable to bear the consequences. He slowly stopped. He began to pant heavily. How preposterous. The next moment, she coughed. He immediately sat down on the ground, paralyzed. In a short period of time, she had lost the strength to fight. Gu Shenwei and Yi Feng looked at each other. He was breathing heavily at the same time. They all laughed. They should have fought. But because of Qin Shao, a small alliance. Suddenly, Gu Shenwei's face became solemn. Yi Feng. What are you laughing at? He was about to die. Do you still think it's that funny? Of course not. However, you and I have known each other for a long time. Now that we've teamed up again, Dot. Yi Feng seriously looked at Gu Shenwei's position. His expression was solemn. If I am willing to give you that manual, I can. I'll ask you a few questions. Not much. There's only 3 of them. So that's how it is. You want to die before. Do you know what it means to be a ghost? Yes. I'll help you. Gu Shenwei faintly smiled for a moment. Meanwhile, his gaze continued to wander around Yifeng's body. He seemed to be trying to guess where the secret art was hidden. Yifeng smiled calmly. Yi Zichen nodded. Thank you very much. Then the first question. I want to make sure. The black bracelet you gave us before is something that can be monitored, right? Gu Shenwei smiled and nodded, that's right. Previously, it was because he had observed that woman, Han Yu, controlling a ghost servant. Therefore, when she made her move just now, I wasn't surprised. Furthermore, do you know where you are? It was also through this black bracelet. Your guess. No problem. Yi Wen smiled as if he understood something. He continued. So that's how it is. Then, second question is also based on the first question. Since you can control this black bracelet to this degree, presumably, some of the information here you should be able to fake it, right? For example, the matter of Qin Shao being a fugitive at the 9th rank. Vicious and merciless. It should be fake as well. Gu Shenwei listened. He was slightly startled. Then, a smile spread across his face. Yifeng. You are indeed very interesting. Not bad. The information on this black bracelet, indeed, it was modified by me in a certain way. Yifeng's expression gradually turned cold. He looked straight at the other party, then. There is a third question. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536. Chapter 536. 2 Ghost Servant Cultivation Techniques. Once combined. Just what is going to happen? Yifeng stared into Gu Shenwei's eyes. He was extremely serious. Even if he didn't want any rewards. We must also know how to return to our homeland. Because he wanted to return to the Xianwu continent. He wanted to return to the peak. I want to see you again. This supported him to stay in the martial spirit continent. Where is the faith to go all out? It will happen. Gu Shenwei was about to open his mouth. However, when he thought about it, he then stopped again. Yi Zichen smiled and said, Ha. They kept me from saying anything along the way. Do you really think that? Will I answer you for anything? You want to know the answer to this question? Great. Why don't you first show me the lower part of that ghost servant cultivation technique? Sure. Yifeng did not hesitate at all. He immediately wiped off the crystal ring. He took out a small booklet with a gray cover. You guys want the lower volume of the ghost servant technique? Here it is. What? Gu Shenwei was stunned. He had only casually mentioned it to her in the first place. However, he had not expected Yifeng would really do it. However, he had just regained his senses. He hadn't stepped forward yet. At Yifeng's fingertips, it had already ignited into a blood-red flame. After absorbing the blood fiend's spirit energy, Hanli had no choice but to give up. The color of this flame. A little deeper. The black speck in the middle of the room was faintly visible. And now, this flame. And it burned under the book. Balls of hot air. Up. On the surface of the booklet. The outer layer had already started to wrinkle. This ghost servant cultivation technique. It looked like it was about to be ignited. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Calm down, Gu Shenwei hurriedly shouted. If Yi Zichen just let him burn the martial art like that. Gu Shenwei had come on a trip. However, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. And so, Gu Xinwei had just lifted his foot. He withdrew it once more. Yi Zichen looked at Yifeng helplessly. Yuan looked at him and laughed. My third question. Can you answer now? You? Forget it. So what if I tell you about Yifeng? Gu Xinwei frowned. Only then did he sigh. There are very few people who believe in this. It was said that if the two cultivation techniques were combined into one, it could be compared to a foreign land. A sect called the Thousand Corpses sect contacted him. This way, then, he would be able to pass on the corpse refinement cultivation technique. Sigh. Okay. I know you won't believe it. Even Qin Xiao. He had been friends with me for so many years. He was also half believing and half doubting. What's more, you, Yifeng. Continue. Yifeng and Hanyue looked at each other. Astonishment filled her eyes, overflowing with words. The 10,000 Corpses sect. This was exactly the town of dead souls. It was the sect from the Xianwu continent. To be honest, the current Yifeng. He really wanted to charge forward. He grabbed the other's neck and spoke. Yifeng. Do you really believe that? Gu Xinwei's expression slightly changed. Compared to Yifeng, he was much more confident. It was even more shocking. It had been so long. Find someone who believes in you. How hard it must have been. That's right. I believe. Go on. This news. How the hell do you know that? And why did you go to a foreign land? He did not hesitate to betray the spiritual martial sect. Yifeng stared at the other person with concentration. Be meticulous. At the same time, he only saw the flame that was lingering on his fingertip. When he was about to get close to the manual, he was a bit closer. He was about to ignite it. Yifeng. You ask. However, don't accidentally light it up. Gu Xinwei immediately didn't care whether this cultivation technique was real or fake. They were just worried that Yi Zichen would be careless. He had really ignited his cultivation technique. Then he would have no place to cry. Yifeng nodded with a faint smile. The flame on his fingertip. Yi Zichen moved his position a little bit. Knowing the news. It was rather simple. The news about the spiritual martial force spread far and wide. It's way beyond your expectations. To learn about this level of information, it's no big deal. I was a long time ago. According to a senior from the spirit martial sect, Gu Xinwei regained his senses. There was a slight pause. He continued, as for the betrayal of the spirit martial sect, it should be said. After I found out about the secrets of this ghost servant cultivation technique, he then began to plan for this matter. As long as he could travel to the new continent, obtain the highest level of inheritance, even if he had to give up everything that had happened. And what should I do? Qin Xiao coldly snorted. She kept clenching her delicate fists. Gu Xinwei. Even me. Have you also given up on it? Hate is born of love. Qin Xiao could be ruthless to others. However, in the end, there was still a softness to her heart. That person. It was Gu Xinwei. How preposterous. I swear I will make you pay. As the sound of his voice faded, her sword was like a flowing cloud. He pointed at Gu Xinwei. The sword flashed like water. The piercing black light. In an instant, cold air shot out in all directions. He was trying to force his way through. It's useless. Gu Shenwei sneered. He looked at Zifeng, for now. Give me a moment. And then. He brandished his sword and turned around. The sword tide was monstrous. Just like a whirlpool. It enveloped Qin Shao. Scram! The sword waves collided. Two crisp pong-pang sounds rang out. Qin Shao was like a dried-up bamboo in the wind. They were sent flying backwards. He landed heavily on the ground. He couldn't suppress the blood at the corner of his mouth. He threw up on the grass in front of him. Gu Shenwei took a step forward. He looked coldly at Qin Shao. Look at you now. Strength is used by strength. He had even lost the strength of a fighter. You still want to fight against me, Gu Shenwei? Qin Shao. Ever since I met you. You're really getting more and more stupid. You don't even know what I want. How can I get close to my heart? You? Qin Shao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gu Shenwei. You actually treated me like this. Due to the previous fall. When she looked up, even his vision had become blurry. A deep sound rang out. Qin Shao's voice sounded in his ear. You deserve it. Blind belief in others. They didn't even know what kind of person the other person was. Now that things had progressed to this point, you can't blame others for what they did. Hearing this, Qin Shao froze. He raised his head in shock. The person who spoke. It was actually Zifeng. Zifeng. What right do you have to say that to me? Qin Shao shouted hysterically. However, the injuries on her body were too severe. He couldn't even take a single step. Oh. Gu Shenwei, however, looked at Zifeng with interest. I had thought that you, Zifeng, came from the celestial sect of wonders. He had received a solid education from a large sect. He was also a hypocritical person. Unexpectedly. Speaking of which, it was rather pleasing to the ears. Zifeng replied indifferently, I am just speaking the truth. Ha. It was a good idea to tell the truth. I like you. How about this? Hand over that ghost servant's cultivation technique manual to me. I can swear a blood oath. He made a blood contract. I won't kill you. How? Zifeng laughed coldly, so what if you swear a blood oath and establish a blood contract? The spirit martial sect had their own methods to break the blood contract. Why should I believe you? We have to believe it even if we don't believe it. Gu Shenwei stopped looking at Qin Shao. He turned around and stared coldly at Zifeng. Just now. I've already told you everything that needs to be said. Quickly hand over that cultivation technique manual. Otherwise, be careful that I don't kill you right now. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Sure. Since you wanted that much, I shall give it to you as a gift. What? Gu Shenwei was slightly surprised. The next moment, in Zifeng's eyes, suddenly, a sharp light flashed. Here you are. Got it. It was a thick booklet that recorded the cultivation method of ghost servants. Just like that, he floated into the air. He was like a broken leaf in the wind. Gu Shenwei's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. He jumped up. Hold out your hand. He wanted to take the book. However, after a short period of time, there was a hiss. In the sky, a deep blue flame appeared. Suddenly, a flame started burning in the center of the booklet. Suddenly, he then lit the entire book on fire. No! Gu Shenwei looked at everything before him in astonishment. He cried out in pain. He quickly activated his spiritual energy. In an instant, an icy cold aura enveloped the book. His speed had also increased by more than a fold. However, it was already too late. Wait for the flame to extinguish. When he finally opened the manual, in the center of the book, it was pitch black. Don't talk about words. Even the pictures were not recognizable. He held the book in a daze. A mistake. It actually let it fall to the ground. When he finally regained his senses. When he looked towards Qi Zimo, he was furious. Zifeng, you bastard. He was simply courting death. I'll come right now. Kill you. He had been preparing for so long. He didn't hesitate to betray Qin Shao. He did not hesitate to betray the spiritual martial sect. In exchange, it was the ashes on the paper. This caused him to accept. Kill me. However, it was a secret manual for ghost servant cultivation technique. It's all in my head now. Are you sure you want to kill me? Zifeng suddenly said. What? Gu Shenwei had originally been in despair. His expression changed slightly. Even his own actions. Thus, it congealed on the spot. That's impossible. This cultivation technique was extremely complicated. How can you bear it? What nonsense! Zifeng did not care about his feelings. He continued, Path of the Ghost, Song Ming. If the heart can be changed. Could it be? This was the first sentence of the second volume. Think about it. Is it related to the previous volume? Gu Shenwei pondered for a moment. His eyes shone brightly. However, after resting for a while, his expression became even again. That's right. There was indeed a relationship of acceptance. However, you, Zifeng, just said one sentence that didn't mean anything was wrong at all. He then recited the next sentence and memorized the next book. It's completely two different concepts. Zifeng smiled. He didn't refute her words. In that case, then I shall allow my disciple to. How about we recite a few more words for you? You want? If you can take down my disciple. That is sufficient to point out the problem. And then he turned around. It was heading in the direction of the cold moon. Han Yu's beautiful eyes widened. A strange light flashed, leaf tip. Don't tell me you want me. Zifeng smiled and nodded. The light in his eyes became increasingly cold. That's right. Cold moon. You can just carry a little on your back. Otherwise, he might even have thought that I'm just lying to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537. Chapter 537. Demon Fox, Han Yu and Guiying exchanged glances. The surprise in his eyes was obvious. Liar. Could it be that Zifeng's current actions were? Wasn't he deceiving the other party? Han Yu was stunned for a moment. And then he smiled knowingly. All right. In that case. Then I'll just have to carry it for a while. May I ask you to correct me, during the process of refining the heart? Filling with qi at the top. It was like rushing into a jade gate. Pure physical body. Taking his heart meridian. 3 parts of it. A moment passed. Fluent words. There was no place to stop. Gu Shenwei's eyes opened wider and wider. Confusion. He really did look like a person made out of clay or wood. Because, even if these words were made up, he wanted to meet someone. It was impossible for him to do it in such a short period of time. To come up with such a fluent statement. All right. Cold moon. It's almost time to stop. Zifeng faced the direction of Han Yu. He nodded slightly. He opened his mouth and said, Path of the Dead. What happened was good. Let's just talk about that for now. Han Yu heard Zifeng tell her to stop. He pursed his lips. He raised his eyes and looked at the other party. In the end, he still stopped. What is it? Go on. On Gu Shenwei's face. It seemed like he still had some lingering feelings of wanting more. The conversation reached a crucial point. However, it came to an abrupt halt. Without a doubt. His chest was tight at the moment. Gu Shenwei, it's about time. Zifeng called out softly. He raised his starry eyes. Let her carry so much. How is it? Now. Do you believe what I've said? This Gu Shenwei finally understood why he had lost his composure. When he regained his senses. After musing for a moment. The expression on his face was rather dark and uncertain. To be honest. He had previously discovered that Han Yu could control demonic slaves. He already felt that something wasn't right. However, he didn't expect that the situation would be so dire. The other party was so familiar that he could recite the entire second half of the book. However, he didn't know. Before the cold moon in the ghost town. If he had nothing better to do, he would carry a massive cultivation technique on his back. In a flash, so many years had passed. She stares at these things every day. Naturally, he memorized the entire book. All right then. Gu Shenwei chuckled. The light in his eyes gradually faded. I understand the situation now. But do you understand the situation? I can spare you. However, now that things have progressed to this point, do you still want to escape unscathed? Wait until I catch you guys. A good torture. I will let you all write it down. As the sound of his voice faded, the flying sword in his hand emanated a monstrous aura. Rising straight up. Instant movement. He did not hesitate at all. Fall for me. Following his stern shout. The golden threads of spirit energy coiled around the spiritual disc. In an instant. Just like a mountain pressing down on one's head. He landed heavily on Zifeng and the others. He controlled his strength. Although he didn't die. Yet, he wanted Zifeng and the others to. Thus, he lost the ability to fight back. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Strange light ripples. Dust flew everywhere. Gu Shenwei's face was full of smiles. He was shocked by the scene before him. It was frozen on the spot. He could only see countless amounts of spirit energy forming a disc. It suddenly disappeared. It was as if they had never existed. What? How could this be? Gu Shenwei realized that his strike just now had caused a great deal of damage to his body. Although he didn't use his full strength. However, it was definitely not something Zifeng, who was at the 8th level of the martial disciple realm, could deal with. Elder Zhao. Having watched this play for so long, I thought. Until I die. You don't even want to help me anymore. In the center of countless cyclones. With a faint smile, Leaves closed her eyes. The wind blew gently. A strand of ice-cold spiritual will. Walked close to the ground. It drilled into Zifeng's mind. Elder Zhao cleared his throat. He replied snappily, who said that I was the one who blocked that attack? Obviously, it was Master Ancient God who took action, alright? Oh. So that's how it was. After the battle with Qin Shao, the injured ancient Grand Master from before. Have you also recovered from your slumber? Yifeng smiled and nodded. Gu Yuanwu said in a low voice, accompanied by wisps of hot air. It also drilled into Yifeng's mind. Who said I was injured? I was just being careless. Qin Shao. It's just a trap. He obviously wouldn't admit to something that would cause him to lose face. Yifeng and Gu Shenwei had been taking a detour for so long. His purpose was to wait for Elder Zhao and Gu Yuanwu to recover. After all, Qin Shao had been chased all the way. He didn't manage to recover any spiritual energy. As for Elder Zhao and Gu Yuanwu, it was and ran. No one dared to lay a hand on them. Naturally, he could recuperate and recuperate properly. To give them plenty of time. The reversal of the situation. General Gu Shenwei. At this moment, too divine intense. Once he released such a powerful spiritual energy. And he showed his true form. A streak of white ice energy. A streak of black flames. He hovered around Yifeng. They were like two gatekeepers. What's going on? An expert's spiritual will. Could it be? Isn't Qin Zhu Xin the only expert? Gu Shenwei's expression was aghast as he looked at the two spiritual senses. Yi Zichen was completely shocked. The him from before, to put all of my mind into it. They were all used to pay attention to the movements of Qin Zhu's heart. After he confirmed that Qin Zhu's injuries were too severe, he was no longer a threat to himself. Only then did he relax. He decided to take action himself. Who would have thought that? On Yifeng's side, he actually also won over two other experts with spiritual will. Gu Shenwei frowned. He couldn't help but take a step back. Yifeng, where did you find such an expert? According to the rules of the spirit martial sect, generally speaking, the search. He had to keep it a secret. No unrelated person may be involved in it. These rules. The leader of your celestial sect of wonders should have already informed you. You said it yourself. That is a general situation. Yi Si shrugged with a smile. Now, even you yourself want to betray the spiritual martial sect. Could it be? It wasn't a special case. Compared to pursuing the credibility of the celestial sect of wonders, I'm afraid that you're superior in the spirit martial sect. He wanted to reduce the scale of the situation. At the end of the day, because of Qin Zhao's defeat, he was too impatient and impulsive. He appeared too early. You? Gu Shenwei listened. His two fists were tightly clenched. On his red face. Enraged. Ha. Gu Nian knew you have received retribution. Qin Shao prostrated himself on the ground. Yi Zichen raised his eyes. He sneered and looked at Gu Shenwei. Look at your ugly appearance now. Machine count out. Yet, it had still ended up like this. Serves you right. Shut up. Gu Shenwei stared furiously at her. His expression was extremely gloomy. What, stupid? How could he not let others scold him? Now that he thought about it. Qin Shao, aside from blindly believing in you. In terms of talent, how am I weaker than you? I already told you to shut up. Gu Shenwei was already in a terrible mood. At this moment, under Qin Zhao's cold words, he was filled with anger. He couldn't suppress it any longer. He raised his palm. He quickly formed a hand seal. 3 golden handprints appeared in succession in front of Qin Shao. He suddenly dashed forward. Yifeng opened his eyes. He sternly shouted, "Master! Brat, you've got me. You actually told me to save that Qinshao." Master Ancient was depressed. In the end, he chose to take action. However, he couldn't catch Qinshao alive. It was better than catching one to death. Higher rewards. How could Gu Yuanwu not know what Yifeng was thinking? One must know that. Yifeng would definitely lose his life. A person who weighs the scales of his heart. Swoosh! A wisp of black flames. It was wrapped around Qinshao. It burned fiercely. The three golden palm prints. Once he drilled into the black flames. It was as if a clay ox had entered the sea without making a sound. There were no more movements. Qin Shaoban had originally wanted to hide. He closed his eyes in despair. However, she was too late. The sensation of palm qi permeating his body. When she slowly opened her eyes, he saw the black flames that filled the sky. Just as it was hovering in front of him. He was immediately astonished. Yifeng! You actually saved me. Gu Xinwei angrily attacked. Yet it was blocked by the divine will of the soul. The gloominess in his heart. Naturally, one could imagine. Bastard thing. Did you really think that I, Gu Xinwei, would? You can't even kill a single person? He took a deep breath. A glint flashed across his eyes. He immediately rushed towards those balls of black flames. When Yifeng saw this, he was shocked. His expression changed, not good. Master! Hurry up and reinforce him. However, it was already too late. Before Yifeng finished speaking, the next moment, Gu Xinwei had already drilled his way into the thick black flames. It was a black flame that was as red as molten iron. He ignited his entire body. A scorching aura. He almost suffocated on the spot. However, he gritted his teeth. In the end, he still passed through the layers of black flames. He suddenly appeared beside Qinshao. He brandished the sharp sword in his hand. The first thing he did was to place his hand on Qinzhao's jade neck. The scorching temperature burned the dirt on Gu Xinwei's feet. The black flames disappeared. Yifeng and the others stepped forward. Looking around, drops of blood fell down. It seeped out from Qinzhao's skin. It slowly slid down. Drip into the charred black earth. It made a hissing sound. Stop, don't come over here. Otherwise, I'm going to kill her now. Gu Xinwei's originally handsome face became pale. Due to spanning black flames, it became extremely dark. Even his voice had become impatient. The calmness from before was gone. Yifeng and the others looked at each other. He immediately stopped. He stood still on the spot. He was facing the enemy from a distance. Gu Xinwei, do you really know the weight of your chips? Even if you killed Qinshao. To me, it was just that the amount of the rewards had changed. There has not been any substantial change. Yuan looked at Gu Xinwei with a calm smile. Voice calm. Ha. Forget it. Stop pretending to be indifferent. Gu Xinwei panted heavily. His hair was disheveled as he looked at Yifeng. Do you think I can't tell? As for the otherworldly continent, I also have the same yearning as myself. You have the lower volume of the ghost servant technique. However, the first volume was on Qinshao. If you anger me, he directly self-destructed his source spirit. They had perished together with Qinshao. You get nothing. Your whole life. Don't even think about learning about the secrets of other continents. Oh. Are you done speaking? Hearing this, Zifeng nodded. He was completely expressionless. Suddenly, he took a step forward. He stepped forward. You? I told you to stop. Don't you understand? Come back here. I really killed her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 538. Chapter 538. Gu Shenwei was enraged, shouting hysterically. Zifeng, you take another step forward. I'm really going to kill her. The sword beam in his hand flashed. It was condensing the spiritual energy within its body. The tip of the sword was glowing. If it really did explode, the consequences would be unthinkable. Immortals were unable to save him. At this moment, Zifeng stopped. He raised his head. The current him. The distance from Gu Shenwei to Gu Shenwei. It was only half a meter long. If you finish, let me put it this way. How are my conditions? This. Gu Shenwei was startled. Yi Zichen looked at Zifeng in confusion. Shocked, she asked, what do you mean by that? What terms would you like to negotiate with me? Calm down first. I won't go forward. It would not break the current situation. You can take advantage of this time to rest. How? The tip of the leaf found a hard rock. He took 2 steps to the side. He directly sat down. It seemed like he wanted to have a good talk with the other party. Gu Shenwei looked straight at Yi Zifeng. Looking at the carefree expression on the other party's face, Hanli was at a loss for words. You? He pursed his lips. After a long while, he nodded his head. After all. Just now, he had forcefully broken through the black flames. For himself. He had also suffered from quite a large injury. Now that he had regained his senses, it was only then that he realized that he was covered in sweat. Searing hot. A piercing pain. All right. I'll listen. Now that things had developed to this point, just what do you have to say for yourself? After finishing his words, he then retracted the sword in his hand. He no longer pressed his hand against Qin Zhao's throat. At the same time, an inch of light appeared on the surface of the sword. It also became darker. Actually, it wasn't so much about the terms. Rather than calling it a deal, it would be more accurate to call it a deal. Zifeng looked at him with a faint smile. His expression was indifferent. If I were to say, I can guarantee your safe passage, you won't believe it. And I'm not going to do anything about it. What I want is, you are now. Take out the ghost servant technique manual that Qin Zhao used. Ha. You want me to hand over the manual? You think it's beautiful. Gu Shenwei sneered. Yi Zichen stared at Yi Zichen without letting up. Rest assured, I'm not asking you to hand it over. I just want you to take it out. Work with me in the second half. And we're going to explore this together. It's possible for us to go to a foreign land. Zifeng replied with a look of concentration. In his tone, it had an unquestionable aura to it. This. Gu Shenwei was startled. Because of Zifeng's words, he calmed down a little. If he did not hand over the manual, then he still had some chips in his hand. Zifeng wouldn't do anything to him. The result of a win-win situation. But Even if I took out the manual's cover. Yet you have burnt the lower part of the book to ashes. Even if they were able to explore to the other side of the world. It's also your business. It has nothing to do with me. This kind of loss-making business. How could I possibly do that? Gu Xinwei pondered for a moment. He replied with a calm expression. A moment of silence. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Yifeng said with a smile. He wiped his crystal ring. Then what if? The lower volume of the ghost servant technique was still there. And what should I do? What? Gu Xinwei's sword trembled slightly. He was too excited. And he was trembling. From the ring, Yi Zichen saw Yi Zichen smile. He took out another gray-bound book. Compared to the previous book. Almost exactly the same. The true lower part of the ghost servant cultivation technique. How is this possible? That cultivation technique just now. It was clearly burnt to ashes. He paused for a moment. Returning to shock, he said, could it be? You have prepared 2 manuals with the exact same cover. You were the first to. It was already taken into account. Could this have happened? No. You overestimated me. How could I have such a clever plan? However, I'm in the middle of it. It is just an idea. Yifeng smiled. Yi Zichen shook his head. Actually, when Yifeng was searching Feng Mo's soul earlier, upon discovering Gu Xinwei's figure, it was at that time that. Thus, he decided to be more cautious. He had made more preparations. How is it? Gu Nian knew. Since we are one another. They didn't trust each other. It would be better to put this matter aside for the time being. Think about it. The effect of combining these 2 ghost servant cultivation techniques into one. How? Due to the special nature of the spirit martial sect's handling of cases. In less than 10 days. Without the permission of the leader of the celestial sect of wonders. Anyone, etc. No one was allowed to enter the forbidden area of the celestial sect of wonders. Yifeng had an affair with an outsider. An act of colluding in a transaction. Thus, there was no way for him to pursue the matter. He had never. He is not a pedant. Everything was done in the interests of profit. With the ultimate goal in mind. All right. You really are quite different. In that case, I can promise you that. Gu Xinwei laughed. He immediately flipped his wrist. The sword's hilt hit Qin Zhao's lower abdomen heavily. Ah! Qin Zhao immediately shouted. His expression was painful to the extreme. Beads of sweat the size of beans slowly dripped down his face. Gu Xinwei said coldly, Qin Zhao. Do you hear me? Where was the record of the ghost servant cultivation technique? Hurry up and hand it over. Pfft, you want me to hand over the manual? Wishful thinking. Bastard thing. Gu Xinwei unhappily glared at her. The hilt of his sword retracted half an inch. It once again viciously struck towards her lower abdomen. There was a small hole in the wall. Red blood. If you don't want to suffer, just hand it over quickly. Don't force me to torture you. Ah! There was another scream of pain. On Qin Zhao's clean and handsome face. In an instant, it became deathly pale. Seeing this, the demon fox was startled. Yi Zichen frowned. What man? He actually treated a woman that liked him that way. He was simply a scum. I really want to. However, she had not yet moved. However, he was already stopped by Yifeng. Yifeng. You should go up now. Gu Shenwei was only forced to kill Qin Shao. Yifeng's words. Incomparable indifference, other than that. Between Qin Shao and us, it was an enemy relationship. You don't have to do anything for her. Just quietly watch. But the demon fox wasn't trying to save Qin Shao. She had always hated men. At this moment, she just couldn't suppress the urge to kill Gu Shenwei. And so, she licked her red lips. He then raised his head to look at Gu Shenwei's vicious actions. Yi Zichen clenched his fist. He could only turn his head to the side and reply, "Okay. I got it. I don't do anything. All right." A moment later. In the end, Qin Shao was unable to endure Gu Shenwei's torture. Because Gu Shenwei had been in the spiritual martial sect for too long. They were the experts of torture and interrogation. If he was allowed to go down like this, Qin Shao was dead, yet he was still alive. The pain was real. To let her live a life worse than death. Don't. Stop it. I said. If I say so, wouldn't it be fine? Her tone softened. He revealed the location of the cultivation techniques manual. Poof. This damned woman. Just say it earlier. I don't need to play so hard anymore. And in the end, this ghost servant cultivation technique. Didn't I give it to you as a gift in the past for you to cultivate? Now, I am merely asking you to return it. Gu Shenwei unhappily spat. He tore the clothes on Qin Zhao's shoulders. It revealed her snow-white skin that was as white as an unpolished jade. However, he was not in the mood for a second glance. Yi Zichen directly took down a pamphlet that was tied to the rope. As expected, it was the first book of the ghost servant technique. He smiled happily. He raised his head, Yifeng. He had the cultivation technique in his hands. We are now. How about we learn from this in detail? Sure. Yifeng nodded with a faint smile. As for the scene of him torturing Qin Shao earlier, it was as if he had turned a blind eye to this. In that case, let's raise these two manuals together. Let's start with the first page. In the Martial Arts Hall. Master's Lecture Hall. Ren Xingtian paced back and forth a few steps. His face was somewhat livid. Finally, he stopped. Stand upright. Snowy. Bingqian. Wake up, you two. It had been so many days. At least listen well in class. However, there was no reaction from the other side. These two, sigh. I've never seen such a student. He would not listen to any of the master's important lessons. There's really no saving him. Ren Xingtian shook his head helplessly. He saw that his words would have no effect on the two of them. Only two small grains of sand could be seen. It struck directly on the foreheads of the two women. Ah! Master! Why did you hit me? So painful. Yi Shuiyi woke up from her doze. Yi Zichen touched his slightly red forehead. He glared angrily at Ren Xingtian. Liu Bingqian, who was at the side. She pursed her red lips as well. He gently rubbed his forehead. He opened his sleepy eyes. Due to Qin Jushin's participation in the spiritual martial sect. Therefore, in the course of the past few days, on Liu Bingqian's side, then he would be taught by Ren Xingtian. Ha. You even asked me why I hit you. It had been so many days. Snow machine. You're out of your mind every day. What are you thinking about in your head, Yi Shui's face reddened. He was mumbling something, but nobody knew what he was saying. Liu Bingqian was about to speak up for Yi Shui. However, at this very moment, Ren Tianqing appeared. He then glared at himself. And you? You were commissioned by Master Heartless. During this time, you should study hard. Otherwise, when Master Heartless returns, I thought I was biased. I won't teach you anything. Sorry, Master. The surrounding people noticed the two girls' distress. He couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Ren Xingtian stared at the two women for a while. Yi Zichen sighed. Actually. And I'm basically. I know what you two are thinking. Because of the special characteristic of the spiritual martial sect in chasing fugitives. This time, you guys didn't manage to travel with Yifeng. Thus, he was worried in his heart. Is that right? Yes. The two girls looked at each other. He was not afraid of the gazes from the surrounding people. Yi Zichen nodded. If Yi Zifeng made any mistakes in this operation, no matter how good they were at learning from Ren Xingtian, what was the use of it? Sigh. Speaking of which, I calculate the time. It was about time. Another 2 days passed. The 10 days of the spirit martial sect will be up. Ren Xingtian hesitated for a moment. He composed himself. He continued. How about this? When the time came, the restrictions would be lifted. I'll take you with me. He went to the forbidden area of the Celestial Sect of Wonders to check out the situation. He immediately went to find Yifeng. What do you think? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 539. Chapter 539. Is there still 2 days left? Yifeng looked up into the sky, and his eyes were filled with despair. The 10 days of pursuit were almost over. In 2 days, all restrictions will be lifted. Even if the Celestial Sect of Wonders now looked deserted, it would still be filled with crowds at that time. Hey, Yifeng, why are you so relaxed? What are you sending me now? Keep flipping the pages. Gu Xinwei looked at the small map and text of the ghost servant cultivation technique from afar. Seeing that the other party had suddenly stopped moving, he suddenly opened his mouth and spoke in a bad mood. Yifeng's expression turned serious as he shook his head. No, we have already read through the book twice. Until now, there hasn't been any changes. In other words, there is no point in simply reading the book. If it doesn't work, then it might be because we didn't pay close attention. Let's do it a third time. Gu Xinwei frowned and firmly said. He had planned for so long. If he were to give up so easily, then what would his hard work and abandonment count as? Yifeng looked at him solemnly. I am not saying that I will give up, but I am also saying that I don't believe what you said before, but maybe we should change the way we do it. Another method? Gu Xinwei was slightly shocked and looked strangely at Yifeng. That's right. Compared to researching theory, isn't practice more important? It's just like how we have already prepared ghost servants in front of us. When Gu Xinwei heard this, he smiled meaningfully and looked at Yifeng approvingly. Oh, I see. That's right, it was indeed a practice technique, and it was more effective. I can't tell that you, Yifeng, do not care about the feelings of being in the same sect as me. You actually plan to refine your own disciple into a complete ghost servant. Yifeng said with a calm voice and a smile. Even if they don't become ghost servants, they will definitely not be able to live after receiving such heavy injuries. Since that's the case, why not let them live through another method? It had to be known that Qin Shao had previously controlled these disciples of the celestial sect of wonders only to call them as ghost servants. They did not possess the characteristics of immortality. And now, what Zifeng wanted to do was to follow the instructions in the manual and gradually deepen it, turning them into high-grade ghost servants. Well said. In that case, let's do as you have said. We shall join hands and begin with my side. Gu Xinwei's eyes lit up, and he immediately waved his palm, beginning to write according to the book on the ghost servant cultivation technique. He started circulating all the spiritual energy in his body word by word. Wisps of gray spirit energy surrounded his body. Go! Afterwards, these auras flowed into the bodies of the celestial sect of wonders disciples like a trickle. Huff! Those ghost servants who seemed to have been petrified by the aura seemed to have a sliver of life force, and they began to exhale. Even though their movements were stiff, it was much more coherent than before. Gu Xinwei, focus on refining a ghost servant. Don't worry about others, don't be impatient. This. Fine. Gu Xinwei pursed his lips and nodded seriously. He bragged that he was older than Yuan, but after being reminded like this, although he felt a bit unhappy, he could only give up because Yuan was talking about his own worries. The next moment, Gu Xinwei condensed his qi and pointed it at one of the disciples, sending spiritual qi that had been refined by him to him. In a split second, that disciple of the celestial sect of wonders suddenly lifted his head. His expression was incomparably ferocious, and like an evil spirit, he let out a mournful howl. Yifeng turned his head and said softly to Hanyu when he saw this scene. So far, is Gu Xinwei's method of refining ghost servants any different from your 10,000 corpses sect? Hanyu stared at the expression on the disciple's face and frowned. There seems to be something different, but I am unable to pinpoint exactly where it is. It seems like his method of refining a ghost servant is even more crude. Yifeng nodded, his face was calm as he stared at the scene in front of him. Really? Then, continue observing. Also, make some preparations. Later, just follow the instructions written in the book and you will follow every single word written by him. Do not make any changes. With that, he handed the cultivation technique in his pocket to Hanyu. Understood. Hanyu took a deep breath after receiving it. It concerned her whether or not she could return to the Black Tortoise continent. Naturally, she was also very concerned about it. After an unknown period of time. Yifeng, the cultivation technique is finished, it's your turn. Gu Xinwei raised his head and shouted with a head full of sweat. Han Yue. Yifeng called out softly. Han Yu had already made her preparations. Upon hearing those words, she understood what he meant. When she opened her eyes again, she was no longer as lazy as before. One after another, the bones pierced through the flesh and slowly emerged from the disciple's body. It was a mess of flesh and blood. However, the power that Hanyu had controlled was completely in place, and didn't let this disciple die just like that. Gu Xinwei looked at the scene in front of him with a horrified expression, his eyes wide open. At that moment, he no longer had the time to think about why Hanyu had such high attainments in the field of creating ghost servants. What he was thinking in his heart was the cultivation technique in the second half. What kind of mysteries was it exactly? Would it be able to become the key to open up a foreign land? In the next moment, with Hanyu as the center, a deathly still aura spread out like a scene from hell. The flowers and leaves wilted, and the grayish-brown wind blew everywhere, causing people to shudder. So. Even though it was Qin Shao, when he felt it carefully, he was extremely surprised. What is the background of this woman? She can actually use a ghost servant cultivation technique to such an extent. Is she really just going to memorize it? One had to know that the number of ghost servants that Hanyu had personally refined since she was young was practically countless. If Yifeng did not want her to refine the ghost servant word for word, she could have successfully refined the ghost servant with her eyes closed. A moment later, something happened. This is bad. Zifeng, take a look, there seems to be a very big discrepancy in this technique. While Han Yu was refining the ghost servant, she turned her head to look at Zifeng with a puzzled expression. What? Yifeng's expression changed slightly and immediately rushed forward. What's wrong? Han Yu struggled to maintain the process of refining the pill and raised her eyes to look at the manual. In the fourth line on the right of the book, you will be able to create ghost slaves with the help of some formation techniques. This is very different from the method I used to create ghost slaves. Han Yu knew nothing about array Dao. At this moment, she was naturally asking Zifeng for help. Ugh! Zifeng was stunned for a moment, then muttered to himself. So that's how it is. This seems like the diagram of the Royal Tomb's 8 extreme array. I never thought that it would actually be necessary to coordinate with such a simple and unadorned array. Royal Tomb 8 extreme array? No matter how I look at it, it feels like I've heard it before. Han Yu's heart skipped a beat as she frowned. She didn't know where she had seen this formation before. On the other hand, Xin Xiao sneered, "Hee, the Royal Tomb 8 extreme array? The heavens truly want you all to die. Even I have to look up information on such a difficult formation, and it might not even be displayed. How could you, Zifeng, know about it?" Not necessarily. Zifeng slightly narrowed his eyes and ignored Xin Xiao. He raised his head and looked at Han Yue. "Han Yue, how about this? You don't have to worry about all this for now. Continue refining. I'll cast this formation as fast as I can." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out all the materials from the crystal ring and started to place them around the disciple from the celestial sect of wonders. Rays of spiritual energy began to swirl around the materials. A purple light rose, a vast aura that carried with it the will of ancient times, giving off a majestic and solemn feeling. Under Yifeng's control, the Royal Tomb's 8 extreme formation gradually took shape in a short amount of time. What? Seeing this, Xin Xiao was so surprised that he stood there like a log. No way, Zifeng. How did he know how to place the Royal Tomb's 8 extreme formation? In the entire heavenly lost city, there was almost no one who could surpass her. But now, Zifeng built a formation that he barely knew how to set up. Without a doubt, this was a blow to her skill in array formation. Gu Shenwei, it looks like us losing to this person isn't an injustice. Xin Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Who said I lost? Gu Shenwei's face had a trace of stubbornness on it. He tightly clenched his fist, his face flushed red. Asking him to admit defeat was even harder than ascending to heaven. The two of them looked at each other speechlessly. Their expressions were calm, so they could only look at Zifeng at the same time. The Royal Tomb was the place where the most elite experts perished. As for the 8 extreme trigram, it was a seal that used the power of all directions to suppress all of these peerless experts. If he could create a complete Royal Tomb 8 extreme array with great power, it would naturally be extremely difficult. However, Zifeng could only use its appearance and set up a simple formation to coordinate with the Ghost Servant's technique. It wasn't too difficult. Half an incense stick of time passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, above the Royal Tomb's 8 extreme array, a golden corpse aura spiraled and spread in all directions. The sound of the wind was so loud that it caused one's eardrums to vibrate. On the head of that disciple from the celestial sect of wonders, streams of corpse aura swirled without dispersing. It was as if they were going to fall down at any time and pour down into his neck. Han Yue, the Royal Tomb 8 extreme array has been completed. Now it's all up to you. Zifeng let out a long sigh of relief and looked up. When Han Yu heard this, he solemnly nodded his head. Since this matter involved returning to a foreign land, she could not afford to make the slightest mistake. Of course, I understand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540. Chapter 540. Han Yue clenched her teeth, but her eyes were extremely serious. Rise! He saw that disciple from the celestial sect of wonders let out a painful cry as if he had been hit by a giant bell. Even his skin had a strange color to it. In the next moment, the boundless corpse aura entered his nose and mouth. The pain was so excruciating that he couldn't help but cry out. However, Han Yu didn't show the slightest mercy. She followed the instructions written down in the book and did the exact same as before. The sound of screaming could be heard incessantly. As for the Royal Tomb's 8 extreme array, it continuously absorbed the spiritual energy from all directions and slowly turned it into corpse aura, lingering in the surroundings. This. Xin Xiao looked at this scene in disbelief. So that's how it is. Is this the power of the ghost servant cultivation technique's lower part? Xin Xiao and Gu Xinwei had long since become familiar with refining low-level ghost servants. However, this was the first time that Han Yu had seen someone refining a high-level ghost servant. It was no wonder that he was surprised. Just what kind of divine being is this woman called Han Yu? How did she have such high attainments in the path of corpse cultivation? Can she even refine a high-level ghost servant? The two of them looked at each other. The astonishment in their eyes was clear as day. A moment passed in the blink of an eye. Zifeng, I keep feeling that there seems to be something is not right. Han Yu frowned slightly. Her face suddenly changed too. What happened? Zifeng was stunned for a moment before he asked. Han Yu raised her slender hand and pointed at the ghost servant. You see, normally speaking, ghost servants absorb the world's spirit energy, thus becoming high-level ghost servants. But now, what absorbs the world's spirit energy is instead this Royal Tomb's 8 extreme array. To put it harshly, it's like... As if what? Zifeng pondered for a moment and asked. It's as if even this ghost servant's essence was absorbed by the Royal Tomb's 8 extreme formation. Han Yu pursed her lips, trembling slightly. The matter of the formation was a blind spot for her, so it was no wonder that she felt fear for it. A person would always feel an indescribable fear of something she didn't know. Ugh, indeed. Actually, even without Han Yu's words, Zifeng still felt the same way when he looked at the scene in front of him. The existence of the Royal Tomb's 8 extreme array was too sudden. Honestly speaking, even without the Royal Tomb's 8 extreme array, Han Yu alone could refine a high-level ghost servant. Then now, what exactly was the purpose of this Royal Tomb's 8 extreme array? Thus, Zifeng's mind went into deep thoughts and he started to quietly stare at the formation. Suddenly, he felt his heart tighten. He discovered that this formation pattern seemed to have some similarities with the formation pattern he had seen at the bottom of the mountain peak. What? This? He suddenly took a few steps forward and approached the center of the swirl of corpse aura. Demon Fox couldn't help but say, "Be careful, Zifeng, if we go any further, perhaps even you will be caught up in it." She had been dealing with corpse aura all year round, so she naturally understood its power. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zifeng swallowed his saliva and continued walking forward. Finally, when he had almost reached the critical point that could be reached by ordinary people, he stopped. If he took another half step forward, the corpse aura in the sky would slowly turn him into a corpse. At this time, he suddenly saw 2 ancient, mysterious runes appear on his left and right. It shouldn't be, this is. He looked at the mysterious pattern and his expression changed. In the next moment, the center of the ancient runes. 2 eyes. It emitted a vast and ancient will, and its pair of eyes slowly opened. One eye thrived with absolute vitality. The other eye was filled with murderous intent. It was only at this moment that he and Han Yu finally understood why that feeling of unease was so familiar to them. Oh no, it's the life and death eye, Zifeng blurted out in shock. Life and death eye. Xin Xiao and Gu Xinwei were stunned. They didn't know why Zifeng's expression had suddenly changed, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. What exactly was it that could make Qi Zimo feel terror? Zifeng, what exactly is this life and death eye? For now, I don't have the time to explain it to you. Zifeng's expression changed. He bit his lips and said, Elder Zhao, Master Ancient, quickly gather as much spiritual qi as you can. You must stop him. If that expert comes, the celestial sect of wonders will suffer a bloody disaster. What cross-border expert could it be? Zifeng lowered his voice and replied coldly, he's an expert from the 1,000 Feet Mountain. It's actually him. After Zifeng slightly reminded them, Elder Zhao and Gu Yuanwu's faces immediately changed. Alright, I understand. Their voices rose to an octave, clearly much more serious than before. Even when they used the 7 stars formation in the town of Soldeath, they still couldn't do anything to each other. If they underestimated their opponent, who knew what would happen? Must go all out. Hanyue, you stop all the refining right now. Demon Fox, help me get rid of the corpse aura. As for Guiying, prepare yourself and form the bone giant finger shape. Zifeng's series of orders were like flowing water, and he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Zifeng, let's not talk about what you want. If you let others work so hard, then what will you do? Gu Xinwei looked at Zifeng strangely, not knowing what was going on in his gourd. Of course I am. Hand to hand. After all the things were done, Zifeng took a deep breath. He moved like lightning towards the Eye of Life and Death. The Ice Emperor's attack overflowed with radiance. Ice energy soared into the sky, freezing the pair of eyes at the moment it opened them. Is it a success? The demon fox's eyes suddenly widened, and in her heart, she held a sliver of hope. There were several crisp pang sounds. Large pieces of ice were split into countless pieces in an instant. The hot steam turned into white mist and drifted into the air. How could it be so simple? Zifeng frowned and said with a dark face, who would have thought that combining all the cultivation techniques of the ghost servant into one would result in such a mess? Listen carefully, if you don't want to be completely wiped out, then you must use all your strength. Don't be careless. How could he, who couldn't even deal with the Eye of Life and Death, return safely? In the next moment, black cyclones were swirling around without dispersing, just like the situation at the top of the mountain. The fierce and domineering winds swept through the entire audience in an instant. The layers of ice around the Eye of Life and Death shattered, creating crisp sounds. As time passed, the Life and Death Eye slowly opened. After a moment of silence, a low roar could be heard. Haha, Zifeng, right? After so long, we finally meet again at the peak of the mountain. Yes, where is the inheritor? Enveloped in an imposing manner, the Eye of Life and Death slightly rotated its eyeball and swept it left and right. Countless streams of air immediately became chaotic. There is no successor here. Scram back to where you came from. Zifeng looked at him coldly and turned his head to glance at the crowd. He gave them a profound look and said, Elder Zhao, Master Gu, Demon Fox, Guiying, and Hanyu, do it. He was ready for battle. Facing this Life and Death Eye, if Zifeng relaxed even a little, it might be the end of him. Zifeng understood this logic. All right. Everyone nodded their heads and replied in unison. In a short moment, countless bright lights struck the Life and Death Eye like hail. Smoke rose in all directions, the tide of strength blew up everyone's clothes, but they didn't even have time to cover their mouths and noses as they all attacked with all their might. A stream of black blood flowed down from the eye sockets of the Eye of Life and Death. A pretty good attack. However, the 7 superior cultivators of the celestial sect of wonders fought against me and forced me to retreat. Now that there are only 2 of them, do you want to force me to retreat again? The vast expanse's voice contained an indescribable sneer. Who are you bluffing at? Zifeng sneered, last time you borrowed the 1,000-year secret array of the 1,000 feet peak to cross over, and now, your method of crossing over is through this ghost servant technique's engravings. How can the two be compared? You should be honest, this time you crossed over, your current strength still has 20% of the previous strength. So what if you have 20% of my strength? With that 20%, I will still kill you. The Eye of Life and Death growled. At the same time, his dead eye suddenly widened to the extreme. Black death aura filled his pupils, and like a heavy stone, it rushed towards Zifeng. However, moments later, when the flying death aura was about to reach Zifeng, it suddenly stopped in the air as if it was out of breath, and didn't take another step forward. What, this? How is this possible? I just said, your method of crossing boundaries is through this ghost servant technique's engravings. How can the two be compared? In other words, the leaf tip paused for a moment and then raised its hand. The blood-colored flames on his fingertips burned the ghost servant method into ashes. The raging flames fell into the eyes of Qin Xiao and Gu Xinwei, and they almost didn't dare to believe it was real. Zifeng, you. However, at this moment, Zifeng did not care about Gu Xinwei and the other's interest. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Eye of Life and Death. As long as I destroy this ghost servant method and remove the thing you rely on to cross boundaries, your strength will be greatly affected. At a time like this, you can still withstand it, that attack. He slowly turned around and sneered. Attack! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541. Chapter 541. And he will read, and he will rise from the ground. Zifeng had made the arrangements beforehand. One could easily imagine the power of a deadly attack. The lingering black qi around the life and death eye disappeared in front of everyone's eyes as if it had been blown away by a fierce wind. Huff! The sound of heavy breathing was constantly stimulating people's nerves. The huge threat of the life and death eye sent chills down one's spine. How is it, did it work this time? Elder Zhao said with a focused expression. Due to him overexerting himself, his body directly spurted out a mouthful of blood and sputum. I'm afraid. Zifeng stared at the spot where the black gas had disappeared. He did not move an inch as his eyes narrowed into a line. All of a sudden, blood began to flow like a geyser from the incomparably large life and death eye in midair. The only thing that remained unchanged was the killing intent that permeated through one's entire body. His eyes were wide open like a big, bloody mouth, as if he was going to swallow someone at any moment. Zifeng, as I said before, I will be back in a year's time. You remember this. The life and death eye continued to expand, and emitted an endless amount of killing intent in the direction of Zifeng. The giant hand started to fall towards Yiwen. However, after that arrogant shout, bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive explosions resounded through the human eardrums. In the next moment, the vortex disappeared. Even the 2 giant invisible hands had disappeared without a trace. In the gloomy sky, the crack lines that were split open once again closed. After burning the second book of Yifeng's Qi method, the torrential rain from earlier had gradually calmed down, as if nothing had happened. Victory! Elder Zhao paused for a moment, swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but say. Could it be that the top expert was beaten away by us? Even now, he still found it hard to believe. It seems to be true. After Gu Yuanwu was stunned for a moment, he came back to his senses and nodded. He had participated in the formation of the 7 master teachers the last time, so he was naturally the most clear of the Eye of Life and Death's prowess. To be able to win against such an opponent, even if he had to force him to leave, it would definitely not be an easy task. Huff! Gasps could be heard from all of them. They finally felt relieved. Survival. This time, even Zifeng, who had always been calm, let out a long sigh. All right. He looked at the paper for a while before revealing a relieved smile. You all. What were they doing just now? Gu Xinwei frowned and continued. No, I should ask. Yi Feng, if you burned the entire manual, then what are you trading with me for? Are you crazy? He could pretend that nothing had happened, but he had to take into account his own personal interests. Deal. Leaves laughed lightly and shook her head. No, because of what happened just now, our deal is already over. I already, and got what I wanted. What? Not only Gu Xinwei, but even Qin Xiao was stunned and slightly raised his head. Gu Xinwei sneered, what kind of joke is this? You've always been standing here. Aside from the random fighting, when have you ever seen the world outside of your own world? You don't even know how to choose a reliable person to boast about. Then, if I tell you that I just now belonged to an expert from a foreign land, would you believe me? Gu Xinwei's eyes widened as he stared at Yi Zong. Yi Feng's words required her to believe in two things. 1. The actual existence of a foreign land. Second, Yi Feng had not only known masters from other continents, but he was also their enemy. It was very possible that they were the enemy of the 10,000 Corpses sect. Most of them had experienced the events in the dead town, so they naturally had to accept this kind of situation. However, Gu Xinwei and the others hadn't even been certain whether or not the otherworldly continent existed. This kind of thing, suddenly telling them, how could they accept it? Then, he laughed out loud and shook his head. Yi Feng, I don't care about anything else. You burn the lower part of the ghost servant cultivation technique, which also means that the deal between you and me has been broken. You can kill me, or I can kill Qin Xiao and destroy the upper part of the ghost servant cultivation technique. Yi Feng smiled, nodded, and said, that's right, you and I can both do that. Before the other side could express any attitude. He paused for a moment, then spoke again solemnly. However, after what happened just now, I have already understood that if my own strength is not enough, even if I were to merge the two books of the Ghost Servant technique into one and secretly go to a foreign land, what can I do? I might not even be able to survive and die in the hands of others, so I have decided that I will do my best to break through and then, I will just wait. Wait. With this said, Han Yue's eyes lit up. Yi Feng, what you said about waiting, could it be? That's right. In a year's time, I thought this life and death I said that he would definitely return. At that time, if he really returns to the blood-washing profound gate, that would be the time for me to use him to tear open the space. When we go to the continent from another world, Yi Feng's words were sonorous and forceful. Gu Xinwei's eyes widened. He had never expected that the result of this experiment would be a win-win situation. In the end, it turned out to be this result. Alright, Gu Xinwei. Since the ghost servant cultivation technique is no longer useful to me, the transaction between us has ended. As far as you are concerned, now is the time. Choose what? Gu Xinwei frowned and stared blankly at Yi Feng. Now, either you kill Qin Xiao, I kill you, or you release Qin Xiao, I release you, I get my reward, you get your freedom. Alright, don't be in a hurry to answer me. I know you are suspicious. Just by saying that, you won't believe me. Yi Feng looked at Gu Xinwei with a faint smile, straightened his face, and continued. So, I'll leave the initiative to you. After you remove this black bracelet for us, I'll let you escape. You escape to a place that you feel is about the same, then you'll release Qin Xiao. Of course, I'll at most let you escape for 4 hours. 4 hours, huh? For those experts who were chasing the fugitive, 4 hours of time was indeed enough for one cultivator to escape far away. Yi Feng's conditions were very loose. It's not a bad suggestion. However, Yi Feng, do you really plan to hide this for me? You should know that so many people are watching. There are not many people here. Apart from ghost servants, who else? Gu Xinwei raised his eyes and looked at Demon Fox, Han Yu, and the others. For example, they. Yi Xi shook her head with a long smile. It's alright, they are people I trust. They will definitely keep their mouths shut. Ha. Trust? If you say you trust, then you must trust, Qin Shao snorted coldly, intentionally glancing at Gu Xinwei. From her point of view, Gu Xinwei could betray even 10 years of friendship for a misty hope, not to mention the so-called trust from Yifeng. Then, let me ask you a question. Have you heard of puppet pills? Yifeng squinted his eyes. What? Puppet pill? You gave it to them? How did you get it? Qin Shao was stunned as he blurted out. Soon after, she swept a glance at Demon Fox and the others. Seeing the helplessness in their eyes, her heart was startled. You don't need to worry about how I obtained the puppet core. In short, they've already consumed it. Now, do you have any other questions? Leaves faintly smiled. This. Yifeng stared at Qin Shao and paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, I really don't know why you destroyed my platform. Everything I said now, isn't it exactly to save you? Save me, hee hee. On Qin Zhao's pretty face, a sinister smile appeared. Yifeng, I am not a 3-year-old child, but your words are rather nice. You clearly said that you wanted to use me to exchange for a reward, but now that I have been imprisoned in the heaven prison of the spirit martial sect, do you know what kind of torture I will suffer? There was a moment of silence. However, Yifeng's expression did not change at all. If you have the guts to commit suicide, please do so. Otherwise, the person who will decide this matter right now will not be you. Yifeng smiled and shook his head, then looked towards Gu Xinwei. Is that right, Gu Xinwei? Gu Xinwei froze for a moment before nodding with a sneer. He glanced at Qin Shao. That's right. With Qin Zhao's life and death in my hands, even if you don't agree, there's nothing you can do. It's just like what Yifeng said. If you have the guts, then commit suicide. Otherwise, shut up. Listening to you say this, Gu Xinwei, I'll take it that you've agreed. A bright light flashed across Yifeng's eyes as he said with a smile. That's right, you can think of it this way, Gu Xinwei said solemnly. It was not as if enemies and enemies did not have the same opinion of the same thing. That's good. Then I'll give you 4 hours. It's your fate to be able to escape. Even if you can't escape, this is your fate. What do you think? Okay, Yifeng, you are a straightforward person, so I won't hesitate. Now, let's get the spiritual energy over with and I'll untie the black bracelet for you. Immediately after, Gu Xinwei was really straightforward. He released a mouthful of his own spiritual qi from a distance and injected it into everyone's body. Once the black bracelet started circulating the spirit energy, it loosened up slightly. Crack! The bracelet slowly fell down. Since that's the case, let's begin then, Yi Zichen revealed a playful smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542. Chapter 542. Gu Xinwei's body moved like lightning, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The demon fox took a step forward. She looked at Yifeng with a puzzled expression and sighed. Sigh. Yifeng, I really admire you. You fought with that Gu Xinwei servant Hua. What's wrong with that? You just have to create new problems and make things so complicated. Han Yu also walked forward and shook her head. That's right. On this matter, I agree with the demon fox. Moreover, if Gu Xinwei were to let Servant Li run for 4 hours now, he might not be able to catch up. Who knows what kind of corner he'll hide in later. Are we done? Yifeng slightly smiled, with a profound look in his eyes. I've finished. The demon fox and Hanyu looked at each other, and stared at each other in astonishment. From the looks of it, Yi Zifeng seemed to have made this decision after careful consideration. At the very least, he had already considered the worries of Demon Fox and Hanyu. If you're finished, then I'll summarize it. First of all, there's still a lot of time. There's still 2 days until the true end, and what I want is a living Qin Shao. You? The demon fox was just about to say something else when she remembered that Zifeng only said the first point. She immediately suppressed the emotions in her heart and said, "All right, what else do you want to say? Go on, dot." Yifeng nodded and smiled. Second, how Gu Xinwei escaped, or he escaped to, all the circumstances are. He took a few more steps forward and placed a dazzling crystal ball in front of everyone. This crystal ball has appeared. What? The crowd was aghast. Yifeng slightly touched the crystal ball with his hand. Inside, Qin Shao and Gu Xinwei's appearances were clearly displayed. Their movements and smiles were especially clear. Upon seeing this scene, even Elder Zhao and Gu Yuanwu were shocked. The scene in the crystal ball was, without a doubt, something that could only be accomplished by relying on Yifeng's own strength. It had nothing to do with those two experts. Really? Yifeng, when did you do this? You even know where he is, dot. About this, actually. Right in front of your eyes, when I still dropped the black bracelet, Yixi's words were straightforward and had a kind of indescribable aura. Black bracelet, could it be? Elder Zhao was stunned as he looked at Yifeng in disbelief. That's right, I've long set up a formation to capture my enemies. When Gu Xinwei took away my bracelet just now, he also fell into my formation at the same time. This. As soon as these words came out, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The trap that others had set for Yifeng had not only become a condition for Yifeng to negotiate, it had also become the best weapon to counter his opponent. Who would have thought that there would be another hidden trap in her trap? To do the same, dot. Yifeng, you, the demon fox and Han Yu were stunned for a moment. Then, they smiled helplessly and looked towards Yifeng, so that's how it is. You are powerful. Is there anything else? Yicheng smiled lightly and continued, and the third and most important point, who said that I would be there? I will make my move 4 hours later. Oh. At the same time, the eyes of the surrounding people lit up. He kept running without stopping. An hour passed. Gu Xinwei's expression was solemn. He listened to all directions and looked in every direction. All around, silence reigned. He turned around, but there was no one behind him. Huff, he let out a long breath, relaxed a little bit. Heh, Gu Xinwei, why are you so angry? Don't believe me. In my opinion, 4 hours is just a cover. If you believe this without a doubt, you might be defeated. Fake, you have already repeated this line 3 times. Qin Shao, I don't need you to decide my thoughts. Shut your mouth. The next moment, Gu Xinwei's sharp sword whistled through the air, directly aiming at Qin Zhao's chest. The sword ruthlessly slashed across the air. The rustling fresh blood was just like snowflakes as it drifted down. Why did you hurt me? If you have the ability, then just kill me. Qin Shao groaned as she screamed hysterically. Although she was afraid of death, her endurance towards pain was much stronger than that of ordinary people. She paused for a moment before continuing. I told you the truth out of the kindness of my heart, but you still repay me with kindness. I also don't know what sin I did in my previous life that caused me to know you. She tightly clenched her snow-white teeth and said with a frown. Ugh, Gu Xinwei was actually a bit unsure. To him, the lower part of the ghost servant cultivation technique had been destroyed. More than 10 years of hard work had been wasted. This caused him to suffer for a short period of time, and many things he didn't want to think about. He left everything to instinct. Now, with Qin Shao calling out to him like this, coupled with the fact that he was alone with him, his crazy eyes started to recover a little bit. Then what do you mean to do? You should know that a total of 4 hours is already an extremely awkward time span. If you try your best to escape, you might actually be able to escape. In other words, if I think about one of your questions, I'm going to waste my time. In that case, in the end, you're still not willing to believe me. Qin Xiao shook his head with a smile as he replied with another question. Gu Xinwei froze for a moment, then tightly bit his lips. I'm sorry. Honestly speaking, since I've treated you like this, it's not too much for you to take revenge on me. Therefore, not only do I have to guard against Yi Zifeng, I have to guard against you as well. There was no doubt about Qin Zhao's strength. Even if Gu Xinwei had taught him some of the ghost servant's control, in terms of talent and other aspects of strength, she surpassed Gu Xinwei. Otherwise, she would have done her best to help Gu Xinwei. Sigh. I'm afraid Yi Feng is thinking like this. He thinks that the two of us will not work together and will be defeated by the two of us. If that's the case, I will be taken away by the spirit martial sect and suffer inhuman torture. What you suffer will be Yi Feng's torture, and it might not be any better than mine. Qin Xiao sighed slightly and said sternly. Gu Xinwei, do you really hope that something like this will happen? Of course not, it's just that. Gu Xinwei helplessly looked at Qin Xiao. His expression was somewhat cold. Even so, I still won't believe you. You? Something that cannot be saved. Qin Xiao's beautiful eyes widened as she pursed her red lips. After a long while, she shook her head and recovered. Forget it, since you're so stubborn, I won't bother about you anymore. Then, looking at how things were back then, let me remind you one last time that the situation around you has gradually changed. You are about to fall into the cage Yi Feng prepared for you. What's going on? Gu Xinwei froze when he heard this, looking around him. Even the slightest movement could catch his attention at this moment. During this entire process, his footsteps did not stop at all. He used all of his strength and flew forward at full speed. Don't look around, pay attention to your. Understood. Beneath my feet. As he pulled Gu Xinwei's attention away, the corner of Qin Zhao's mouth raised into a strange arc. He spread his hands and fell backwards, almost falling to the ground. This. Gu Xinwei froze for a moment, realizing that something was wrong. Therefore, he immediately stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Qin Xiao. After all, Qin Zhao's existence was the biggest bargaining chip for Yi Feng. However, it was already too late. Now is the time. Suddenly, a deep yet familiar voice rang out near him. Yi Feng's voice. On the ground, strong rays of light broke through the cracks in the ground as countless soul threads wrapped around Qin Zhao's body. It was like a cocoon, tightly wrapping around her from inside out. Gu Xinwei's sudden grab was blocked by the strong light and failed. Yi Feng, you bastard! He cursed under his breath, but before he could grab it again, a huge force lifted him up from the ground. What? Floating dust, layer upon layer, like a whirlwind, was so dense that it was difficult to open one's eyes. In fact, in less than 4 hours, leaves had already taken action. On this point, he was actually mentally prepared. However, all of his attention was on his surroundings and even his spiritual will. He never would have thought that Yi Feng would have hidden the chess piece at his feet. If it wasn't for the fact that they were familiar with his movements and making a prediction, it would be impossible for them to succeed in ambushing him. The cold chi from the giant finger combined with its incredible power made a good sneak attack. Yi Feng! He let out a furious roar as he took one last look at Qin Zhao's position. Gritting his teeth, he made the decision to give up in the shortest amount of time possible. Yi Feng had arranged everything appropriately this time. His primary goal was to save Gu Xinwei and ensure his own reward, not to capture Gu Xinwei. Thus, Gu Xinwei currently used all of his strength and rushed forward. It was truly difficult to stop him. What do we do, Yi Feng? Are we still going to chase after him now? The demon fox asked as she looked at Gu Xinwei's back from afar. She couldn't help but frown. Capturing Gu Xinwei might not be too beneficial to Yi Feng, at least for the time being. Moreover, the lack of evidence made it more likely that Gu Xinwei would bite him in reverse. After all, he seemed to have a certain position in the spiritual martial force. That's right, Zifeng. We should ensure that we have a vested interest in dealing with Qin Shao at full power, so as to prevent her from escaping or committing suicide. We should go chase after that Gu Xinwei. Let's decide, Han Yu said seriously as she stared at Zifeng. Zifeng smiled and looked into the distance. Of course. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543. Chapter 543. Cut the grass at its roots. A fierce look appeared in Zifeng's eyes. After he finished speaking, his figure had already rushed forward. Ho hua, a cool breeze blew. Zifeng moved like the wind. When the others saw this, they were stunned for a moment before quickly following him. Oh! Spirit Shadow said with a puzzled tone as he chuckled. Zifeng, you've changed your personality this time. In the past, when we dealt with the Zhou family, we were basically going to let them off. Who would have thought that this time, you actually decided to be ruthless? There's no absolute in everything, just let some people go because even if they grow up, they won't be able to threaten me. I don't want to cause any problems, but Gu Xinwei is different. In Zifeng's eyes, there was an indescribably cold aura. Keep Gu Xinwei, we have to get rid of all future troubles. Elder Zhao, you stay behind to watch over Qin Shao. Master Ancient, I trouble you to chase after him with me. Elder Zhao scolded, stinking brat, when you order people around, you seem to be quite familiar with the road. Gu Yuan Wu. Even though they cursed him, they still did as he said. Since he had already helped Yi Zichen, he might as well go all the way to the end. All of a sudden, half of his soul consciousness flew towards Yi Zifeng at a faster speed. Although Gu Xinwei had tried his best to escape with his wounds, he still couldn't escape too far. Huff! Finally, at a corner, an endless stream of ice auroras froze all the way there. The cold energy entered his body and he staggered before falling to the ground. Thick blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was suffering from the pain. The outline of Zifeng's body gradually became clear in front of him. Zifeng, you. Zifeng looked up with a serious expression. Gu Xinwei, you've completely lost. This short sentence had a threatening aura to it. I lost. Gu Xinwei froze for a moment before sneering. The madness on his face once again appeared. He stared fiercely at Zifeng and blurted out. What kind of joke is this? I, Gu Xinwei, have plotted and schemed for more than 10 years in the spirit martial sect, painstakingly managed to betray even Qin Shao, who trusted me, for the sake of my ideals. How could I have lost like this? It's absolutely impossible. If not, why would I do this? His lips moved as if he had really gone mad. You've made a decision, but you can't bear the consequences corresponding to it. The gap between reality and your dreams can't be filled in by your one-sided imagination. Zifeng smiled and shook his head. Never mind, maybe I don't have the right to talk about you myself. At the same time, his figure flashed in the air. In an instant, the sword intent on the purple lightning flying sword surged. 1 inch of radiance after another grew larger in front of Gu Xinwei's eyes, almost reaching his body. Bam! Dot! Gu Xinwei immediately let out a growl and drew out his sword to block at the first moment, finally neutralizing the momentum of the flying sword. This wasn't the end. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the air, another 3 consecutive sword flowers attacked Gu Xinwei once again. At this time, he was sweating profusely, without any time to spare. He was no longer as calm as he had been when they first met. Bastard! Gu Xinwei forced himself to raise his hand, gritting his teeth as he loudly cursed. The power of the flower was resolved by Gu Xinwei with one hand. However, right at this moment, an extremely cold aura instantly filled his surroundings. What? Gu Xinwei suddenly became overwhelmed with shock. So that's how it is, frost attack, you wanna freeze me while I'm unprepared? No, you're only half right. Zifeng looked at her blandly, and an indescribable smile appeared on his face. You have to know, without a chance to win, why would I chase after you? In the next moment, a bright light suddenly rose from the sword flower. The raging black flames rose straight up into the sky. Gu Yuanwu's spiritual will actually wrapped around it. As such, Gu Xinwei had never thought that this would be the Ice Emperor's sword attack that contained the spiritual will. Thanks to you, this time you are going to kill me. Gu Yuanwu glared viciously at Gu Xinwei, but he also held quite a bit of hatred towards him. At the same time, the black flames shot out of the ice and struck Gu Xinwei's body. The streams of fire were all dodged by Gu Xinwei. However, there would occasionally be a few flames that would pierce through Gu Xinwei's defenses, but at this moment, Gu Xinwei's body was ablaze with anxiety. Die for this old man. Gu Xinwei obviously didn't have any good impression of Gu Yuanwu. Not only did he lie to Zifeng, he almost killed him. Forcing him to come here was truly killing him. The few flames that had pierced through Gu Xinwei's defenses suddenly grew in size at the same time, and burned as fiercely as they could. Ah! A heart-wrenching cry of pain came from Gu Xinwei's throat. The taste of being roasted by the raging flames was easy to imagine. Moreover, it was the special black flame of the ancient origin martial skill. How could ordinary fire compare to it? Zifeng, I'll kill you. Although Gu Xinwei's face was in pain, his anger still raged. Then come, what are you still waiting for? Zifeng smiled and gestured a please to him. However, at this moment, Gu Xinwei could only stare at Zifeng's actions. He couldn't do anything, he just stood there motionlessly. He couldn't even protect himself, so it was impossible for him to kill Zifeng. Minutes and seconds passed. The immense pain caused Gu Xinwei to gradually arch his back. Due to the heat, his entire body turned scarlet, and his skin began to crack outwards. Save! Save me! Calling for help from the enemies, Gu Xinwei, do you know what you're saying? Who? Who asked you for help? I said. Qin Shao. At this moment, Gu Xinwei was tightly biting his teeth, his facial muscles contorted. Even a single word from him was extremely reluctant. Qin Shao, ha! Ha, you betrayed her like that. Now that you've encountered your own life, it's time to think of her. Do you even have any face left for you? Hearing this, Gu Xinwei was speechless for a moment. Zifeng's words reached his sore spot, causing him to be unable to refute a single word. Sigh. Zifeng, maybe you're right. Zifeng looked at Gu Xinwei, unsure of what to do. Gu Xinwei looked a bit strange, so he knitted his eyebrows vigilantly. No, don't worry. I am not scheming anything. I am already dead, so before I die, I want to say a few more words. He used the remaining spiritual energy in his body to resist the corrosion of the black flames. In this short period of time, he could return to normal and speak. Is it my last words? As long as it's not begging, I don't mind listening to it. Zifeng looked at him sternly and nodded his head. You can probably put it that way. Actually, I just wanted to ask you for a message to Qin Shao. There's another thing I want you to say, it's for you. Oh. Zifeng's eyes lit up. He looked at Gu Yuanwu slightly and thought, Master Gu, take it easy. Don't kill yourself in an instant. Of course, you have to be careful and not relax. As soon as Gu Xinwei understood, a part of the black flames was removed and Gu Xinwei was no longer burned. Gu Xinwei's pressure had slightly lessened. His originally hoarse voice had returned to normal. The thing I want to ask you to pass on to Qin Shao is. Actually, the reason why I can't promise her anything and hate her is because. He let out a heavy sigh and suddenly took off the dragon mark belt on his body. Gu Xinwei, what are you doing? Seeing that, Zifeng put his hand on his sword as if he was going to step forward and attack with his sword at any moment. However, in the next moment, he understood Gu Xinwei's meaning. Since the dragon mark belt was gone, the tunic fell down along with the bun that had accompanied him for so many years. What entered Yi Ziqian's eyes was actually a set of tight clothes, a chest that was proudly raised, and that head. Beautiful long hair. Gu Xinwei slowly peeled off a human skin mask from his face. A beautiful and delicate face, a beauty that could topple the heavens, and a figure with curves in the curves, appeared in front of Yifeng. What I want you to tell her is that I'm actually a woman. What, you? Yifeng's eyes widened as he looked at Gu Xinwei in disbelief. Suddenly, he remembered the scene from before. When he wanted to hug Gu Xinwei had been pushed away in disgust. Only now did he realize that this Gu Xinwei, it was actually a girl. The shock was so great that even Yifeng was unable to say anything for a moment. This? How could it be like this? It's fine with me, you've known her for 10 years, but can't she tell it all? What? I was the one who taught her the art of disguising herself. I can naturally guarantee that she won't reveal anything on the surface, and the main thing is that she believes that I. When Gu Xinwei thought of this, he sighed deeply, not knowing what to say. I wanted to tell her about this a long time ago, but I was afraid that she would leave me behind and say that I had lied to her. It took me 10 years. Now that things have developed to this point, even I am unable to predict it. Yifeng calmed himself down a bit and smiled. All right. I know, I will tell her that. Gu Xinwei lowered his head. Many thanks. Then there's also something I want to tell you. Gu Xinwei lowered his head. Many thanks. Then there's also something I want to tell you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544. Chapter 544. Gu Xinwei, what do you want to say to me? Yifeng sighed and raised his head. At this moment, when Gu Xinwei's long hair draped over his shoulders, he still felt that something was off. Thus, he waved his hand, signaling Gu Yuanwu to be ready at any time, just in case. The raging black flames burned fiercely, floating in the air as if they would fall down at any moment, causing people's hearts to tremble. What I want to tell you is about the reward. Gu Xinwei took a deep breath and looked at Yi Zifeng's position. Reward. Yifeng was stunned and looked at the other person with interest. Oh, if you want to talk about rewards, I'd like to listen to it seriously. Tell me the specifics. After you capture Qin Shao, very soon, the best academy in Starfall City, Earth-rank pill refiners classes, will be given to you. However, this is just a surface phenomenon. Yifeng frowned. What are you trying to say? Based on my understanding of the spirit martial sect, the rewards they give will have a purpose. Therefore, they did not hesitate to break through the barrier and send you to Starfall City. I'm afraid that they have their own motives. With my understanding of the spirit martial sect, the rewards they give will have a purpose. In that case, are you worried about my life? Yifeng paused for a moment and replied, but, even if you want to get close to me, even if you're a woman, it's useless. The judgment I, Yifeng, make has nothing to do with these things. What an unsincere and uninteresting man, who would worry about your life. Gu Xinwei unhappily glared at Yifeng. Look at you, no woman will like you. When the demon fox heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Just as she raised her head to say something, her gaze collided with Han Yu's. The two of them looked at each other without speaking. They were biting their lips and neither of them said a word. Gu Xinwei was also aware of this small detail, and immediately smiled sweetly. So that's how it is. I've finally found the reason why these women are following you. Yifeng, you're quite the rare one. It takes a lot of effort to find just one of these women, but you have 3 on your side. Unfortunately, to them, it's all a one-sided affair. I'm afraid you've never liked anyone in your entire life. Enough. Yifeng slightly frowned and shrugged his shoulders. For a moment, he did not say anything. How was it possible for him to not like anyone? Deep in his heart, he could not help but think of the familiar figure with many curves in the Xianwu continent. At the same time, the image of Liu Bingqian flashed through his mind. This. After a while, he said with a serious face, "Are you done talking? Could it be that this is all of your last words?" Then, one last sentence, Gu Shenwei cleared his throat and sternly said, "Today you defeated me because of your strength. I also believe in your potential, so, if one day you can also reach a higher peak, can you promise me? Let Qin Xiao out and let her enjoy the life of a normal person. Release her. I saw what you did to her. I thought she was your enemy or something." Yifeng frowned. "Besides, this is a joke. What good is it to me if I do this? The advantage is that the current me doesn't need you guys to kill me. What do you think?" Gu Shenwei's tone was extremely flat, as if he was narrating other people's affairs, and had nothing to do with him. Suicide. Indeed, if Gu Shenwei didn't resist and directly committed suicide, not only would he save Yuan a lot of time, but he also wouldn't need to dirty his hands. Even if the spirit martial sect tried to investigate and found out that Gu Shenwei had committed suicide, they wouldn't be able to find out about Yifeng and target him. Well, yes. I promise you, if that day ever comes, I will make the decision to release Qin Xiao. Then. Many thanks. Gu Shenwei's beautiful face revealed a bright smile in the direction of Yifeng. Her eyes were empty and confused. What exactly am I doing? He's just a friend. Then, a sword light flashed and blood spurted out. At the entrance of the forbidden grounds of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. It's been 10 days. It's finally the 10th day. There's only an hour left until the official conclusion. Yi Shuai trotted all the way to the front, occasionally turning her head back. She saw that Ren Xingtian and the others had been left far behind by her. She pouted and said, "Master, your movements are too slow. It was in vain for you to call yourself master. Right now, you can't even keep up with my speed." Sigh. "It's not that I'm slow, it's that you're too agitated." Ren Xingtian helplessly shook his head and pointed at a young girl beside him. "Shui, learn more about Bingqian when you're free. Look at her, she's just so calm and unhurried. How is she like you? She's just like a monkey. Where is the girl's modesty?" Yi Shui raised her head. She wanted to see Liu Bingqian's appearance and learn from her. However, the person that entered his sight was a pale Liu Bingqian. What do we do? We'll see Yifeng soon. I wonder how he is doing. If something happens to him, then Bingqian Jia, you. As she continuously chanted, Yi Shui suddenly felt that it was quite funny. Liu Bingqian could no longer remain calm. She was clearly more nervous than she was. Even her courage to face reality was almost gone. However, before Yi Shui could say anything, at this time, there was only a squeak sound. The moment the gate to the forbidden ground of the Celestial Sect of Wonders opened, a dense amount of spiritual energy floated out. However, if a person were to stand at the entrance of the mountain and look around, his vision would be filled with wounds and ruins. What? How could this be? Could it be that there has been some kind of great battle here? From the looks of it, there must have been more than one big battle. Yi Feng's life is in danger. I wonder how many bodies we'll find in this pile of ruins. I wonder if there's anyone with Yifeng. The crowd of disciples that were under the Celestial Sect of Wonders, upon seeing this, began to discuss among themselves. Yifeng, where are you? Come out quickly. That's right. This time, we are accompanying the new messenger from the Spiritual Martial Academy. If you don't come out, the reward you have will be gone, As the sound of his voice faded, he heard the rustling of the grass and the rustling of the wind. Within the underbrush, there seemed to be scattered noises. The new messenger of the spiritual martial sect, Niezun, slowly walked out from Rinxingtian's side and walked to the front. He scanned the area with his tiger-like eyes. He did not get angry, but instead, showed his might. Who is it? Come out, I can already feel your aura. At the same time, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Xinju Xian, First Master Heartless. Seeing this, everyone looked at him in shock. That's right. Are you that surprised to see me? Do you really think that I, Xinju, would die in a place like this? Ren Xingtian pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but hesitated. In fact, he felt somewhat embarrassed to say that although Xinju was not the worst teacher in terms of strength, he was still the last. Even if he died carelessly, it was not impossible. Liu Bingqian licked her lips and hurriedly rushed forward. Master, it's great that you're fine. Oh right, where's Zifeng? Where is he? Ah, this disciple of yours. I just said one sentence and I'm already concerned about him. Don't worry, he's fine. Although there was a hint of blame in Xinju's words, in terms of tone, there was a huge change compared to before. What? Old man Sua and Sage Lu stood to the side, looking on in disbelief. Zifeng was actually fine, how was this possible? One had to know that the difficulty of this mission was so great that even a high master might not be able to complete it. Then, why should he, Zifeng? Furthermore, Xinju's tone clearly changed, as if his view of Zifeng had changed a lot after this mission. Before, she almost wanted to beat Zifeng half to death. No matter how she looked at him, he was not pleasing to her eyes. Master Qin, since you said Zifeng is fine, then where is he right now? Liu Bingqian couldn't suppress the joy and excitement in her heart as she blurted out. He's here. At this moment, the newly arrived messenger, Niezun, tightly closed his eyes. Then, he suddenly opened them and looked behind him. Here. Sure enough, looking in the direction that Niezun was pointing, a man in green clothes was currently heading towards everyone. With a few steps, he quickly rushed over. It was the tip of the leaf. Zifeng. Brute brother. Brother Zifeng. Shouts rose and fell. The moment everyone saw Zifeng, they all exploded. It was as intense as it could get. You are. Zifeng, Niezun's eyes slightly narrowed. If there was any meaning in looking at Zifeng, no one knew what he was thinking. Indeed, you are. Zifeng looked up with beads of sweat on his face, as if he had just trained. I am the envoy from the spiritual martial school who came in place of Gu Xinwei. My name is Niezun, and the 10-day limit has arrived. I came here to check on the situation. Your team, to hunt down the fugitives, your target is Qin Shao, right? How many people are left? And, whether Qin Shao is alive or dead, the rewards will be different depending on the circumstances. So that's how it is. As for the rest of the people, it's just me and Master Qin. As for Qin Shao, I called you. Come out quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545. Chapter 545. What? There are only 2 people left. Also, Zifeng, did you not tie Qin Shao up? She will not be able to move freely. Niezun's expression flickered. He stared at the underbrush and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He couldn't help being on guard. At this moment, ta. The sound of sparse footsteps came from behind the bushes. A girl dressed in green had snow-white skin and clear eyes, as if she had walked out of a painting. She was so beautiful that she could not be described as beautiful. However, from head to toe, she was disheveled. Zifeng, you beast. After catching me, you actually treat me like this. It turned out that Qin Shao was the same as Zifeng. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, and the rough outline of her body could be seen. What are you talking about, the 2 of you? Could it be that in that bush just now? Liu Bingqian stood at the side and looked at Qin Xiao in surprise. She then turned her head to look at Zifeng, not daring to think further. Yi Shui also tightly stared at Qin Xiao with a pair of angry eyes. You all! What are you thinking about? Don't ruin my innocence for no reason. Qin Xiao gasped heavily. He was the first to raise his head as he snapped out. While I was injured, Yifeng actually absorbed half of my spiritual energy, causing my martial arts realm to fall again and again. Meanwhile, he himself reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial disciple realm. When these words were spoken, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Everyone, including Liu Bingqian and Yi Shui, were shocked speechless. 9th level of the martial disciple stage. I remember that before this, he was only at the 6th level of the martial disciple stage. Is that so? In the process of chasing and killing a fugitive, he broke through the 3rd level in 10 days. Moreover, he did not even let go of the spiritual energy of the fugitive. He has truly utilized everything he could use to the extreme. Exhausted. Even if it was a fugitive, as long as it could help him increase his cultivation level without touching the rules, Yifeng would naturally do the same. Currently, the 10-day deadline had not arrived. Before returning Qin Xiao to the Spirit Martial Sect, Yifeng had indeed not violated the rules of the Spirit Martial Sect by absorbing her spiritual qi. Furthermore, Qin Xiao's strength was constantly being drained from her body. In addition to her injuries, even if she was allowed to move freely, it would still be difficult for her to pose any threat to Yifeng. One shot, 2 condors. Time is up. Since the two of you have successfully captured the fugitive, Qin Xiao, and you are even going to capture him alive, please follow me back to the spiritual martial sect and determine the reward. All right. Yifeng smiled and nodded his head, then. There are also some disciples of the celestial sect of wonders who escaped in battle. If the total number of rewards was fixed, then the more people who got the points, the less would be given to Yifeng. In this situation, from a benefit perspective, it was undoubtedly the best for Yifeng. Niezun snorted coldly. It's already good enough that those who escaped during the war didn't receive any punishment. If you still want a reward, the spiritual martial sect will never give it away. They definitely won't raise idle people. So that's how it is. This method is really simple and straightforward. What are we waiting for? Let's quickly go to the spiritual martial sect and verify the final reward. Yifeng smiled, and a bright light flashed across his eyes. Let's go. Wang Rui's courtyard, guest hall. Reporting, Master Wang, Yifeng, and the others. Breathe in, speak leisurely. Wang Rui was currently in his room, meditating and recovering his qi. Hearing what was said, he slightly frowned. Furthermore, in the past few days, I've thought it through. Even if Yifeng managed to escape that fugitive's clutches and live his life, he would have let him go. No, Master, Yifeng not only caught the fugitive and broke through to the 9th level of the martial disciple realm, but he also obtained the approval of the Spirit Martial Sect. He will be heading to Meteorite City soon and go to the Best Wind in Verse Academy there. After a moment of silence, it was terrifyingly still. What did you say? Wang Rui's vital energy dissipated in one breath, and he almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, any nonsense about being content had long since been tossed to the back of his mind. Are you kidding me? I heard that the Spirit Martial Sect arranged for a fugitive in the 9th level of difficulty to brutally kill Yifeng. There shouldn't be any problems. This is definitely not possible. Master, this is real. How could I dare lie to you? A errand boy truly had no reason to deceive Wang Rui. He didn't even dare to do that. Ugh, hearing this, Wang Tianxi frowned. His face was extremely gloomy as he looked up at Wang Rui. Half of his face was covered with gauze, and he looked like an old injury that had yet to heal. Uncle Rui, you promised me that Yifeng would definitely die in this mission. But look, not only is he alive and well, he even got such great benefits. How am I supposed to endure this? Heaven's will, alas, I didn't expect this either. Wang Rui paced back and forth a few steps with a hint of absent-mindedness on his face. Speaking of which, Yifeng, your luck is a bit too good. It's simply unimaginable that you could survive to complete the mission under such circumstances. He sighed with emotion and interrupted Wang Tianji. Wang Tianji spoke coldly, Uncle Rui, don't say anything. It's already like this. If you don't want to do it, I will do it myself. Otherwise, Yifeng will think I am easy to bully. You only know how to make a move, did your brain get crushed by a door? Wang Rui looked at Wang Tianji unhappily and continued, come back. I'll call you back. Did you hear me? However, Wang Tianji didn't stop moving. He kept walking straight outside. Bastard, why are you pretending to be deaf? I'll call you back. Wang Tianji, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear. All right, come back. Tianji, I'll help you. Can't I help you? Wang Rui unhappily sighed and helplessly shook his head. Ignoring the fact that he was related to Wang Tianji by blood, Wang Rui was also thinking about suppressing Yifeng. Wang Tianji was overjoyed. He quickly turned his head, thank you, Uncle Rui. I knew that Uncle Rui was the best. With Uncle Rui, everything will be fine. Don't praise me so highly. The spiritual martial sect is escorting Yifeng to the Starfall City. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to do anything along the way. Wang Rui frowned slightly. He raised his head, opened the door, and looked out into the distance. If I can't do anything on the way, then it seems like I can only use my connections in Star City and suppress Yifeng over there. Within the Celestial Sect of Wonders. The guards in charge of the barrier were idle and whispered amongst themselves. Hey, have you heard? That spiritual master Yifeng might be heading towards Starfall City in the near future. What? That can't be. Entering Starfall City means opening a spirit formation. Will the higher-ups of the mysterious gate really do such a thing? Of course, it's not the upper echelons of the mysterious gate. The person who has opened the spirit formation is someone from the spirit martial sect. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Yifeng is already here, A guard dressed in gray raised his trembling hand and pointed at a spot not far away. Sure enough, it was Yifeng and the others. Bingqian, Shui, and Qingxian, you can just deliver it here. The rest of the way, the spirit martial sect will bring me there to break the barrier. With a faint smile, Yifeng turned his head around and slightly nodded his head in acknowledgement to Senior Nie of the spiritual martial force. But Yi Shui tightly pursed her red lips, appearing as if she wanted to say something. In the end, she mustered up her courage. Brother Zifeng, the last time we were chasing the fugitive, I was unable to go with you, which caused me to worry for a whole 10 days. Now, you're going to Star City by yourself, I'm afraid. If something were to happen to you, I will. Pa, Jinx, what nonsense are you spouting? Qingxian's expression was calm as she said unhappily. With Yi Zifeng's ability, so what if he's in Starfall City? Isn't he just a bit stronger than the Heavenly Lost City? What's there to be proud of? The people over there, could they be much stronger than the people over there? In my opinion, compared to worrying about his safety, it's better to think about it and see if he will be taken away by some new woman. Xing Wei chuckled, and just as he was about to speak, his leg had already received a heavy stomp from Qingxian. Right now, Qingxian felt that her chances of success were slim. If she had added another woman into the mix, then she would completely lose all hope. Liu Bingqian lowered her head silently, her lips red and her teeth white. Her face revealed an enchanting blush that went all the way down to her neck. Yifeng was stunned. He looked at Liu Bingqian in suspicion. Bingqian, what happened to you? Brute brother, Shui and Xingxian were right, I was worried about your safety, but at the same time. Will you meet some good woman, and then forget about me just like that? So, before bidding you farewell, can you promise me a request? Oh, it's a rare request. I rarely hear of you making a request to me, Bingqian. Yifeng smiled warmly and nodded. Speak, what is your request? As long as it is something that I can accomplish, I will agree to it. Rest assured, you will definitely be able to do so. The bashfulness on Liu Bingqian's face became more and more obvious. Under Yifeng's confusion, she quickly ran towards Yifeng and almost ran into his arms. Because, what I want, is precisely yours, Yifeng. As the sound of his voice faded, her cheeks were red as she stood on her tiptoes. Just when she was about to reach Yici's thin lips, she lightly kissed him. Her actions were like a dragonfly dipping into water, light to the taste. A kiss. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546. Chapter 546. The rest of them all looked at Liu Bingqian with wide eyes. This. Yi Shui even opened her mouth widely as her face was incomparably red. She exclaimed, Sister Bingqian, you. Liu Bingqian's cheeks were flushed red, her eyes were like small lacquer, and her soft cherry lips were burning hot, emitting an orchid-like fragrance. She bit her lip. She didn't dare raise her head again, didn't dare say a word. It was as if she had used up all her strength just by standing. No one would have thought that Liu Bingqian would kiss Yifeng in front of so many people. Cough cough, her delicate body trembled slightly. Even when she had calmed down, she had been frightened by the actions just now. However, all of this seemed to be extremely difficult to control. Everything seemed to be logical and logical. There was a moment of silence. To her, it felt like several years had passed. Bingqian. Yifeng recovered from the shock and said, I have something to say to you. No, don't, I beg you, don't answer me, okay? Hearing this, Liu Bingqian clenched her fist. The incident where she overheard Yifeng's monologue had left a shadow in her heart. At one point, it had caused her to lose sleep. Please, just keep protecting the silence. I don't want to hear the answer. But, Yifeng looked deeply at Liu Bingqian. I've already said that you are not allowed to tell me the answer. Otherwise, I will hate you for your entire life and keep my word. Liu Bingqian's pretty face turned pale and her breathing quickened. Niazun raised his head, looked at the sky, and coldly said as he watched the scene expressionlessly. Yifeng, I have to remind you. It's getting late, and the time for the barrier to open is once a week. After the hour, you have to wait one more week. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. They also understood that if they waited another week, who knew what might happen? After all, the decisions of the upper echelons could change at any moment. Alright, I'll listen to you. Since time is so tight, let's go. Yi Zichen looked up and looked at a hexagonal light array in the distance. Everyone, Zifeng will take his leave. Niazun nodded in approval. He admired a person who could maintain absolute clarity of mind at any time. On the other side, when Liu Bingqian heard that he was going to leave, she felt a little bit disappointed and at the same time, a little relieved. Alas, she thought to herself, he is leaving. Suddenly, when she sighed and lowered her head, she saw that a spirit paper with wrinkles had appeared in front of her eyes. Looking at the lines on the edge of the spirit paper, it seemed to have been bought by Yizong. She froze for a moment, then bent down in a somewhat strange manner, picked up the spirit paper, and slowly unfolded it. Wait for me to come back. It was only a short word, and it was powerful and vigorous. Looking at the handwriting, it was actually written by Yifeng. Liu Bingqian's originally cloudy face immediately lit up with a strange light upon hearing these words. What? Her heart trembled uncontrollably. She abruptly lifted her head and looked in front of her. Big Brother Barbarian. However, it was a moment late. Yifeng was nowhere to be seen in front of her. It turned out that just now, Yifeng and the messenger from the spirit martial sect had opened the barrier and entered it together. In the darkness, he could not even see his fingers in front of him. Yifeng woke up from his coma. Since he had already mentally prepared himself for such a scene, he did not immediately panic. Niazun, are you there? I'm here. Niazun's reply sounded especially cold. It was extremely close to the tip of the leaf. Yifeng slightly calmed down. Niazun, where are we right now? Inside the barrier. It was a simple and straightforward answer. There wasn't the slightest bit of procrastination in it. If that's the case, then why is it so dark inside the barrier? As he glanced back and forth, he extended a finger from the other side. A blood-red, embryonic flame immediately ignited on the tip of his finger. Stop. However, Niazun snappily stopped them and said, "Who allowed you to get angry? The core of the transfer array is extremely confidential. If you, little flame, see it clearly, then wouldn't you know some of the spiritual martial forces' secrets? So that's how it is." Zifeng was a bit rude in that moment. Yifeng smiled faintly, but did not care too much about the other person's harsh words. However, he naturally wasn't idle either. In the next moment, he simply released his soul talent and began to investigate the changes in his surroundings. Yin to yang. When Niazun saw that he was actually obedient, he didn't think too much into it. However, the doubt in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Alright, Yifeng, before we reach Starfall City, let me tell you something. How exactly did you catch Qinshao before? And, where is Gu Xinwei, Nu? Hearing Niazun's words, the corner of Yizong's mouth raised into a faint smile. As for where Gu Xinwei Nu is, I don't know. Moreover, speaking of this matter, shouldn't the host of this event, the Spirit Martial Sect, as well as the disciples of the Celestial Sect, give us an explanation? In fact, I wanted to ask in my heart, why did the Spirit Martial Sect send you instead of Gu Xinwei Nu? The best way to answer a question is not to answer it honestly, but to answer it with a question. Ugh, really? Niazun stared at Yifeng's expression. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to be faking it. Forget it, Gu Xinwei and I are not really close. Only with his disappearance can I rise to the top. I'm just curious about him. In that case, I've already given you the answer. Yifeng slightly smiled. It was as warm as the spring wind. Yes, it's up to you then. In any case, a student like you, after all, it's all thanks to you that you're able to get such a good opportunity to come. Niazun nodded his head and pointed towards a large, white door not far away. He saw that the door was carved in jade, exuding a majestic aura. This is... Yifeng's eyes lit up as he looked at the door in confusion. He walked a few more steps forward, raised his hand and touched the door, secretly stopping something small on the door. This is where the spiritual martial sect can move through different regions. If you open this door, you will be able to reach a place where they have set up this formation. Isn't it refreshing to be here for the first time? So that's how it is. Fortunately. Yifeng smiled faintly and nodded his head. In that case, may I ask how long it will take for us to reach Star City? If you don't understand, then go to the side and wait for me. When we get there, I'll come and get you. A quarter of an hour passed, and 2/4 of an hour passed. Niazun carefully examined it for a while, his brows gradually knitted together. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head with a trace of awkwardness on his face. This doesn't seem right. What's wrong? Yifeng smiled and asked, could it be? This is the first time I have used this barrier, and I feel so nervous that I can't even remember how to calculate the location of Starfall City. You? Niazun originally wanted to say, how do you know, Honestly speaking, the matter of protecting the barrier was usually left to Gu Xinwei. Now that he had hastily handed the task to him, he was naturally no longer familiar with it. After all, each person had their own merits. Niezun wasn't good at calculation. Asking Niezun to do some deductions on the Tao of array formations was practically making things difficult for him. Unfortunately, he had just spoken. If he retracted his words, it would be too embarrassing. Thus, he waited until Yifeng personally spoke up before he was unable to resist. I heard that you know how to cast a little formation, Yifeng. Yifeng smiled calmly. I only know a little. Hearing that, Niezun was overjoyed. Great. If the people from the spiritual martial sect knew that he had made a mistake this time, they would lose too much face. Therefore, it would be the best if Yifeng could solve his own problems. Then, Niezun, if I succeed this time, you can be considered to be owing me a favor. Hearing that, Niezun was slightly stunned. Why did I owe Yifeng a favor for no reason even though I haven't arrived at Starfall City? This is too fast, isn't it? However, after a moment of thought, he heavily nodded his head. Alright, no problem. I'll agree. Satisfying. Yifeng laughed out loud and walked in front of the door. His hands were incredibly fast, and he took out the small thing he had stuck in the crack before. Then, he placed his hands on the array core in front of the door and calmly felt the structure. How is it, Yifeng? It won't work. Niezun looked at Yifeng in confusion. From the looks of it, Yizong really did seem to think that he could succeed. According to what you've said, there isn't much time left before the city gates close. Quickly tell me, where is this city? Yifeng asked seriously. The coordinates are 47, 28, 65. Niezun shook his head and almost blurted out those words. However, the moment he said them, he immediately regretted it. Regardless of whether Yifeng knew about formations or not, revealing the coordinates was basically telling him how to use the spiritual martial force's resources. However, he couldn't care less right now. At the end of the day, the spiritual resources of the spiritual martial sect had nothing to do with Nye Tian. Alright, I've noted it down. 47, 28, 65. That should be, here it is. Yifeng paused for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the front. The sun and moon of the stars will be formed, and the moon will be opened. With a boom sound, the giant white door suddenly opened from the middle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547. Chapter 547. The small and eerie light was suffused with a cold aura. Behind the white door, the sound of water splashing about could be heard. A ray of light flashed across Yifeng's eyes. He walked a few steps forward, arrived at the door and looked in. He could only see a vast expanse of blue, sparkling in the water. It was a magnificent stretch of mountains and rivers. I didn't expect that there would be another world within this door. The one who said I didn't think of, should be me. Niezun scratched his head in embarrassment, smiling awkwardly. His expression was no longer as stiff as it was before. He cupped his hands and looked up solemnly. Yifeng, I've seen you just now. I'll apologize to you here, but who would have thought that you would be able to break through the barrier and open the gate by yourself? You are indeed a rare talent in arrays. Yifeng, I've seen you just now, I'll apologize here. Compared to Gu Xinwei, Niezun was slightly stronger, but he still lacked in controlling formations. Yifeng acted like he was going to say something, and chuckled, but did not comment and waved his hand. It's all right. Then why are you being so polite? There's only the two of us going to Starfall City. From now on, we'll have to trouble brother Nye. Niezun let out a loud laugh. Seeing that Yifeng was easy to talk to, he no longer pulled a long face and said, Sure. However, I wasn't the only one who sent us to Starfall City. Is there anyone else? Zifeng was stunned for a moment. He looked around, but no one was around. Before now, he hadn't noticed anyone following him. Then, where is he? After a while, as if he had understood something, he fixed his gaze on the outside of the white door. Niazun gave a faint smile as he walked towards the white gate. He bent down, placed his hand into the ice-cold water, and slowly circulated the spiritual energy within his body. Elder Ming, the customer is here, he spoke slowly. The moment his voice fell, ripples spread out in all directions. With Niazun as the center, a message filled with spiritual energy spread out in all directions. A moment later, in the depths of the grass, there was a long pole holding a bamboo raft. It was approaching from afar, and from a dense fog, it was heading in the direction of the two people. On top of the bamboo raft, an old man with a crane-shaped face and a sullen expression seemed to be hiding his entire body's behavior under that white robe. He hoarsely said, "A rare guest, Niazun. I remember that the person who came to the Starfall River in the past was little friend Nionu. Today, where did he go?" Niazun gave an embarrassed smile, shook his head and said, "About that, he has other things to do, so I will take over the responsibility of coming to Starfall City from now on." Is this really true? Elder Ming stared into Niazun's eyes and slightly furrowed his brows, as if he had already seen through Niazun's thoughts. Things shouldn't be so simple. Forget about it. Why would I care about meddling in other people's business? As long as it's someone from the spiritual martial sect, I will naturally welcome them properly. He sighed as he raised his head. Naturally, he also noticed the person behind Niazun. So, he's the guest this time? Yeah. Niazun slightly smiled, then slightly nodded his head. He turned his head and waved towards Zifeng. "Zifeng, hurry up and come greet Elder Ming. Elder Ming has been in charge of this area for decades, and is an absolute insider. He has helped our spirit martial sect communicate with the outside world." Some people looked down on Elder Ming when they first saw him as someone who could prop up a boat. They didn't know that the place where the boat was being held up was not an ordinary river but the river Styx. How could an ordinary person hold up on the boat? It was caused by the use of spiritual energy. Thus, this Elder Ming was definitely an extremely well-hidden expert. Moreover, as long as a person fell into the water, no matter how good they were in the water, they would die without a doubt. Even if their fates were to be controlled, ordinary people would still have to be polite to Elder Ming. So that's how it is. Zifeng greets Elder Ming. Zifeng smiled, raised his torch and looked in Elder Ming's direction. All right. Come on up. Thank you very much. Then, Zifeng jumped through the white door and onto Elder Ming's bamboo raft. He slowly raised his head and looked around at the fog. In a distant place, he couldn't see anything at all. It was like he was in a sealed space filled with steam. At first, Elder Ming just politely smiled. However, once his eagle-like gaze collided with Zifeng, he immediately froze on the spot, revealing an expression of surprise. Even his actions of propping up the boat were frozen on the spot. Seeing that Elder Ming remained silent for a long time, Niazun put on a bewitching look and asked, Elder Ming, what's wrong with you?" "Little friend Nyali." "Elder Ming, I think you've suddenly gone dumb. I don't know what happened, or do you think Zifeng's manners are lacking?" "Of course not, there's nothing lacking in etiquette. Besides, I've lived for a long time, so I don't care about these useless things." Elder Ming came back to his senses and quickly shook his head, continuing to support the bamboo raft. The small bamboo raft continued to swing along with the blue wave. In the vast sea, it seemed as if it had never moved. I saw him in a daze. Speaking of the reason, you wouldn't believe it either. I felt that he had the same appearance as a powerful figure I've seen before. That's why he had such a reaction. Zifeng, big shot. Niazun was stunned for a brief moment, and then, with a poochie sound, he almost laughed out loud. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as he turned around to look at Zifeng and then at Elder Ming. Elder Ming, he has only recently reached the 9th level of the martial disciple realm. He is hundreds of thousands of miles away from the great man you spoke of. He is only at the 9th level of the martial disciple realm, huh? Oh, is that so? It could be that I was too old and dizzy to remember correctly. Elder Ming frowned as he continued staring at Yi-Wan, as if he was unwilling to give up. Zifeng, right? To be honest, who in your family knows how to concoct pills? Who knows, maybe that big shot is your relative. Hearing the word pill, a bright light flashed across Yifeng's eyebrows. Could it be that this Elder Ming had traveled through many different worlds and even met the past him? If he had really seen him in the Black Tortoise continent, then wouldn't that mean that if he said no, there was a possibility of him returning to his original hometown? With this thought in mind, he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. He pursed his lips and felt as if his heart would burst out at any moment. Elder Ming, may I ask what realm that great character of yours is at and where he comes from? I have to ferry so many people every day. It's been a long time, and I'm getting on in years. I can't really remember. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands while laughing. Oh, right, I remember now, he's the one you guys are going to. It should be a martial spirit. So that's how it is, the people from Star City. Zifeng sighed slightly, and as if he had understood something, he nodded. He didn't say it out loud, but an indescribable loneliness flashed through his heart. He finally thought that he had a clue that he could go back, but in the end, all he had to do was to be happy. Elder Ming, could it be that the great man is surnamed Yi? Niazun looked at Elder Ming with a slightly puzzled expression. He almost never came to Starfall, so he was naturally not very familiar with the situation inside. I think he's surnamed Yi, so I asked him if he's someone from your family. Elder Ming spoke while supporting his long pole, looking very charming. A ray of light flashed across Yifeng's eyes. After a while, he sighed, maybe he's a member of my family. A member of your Yi clan, then, what is his name? I don't know. Yifeng's answer was simple and straightforward. Niazun was stunned and blurted out, that can't be. Since he's a member of your family, how could you not know his name? I don't know, but I just don't know. Our Yi family's branch family is located in the underground city of the Heavenly Lost City. I'm afraid that in the eyes of our family, our branch family is even inferior to the countryside. Zifeng sighed. Niazun smiled helplessly and said, okay, I don't care about your Yi family. I'll just ask you one thing, when you go to the Wind Rebel Academy, where will you be staying? Do you want me to arrange lodging for you in the academy? Many thanks for your kindness, Brother Nia. However, I don't need it for now. Zifeng smiled calmly and shook his head. My little sister, Yi Shui, knew that I was going to Starfall City, so she immediately sent a message to my father, Yi Chongtian, asking him to write a letter to the family head of the Yi family, then a letter to prove my identity. After I arrive, I'll go live in the family so that I can have some time to look after you. So that's how it is. I understand now. Niazun smiled lightly, raised his head, and saw that at that very moment, the surrounding mist gradually dispersed. Let's not talk about all this nonsense. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the light boat had already passed the 10,000 mountains? Zifeng, raise your head and take a good look at this scenery. Compared to the Heavenly Lost City, do you think it's any different? Green mountains and water, the light was like a mirror. The Emperor's star had fallen to the stellar river, was akin to a chessboard. In the middle of the water, there was a bright and resplendent large cover that reflected back, giving off a boundless sense of beauty. A barrier. This was the barrier that Starfall City opened up to the outside world, and the entrance to Starfall City needed to be opened up. You too, we have finally arrived. Starfall City, Elder Ming's calm voice came from behind the two of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548. Chapter 548. Here, is it Star City? Yifeng looked around with a solemn expression. Looking around, the sky was filled with rays of light that were reflected on the surface of the water that was filled with spirit energy. In midair, a bright afterimage of the monarch's star sparkled in front of Yifeng and the others. Could it be that the afterimage of the Overlord star is a mirage? Just as Yi Zichen was about to observe. Who are you? Why didn't you tell me your name? On top of the city gate tower, several black-clothed guards gathered. They wore long robes and held black gold crossbows in their hands, facing Yifeng and the others. Their expressions were as cold as an eagle's. However, when their line of sight swept past Elder Ming, a person leading the group immediately had a slight change in expression. This Elder Ming, hey! All of you, put down the spirit crossbow and take a good look. Can't you see who the person is? What? It's Elder Ming. When they heard the two words Elder Ming, the group of black-clothed guards immediately changed their expressions. They hurriedly put down the spirit crossbows, smiling apologetically as they nodded their heads. Elder Ming, we brothers are newcomers. We don't understand the rules, so we hope that you can be more cautious. The leader of the guards smiled awkwardly. Elder Ming laughed and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Since we are all newcomers, it is a mistake, so let's just dissolve it. If it is now, let us pass. The old rules apply. They are from the spiritual martial sect. A member of the spirit martial sect, huh? That's weird. Didn't they come from the past with the same surname, Gu? The leader of the guards revealed a complicated look in his eyes. After staring blankly for a moment, he immediately returned to normal. Whatever. Who the hell cares who are those people? Just follow the old rules. Listen to my orders, open the door and let them in. With that, a black suspension bridge descended from the sky and landed one zhang in front of Yifeng and the others. With a pang sound, the thick and heavy metal plate fell onto the stone floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. Now, Yifeng only needed to bring up their spiritual qi, and with a light leap, they would be able to climb onto the suspension bridge and enter the city. All right. Elder Ming laughed in a carefree manner. He turned his head and spoke to Niezun, young friend Nia, I'll send it here for now. As for the cost of shipping, your spiritual martial sect has someone specially handling it. They'll settle it with me. With a concentrated expression, Niezun nodded his head and smiled. Since that's the case, thank you, Elder Ming. He paused for a moment, then looked at Yifeng, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Please, Yifeng, don't just stand there and watch, hurry up and come with me into the city. It's already too late, I can't even find a place to stay if you don't implicate me. Yifeng finally retracted his gaze from that king of stars. He frowned and nodded. He always had a sense of déjà vu. For a while, he couldn't say it out loud, so he had to give up on it. Okay, let's go. After an unknown period of time, the black-robed guards in Yifeng's group gradually disappeared into the distance. Elder Ming was the only one present. An indescribable smile appeared on his face. Yifeng, huh? What an interesting guy. There are so many strange scenes about Starfall City, but what interested him the most is that Emperor Star. He is even keeping an eye on it, making marks, recording patterns. It has been a long time since that great figure of the Yi clan. I haven't seen such an interesting person. Starfall City was located at the extreme north. The area it occupied was 3 times bigger than the one in Heaven's Path City. In addition, the level of cultivators in the academy was much higher than that of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Yifeng and the others walked slowly. The closer they got to the academy, the denser the wind became. It was like a hurricane as it blew up the fallen leaves. As expected of the famous Wind Rebel Academy in the martial spirit continent, its quality is indeed high. It's a good place to train. Zifeng, I'm not talking about you, you've really hit the jackpot. How many people have squeezed their brains out and spent half their lives wanting to come to Starfall City, to the point where they couldn't even come to the Wind Rebel Academy? And you, at such a young age, already have this chance. Niazun praised a few times, then suddenly changed his topic and seriously stared at Zifeng. But then again, we're already at the entrance. Are you sure you don't need to go with me to Wind Reversal Academy? No need. Zifeng smiled faintly and shook his head. Since my sister Shui has already told me everything, and it's my first time in Starfall City, I think it's better to follow etiquette. If possible, I don't want to fall to the extent of coming to the Feng Ni Academy to sleep. You? Niazun sighed helplessly. Sigh, alright then, do well, I'll give these spirit papers to you right now, and if anything happens, just tell me in time. After you stay tonight, remember to come to the back door of Feng Ni Academy early, and I'll take you to find that Earth Rank Pill Refiner and arrange for your lessons. Alright, I understand. Then, let's part ways here for now. Zifeng smiled and cupped his hands. It could be said that he had formally said goodbye to Niazun. At this moment, he was once again alone. After which, a cold glint of light appeared in his eyes as he stared into the distance. The Yi family, I wonder what kind of people they are. The main house of the Yi family was extremely noisy. Before Zifeng got close, he could already feel the hubbub of people. Such a scene was definitely different from the Yi family back in Legacy City. It had to be known that the Yi family, even in the Starfall City, was a big family like a local tyrant. The Yi family's gate was currently open to the outside. Harg! A graceful young man wearing a moonwhite ancient robe with a blue belt tied around his waist leaped up and took a few steps in the air. The tip of his sword shook as his expression turned serious. Suddenly, as if he had grasped some inner inspiration, he hurriedly attacked the door several times. Boom! 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 3 consecutive explosions occurred right in front of Zifeng. That youth didn't care about his presence at all. He was simply acting a bit out of hand. After a long while, with a crisp clang sound, a golden dagger fell from the sky onto the ground. Zifeng slightly furrowed his brows. He took a step forward and picked up the short sword, placed it in his palm and started observing it. At this moment, Before the young man could do anything, one of his servants jumped out of the door like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he ran in front of Zifeng. Hey, I'm talking about you. Put down your sword. He saw that Zifeng was young and wore ordinary clothes. The fabric was also simple, but it didn't seem like it was anything special. Alright, let it down then. Zifeng smiled and put the sword back into its sheath. The killing intent that was emanating from his body also gradually disappeared. The servant thought he had not offended the wrong person and chuckled, where did this monkey come from? When young Master Feng was practicing his sword, do not approach anyone within a distance of 100 feet. I thought everyone already knew this logic. He hesitated for a moment and stared at Zifeng for a while before continuing. Oh, I understand. Looking at you, you must be a foreigner. Seeing how powerful our Yi family is, you want to come and join us, right? Zifeng smiled, but did not argue. Yes, the Yi clan is powerful, and Zifeng is here to seek refuge. I have a letter for recommendation. I hope that you can pass it on to the old master. After saying that, he even took out a small bag of gold coins from his spatial ring. Regardless of whether it was the Legacy City, the Heavenly Dao City or the Starfall City, everyone's desire for gold coins had changed a lot, and no one disliked them. I'm afraid it's not too good. The servant's eyes were shining as he looked at the small bag of gold coins. He pursed his lips and looked as if his mouth was parched. What's wrong with that? Yifeng smiled and put the bag of gold coins into the servant's palm. Sorry for troubling you, brother. I am not familiar with this place, no one will take care of me. Sure. It's just for a living. Who didn't come all the way here? As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person with his hands, not to mention the hand that held him was short. Now, Yifeng's actions towards this servant had taken up two things at once. The servant no longer had any idle gossip. ACI, you bastard. Why did it take so long for you to go out and pick up a sword and chase him away? The sound of a young man scolding suddenly sounded out from the courtyard. Qi laughed apologetically. Second young master, please wait for a moment, I am coming. Useless lackey, this little brat can't even handle such a small matter. Coming. Then, before he could even open his mouth to speak to Yifeng had already smiled and handed the golden short sword back in front of Qi. Qi shook his head repeatedly, and laughed out loud. Okay, you little brat, you really are very understanding. It looks like even if I don't have money, I will definitely bring this letter to the old master. From now on, you will follow me, how about that? Yifeng smiled, but didn't comment. Qi took the golden dagger and laughed. Okay brother, wait outside, I will go in and give this letter to the old master immediately. To be honest, in these 2 days, the madam has specially instructed many servants to read through the letters, saying they have to be on guard against outsiders. The members of the Yi family are too troublesome, it's just asking for a share of work, I'll just give you a break. See. Then, before he could wait for the second young master to curse again, he rushed into the manor. Alright, I won't say any more. I'm going to be scolded. I'll be leaving first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549. Chapter 549. Z pavilions, artificial mountains. The enormous spirit pond contained an endless amount of spirit energy and continuously rose into the air. Master, sigh. I've told you so many times already, that young man is just a branch family member. Why do you need to personally meet him? We can arrange small matters for you. A middle-aged woman in luxurious clothing said with a stern face. In front of her was a spirited old man. 2 manes, white in color, and a cloak of cranes on his body. His gaze darkened as the aura around him suddenly pressed down, causing him to be unable to breathe. Zhongyun, where are you going? No matter what you say, he is the son of brother Chongtian, and his relationship isn't too far off. Also, according to the message from Chongtian, that child might arrive in the next 2 days. The middle-aged woman sighed as she gently shook her head, remaining silent. Zhongyun, I'm going to get up tomorrow and go on a long journey. Don't let me worry about you before I leave. Zhongyun smiled helplessly. Alright. I know, alright? Since that's the case, I still need to calm my heart and recover my energy to consolidate my cultivation base. You should leave first, the old man said as he slightly waved his hand towards the outside. Yes. Zhongyun frowned. She wanted to say a few more words, but in the end, she still withdrew and walked towards the outer court. Ha. The sound of sword practice gradually reached Zhongyun's ears. Normally, Zhongyun would turn a blind eye to her son's reckless practice of the sword. However, today was different. At this moment, she was feeling somewhat agitated. Qi greets Madame Zhong. Seeing For's ugly and mischievous face, carrying a small cloth bag, walking past Zhongyun, her expression became even more unsightly. Then, unable to restrain herself, she walked up a few steps and said, Fonger, stop practicing your sword, come here. Mother, what's wrong? Yi Qingfeng's eyes lit up as he hurriedly put away his golden dagger and walked in front of Zhongyun. Yi Qingfeng, had no good intentions towards his servants, but he was extremely obedient to his mother. You can practice your sword anytime you want. In the next 2 days, your younger cousin might come over. Take advantage of your free time to tidy up your room. I can tidy up the room, but what cousin? What cousin? Yi Chengfeng was confused for a moment. He's called Yi Feng. When you were young, you played together with him and you heir. What's wrong? You've forgotten everything. Yi Feng. After a while, he suddenly thought of something and slapped his head. Oh, Yi Feng, mother, I remember now. I heard that he later became a trash, and his cultivation level had always stagnated, right? Zhongyun's expression changed slightly as she immediately cursed, "Shut up! What trash? Don't slip up. If you really see him, you'll accidentally blurt out and see if I'll break your dog leg or not." Yi Chengfeng looked like he was wronged. He didn't know why his mother would suddenly kill him. Alright, I was a bit too serious earlier. Zhongyun heaved a sigh of relief. She paused for a moment before continuing. However, you have to listen to me seriously. He has already gotten rid of the name of trash and made some achievements in alchemy. If you let him get the pleasure from the Lord and let him stay in the house for a long time, and there is a new branch family member in the house of Yi, wouldn't you feel uncomfortable? Yi Chengfeng knitted his eyebrows and paced around. He nodded. It seems like it's a little bit less free now. Zhongyun nodded with a serious expression. Not only that, I feel like the Lord has always wanted to take care of that Qi family branch family. He might even let the Qi Feng do something in the mansion to reduce our authority in the family. No way, Daddy is still on guard against us, am I not his flesh and blood? Yi Chengfeng raised his head in shock, looking at his mother in disbelief. Zhongyun blared at him unhappily, what do you know? It's not like there's only you, your father purposely made such a scene for us to see. Whatever, I'll tell you these truths, you don't understand it, so let me ask you, these 2 days, you've been practicing your sword at the gate, have you seen anyone who has the appearance of a descendant of a noble family pass through the gate? Ugh. Yi Chengfeng pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I've seen quite a few children from influential clans, but none of them came in. As for what mother told me, I've asked and found out about the letter. Really, is this Zifeng not in Starfall City yet? Or did he go to stay in that Wind Inverse Academy? Zhongyun was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and looked outside the door, feeling somewhat puzzled. Could it be? There is another possibility. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. She turned around and looked at the place where Asi was standing a moment ago. Her expression slightly changed. All right, what is ACI doing? Don't tell me that I asked him to serve you with a sword all the time? Oh, he said that someone from outside wanted a job, so he gave a letter to father. Zhongyun's expression immediately changed. We're looking for a job. Recently, our Yi family has never recruited anyone from outside. The next moment, she almost cried out in surprise. Not good. Coming out from the shortcut through the small door, Asi's face was brimming with happiness. Not long after, he walked out of the Yi family mansion and looked into the distance. He saw Yi Feng in a corner. Brother, there's good news. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. He stood up, put away his soul talent, raised his head and looked at Asi, and smiled. How so? He casually gave me 30 gold coins, and I really don't know how to brag about your abilities in the letter. Master asked me to bring you into the house of Yi immediately, and he looked so excited. Is that true? Afor laughed heartily and continued. Of course it's true. You're lucky to have the chance to climb up to the Yi family. Yi Feng smiled and nodded. He understood one thing. No matter what other people did, the head of the Yi clan was on his side, so it was enough. That was enough. Because it was impossible for a person to please everyone. Under the urge of some benefits, there would be even more enemies. At such times, one could be calm and use whatever he or she could. There was no need to complain or lament about the injustice of the world. In the next moment, Yi Chen saw ACI leading the way with Yi Wen following behind him. "Brother, you have just arrived. There are some rules that I will explain to you slowly in the future. Learn more from me and do things more efficiently for yourself. I won't let anyone bully you." ACI spoke with a smile while holding the bag in his hand and putting it into his pocket. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, plop, plop, there were 2 rows of maidservants and a row of servants by the door. They were all kneeling on the ground respectfully and facing the direction of the 4. Even Yifeng didn't expect such a scene. His eyes flashed with a strange light. This. All of a sudden, ACI's smile froze on the spot. He was extremely shocked. Could it be? He licked his lips and quickly turned his head, trying to imitate them by kneeling down. He thought there was someone behind him. However, the truth was that there was no one around. "Oh God, what are you all doing?" ACI's expression changed, and a bad premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. "On the orders of the clan head, I am here to welcome young Master Zifeng." As soon as he said that, ACI looked like he was frozen. He stood there motionlessly. "What, young Master Zifeng?" His lips continuously moved, and he gasped. He looked at Yifeng in disbelief, the person they're talking about. "That's right, I am Yifeng." The smile on Yifeng's face was extremely indifferent. Through his soul talent, coupled with a certain level of adaptability, he knew that even though this kind of result was achieved, it was not easy to obtain. It was not purely through luck. "Young Master Zifeng." A steward of the Yi family walked up with a smile. Seeing that A4 was still standing motionlessly beside Yifeng, he gave him a displeased look and said, "All right, I see, what are you standing here for? Hurry up and leave. Don't block my way, young Master Zifeng." Yes, Si shivered. He looked at the butler, then at Yifeng and quickly left. Si felt a lingering fear in his heart. One must know that just now, he was hugging Yici's shoulders and even pushed her a few times. If he had known Yifeng's identity earlier, he wouldn't have done that. The housekeeper looked away from Si, and his serious face revealed a smile. "Young Master Zifeng, the Lord has instructed us to take care of the food and shelter for your family since you have been here for so many days, so there is no need for young Master to worry. As for the maids and servants here, if you like them, pick any 3 of them, and bring them away." About this, Yifeng glanced at everyone and observed their reactions. They all lowered their heads, unwilling to look at him. To be honest, in their opinion, even if you were a servant, it would still depend on who you were. As a result, they didn't want to be slaves to the Yi family branch family. 3 is too much, I don't need it, and I'm not used to it. Yifeng smiled and pointed at A4, who had just left. "How about? I want him to be alone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 550. Chapter 550. "It can't be, you only need Si to do it." Butler He's expression froze, as he thought he'd heard wrongly. As far as he was concerned, even the servants that came to deliver themselves were not needed. What exactly was Yifeng, the branch family member, thinking in his heart? That's right, he alone can't do it. Yifeng smiled. When the servants and servants heard what was said, their faces immediately revealed a joyous expression. This scene was reflected in Yifeng's eyes. It was the old master's command for them to kneel down at this moment. However, in their hearts, they felt that he was extremely unwilling. Butler since young Master Zifeng has said so himself, then we might as well listen to him. They did not want to serve Yifeng, a branch family member, because even if they served him well, so what? How would a poor student from the countryside give them any good rewards? Butler he. The person to answer this question was Zifeng himself. Yes, of course. I will go back and report to the Lord. Butler he returned to his senses and laughed, then his face turned grim. Ah, see, what are you still standing there for? Why aren't you going to little young Master Feng's courtyard? If he feels any discomfort, you're the only one asking questions. Yes, yes. Ah, see pursed his lips, his face was pale, and he did not realize that his back was covered in cold sweat. Young Master Zifeng, this way please. Ah, see smiled apologetically as he pointed to a spot not far away. Wait. Butler he's voice once again sounded in Ah Si's ears. Butler he, is there anything else? Ah Si was furious, but he still had a big smile on his face. Tonight, the Lord arranged a banquet for young Master Zifeng. When the time comes, don't forget to lead the way. Ah Si was stunned and kept nodding his head, of course. I have. Although the cold fragrance of the small courtyard wasn't big, it was still unique. Atop the verdant path, Ah For's mouth twitched a few times, wanting to say something but not being able to do so. However, he was afraid of offending Zifeng, so he could only hold it in. Ah Si. After a while, the one who spoke first was Zifeng. Here. Ah Si's expression froze, and he immediately replied loudly, his heart still feeling uneasy. Zifeng smiled and waved his hand. Ah Si, why are you being so reserved? Weren't we having a good chat earlier? An embarrassed look appeared on Ah Si's face. This, young Master Zifeng, I didn't know this earlier, it's really an offense. No worries, I don't mind. In the Yi family, no one really treated Zifeng as a young master. However, young Master Zifeng. Ah Si knocked on the door. Seeing that no one was around, he paused for a moment before continuing. Speaking of which, you're a true person. When I found out your identity earlier, it scared me. Zifeng smiled blandly. Compared to that, I have something to ask you, this is why I left you alone. What do you want to ask? Ah Si was shocked, he shook his head, not knowing what was going on. Zifeng laughed. There are some things about this family that I want to talk to you about before we go to the dinner. So, from now on, the questions I want to ask will be answered by yes and no. The sky gradually darkened. Dong dong, the sound of the bell resounded in everyone's ears. The courtyard was brightly lit, and a total of 10 banquet tables were placed at the top of the courtyard. At the center of the banquet, an old man could be seen standing against the wind, his crane fluttering in the wind. He looked just like an immortal from a painting, giving people a feeling as if he had transcended the mortal world. He was actually the head of the family, Yi Jiudao. Yi Jiudao raised his head and slightly frowned. Did you inform him of what we said before? Why hasn't his people arrived yet? Butler he looked into the distance before withdrawing his gaze, and he laughed embarrassedly. I specifically took care of Ah Si and told him to come early with young Master Feng. When the other servants and maids saw this, they also began to discuss quietly. Tell me, what the hell is this Yi Zifeng doing? He actually made the family head wait for him. I think so too. Zifeng is really stupid, he doesn't even want the servants that I gave him before. Otherwise, if we don't have our hearts drawn by him and have to work for him, we'll really die from tears. Isn't that so? What an idiot. Wait a bit, maybe even the Lord will be angry and directly kick him out of the house. Zhongyun had always had good hearing. Now that she heard this conversation, she felt very comfortable in her heart. Zifeng arrived late. Without a doubt, he left a bad impression on the family head. What are they talking about? Zhongyun slightly frowned as she spoke. She only said this in a soft voice, not asking them to shut up. This was already expressing her attitude. Yes, Madame Zhong. When everyone understood, they looked at each other and revealed a playful smile. In the next moment, It was unknown who started it. It's here, it's here. Young Master Zifeng is here. What? Everyone heard him and turned around to look at him. He saw Yifeng's entire body, which was covered in fluttering white clothes, with a pair of spirited phoenix eyes. Yifeng raised his chest, looking extremely dignified. He was fresh and handsome, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring wind. Zifeng greets the masters of this family. Yi Zifeng clasped his hands and bowed, while a faint smile appeared on his face. Zhongyan smiled coldly as she stared at Yifeng's expression. Get up. But Yifeng? What's the matter? Why are you so late? You actually came to participate in the banquet so late. Could it be that you're looking down on the old master? This is... Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then turned his head back and looked at Asi for an opinion, giving him a puzzled look. It's Madame Zhong, ACI complained incessantly. His heart was about to burst out of his body. He was afraid that Yifeng would offend people everywhere, so if that happened, it would be hard for him to stay in the Yi residence in the future. The worst thing was, he felt that this possibility was getting bigger and bigger. So it's Madame Zhong. It's like this is the first time that Zifeng has come here. He has prepared some small gifts for everyone present, and it is hard to avoid delay in time. I hope that everyone will not take offense. A gift. Not to mention Zhong Yun, at this moment, even Yi Jiudao gave Yifeng a deep look, and his eyes glimmered with a strange light. The rest of the group frowned. Clearly, what they were thinking of right now was a far cry from what was actually happening right now. To be specific, Yifeng, what is the gift you're going to give us? Yi Jiudao stroked his long beard and laughed loudly. Yifeng arrived empty-handed. Since he said he brought a gift, then it must have been in his storage ring or jade pendant. However, in this short period of time, he had just arrived, so what gifts could he prepare? Yuan smiled and nodded his head. First, it's Yi Chengfeng, young Master Feng. However, as he spoke, Yi Chengfeng was flirting with a pretty maid and did not hear what Yifeng said. Fenger. I'm calling you. When Zhongyun saw his own son being so disappointing, the anger in his heart rose. When Yi Chengfeng saw that all eyes were on him, even his voice had become quiet. Only now did he barely manage to regain his senses, and he pursed his lips and asked puzzledly. What happened? Who called me? Your cousin called you. He said he wanted to give you a present. Zhongyun's tone was extremely stiff. Yi Chengfeng raised his eyebrows and turned to face Yifeng, his expression cold. Useless. No, Yifeng, right? What was the gift you wanted to give me? He grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth. As a branch family member, the first time they met, he said that he would be given a present. After all, he didn't like ordinary gifts. Yifeng smiled blandly. When you practice the sword, do you notice that every time you travel to the jade pool to enter the stage and release your spiritual energy, the short sword in your hand will often fly out? It's very difficult to control it, right? Yi Chengfeng didn't think much of it at first, but after Yifeng finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. What? How did you know that? Yifeng did not give any explanation. Instead, he smiled as he took out a black metal ring from the magical crystal ring. After that, he didn't care if the opponent wanted it or not, and threw it directly at Yi Chengfeng. Catch! A ray of light flashed across Yi Chengfeng's eyes as he sold the ring at lightning speed, grabbing the black iron ring in his hand. This is... Yi Zong smiled and said. This is the sheath I just bought at the market. It is used to increase the weight of the dagger. After you insert it into your dagger, it will fly out much less often. That's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the patriarch. Yi Jiudao was startled for a moment, then laughed heartily. He nodded his head and said, That's right, Fenger, this method is indeed more suitable for you. With this said, even Zhongyun couldn't say anything more. After all, this was the patriarch's decision. That's great. Yi Chengfeng let out a loud laugh, his mood suddenly became joyful. One had to know, although Yi Chengfeng had practiced the sword for a long time, his talent was still very low. Even his father found him stupid, and didn't even bother to tell him how to practice the sword. At this moment, he had actually gotten his cousin, Yi Feng. Yi Feng pointed at his cousin and felt a subtle feeling in his heart. A moment later, the joy on Yi Chengfeng's face grew. Oh, this iron hoop is fated to be mine. It actually fits perfectly with my dagger. Is this really fated by the heavens? What he did not know was that Asi, who was standing at the side, had a blank look on his face. The corner of his mouth was twitching, and he could not speak for a long time. Because he already understood. Why did Yi Feng look at the golden short sword for a long time after picking it up? Thus, he sighed in a low voice and shook his head. This isn't some kind of destiny. It's something a man would do on purpose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551. Chapter 551. With this iron ring on his sword, Yi Chengfeng could not hold back his excitement and waved it around a few times. Swish, swish. The sword had become heavier, and although it had become heavier, it would no longer fall out of his hands easily. The effect could be said to be very good. Good, very good. Cousin, I like the gift you gave me. Yi Chengfeng laughed and put his sword back into its scabbard. At this moment, the gaze with which he looked at Yi Feng had become much friendlier. You? Zhongyan looked at everything with a dark face, glared at Yi Chengfeng and shook her head helplessly. She muttered, "Stinky brat, you really aren't useful. A mere iron hoop bought you off. Are you trying to ignore everything I told you before?" At this moment, Madame Zhong. Yi Feng's deep and magnetic voice suddenly sounded beside Zhongyun's ear. Zhongyun was shocked. She turned around, only to see that everyone's gaze was focused on her and Yi Feng. Her gaze was cold and clear, like the light of the moon and the sea, as she looked at him. Why? Young master of the branch family, could it be that you also have a present for me? She addressed Yi Feng as the young master of a branch family, and the meaning in her tone was clear. It would be best if Yi Feng was more sensible and decided to stay at the Wind Rebel Academy. That would be the end of it. That's right. It was exactly this intention that I wanted to give to Madame Zhong. It was. Yi Feng smiled faintly and took out a crystal-clear pill from the magic crystal ring. This medicinal pill. The scarlet color that penetrated his body attracted the attention of others. It emitted endless fragrance and spirit energy. Everyone was astonished as they whispered to each other. I say, I've seen quite a few pills already, how can they be so fragrant? That's right. Furthermore, it should be rare for a mysterious rank pill to have such a scent. Zhongyun was stunned and blurted out, what kind of pill is this? Ignoring the fact that Yi Feng bought the pill or refined it himself. At least, the value of a mysterious rank pill was already there. As a gift for the first time, it was indeed more than enough. Even Zhongyun couldn't be picky about anything. The mysterious rank face-preserving pill is something that Zifeng refined with grey hemp, sea buckthorn, raspberry, rose, kudzu root, and yellow spirit a moment ago. After consuming it, you can shed dead skin, shed snow-white skin, and rejuvenate your youth. I hope that Madame Zhong will accept it. This. Yi Feng, you actually know how to concoct a face-preserving pill. Zhongyun's eyes flashed with a strange light. That's exactly the case. This pill was refined by me just now. If I take it now, the effect will be the best. Yi Feng said with a smile. Everyone loved beauty. To every woman, the face-preserving pill was a priceless treasure. Even she, Zhongyun, was no exception. At this moment, she was holding the pill with both hands and a hint of desire appeared in her eyes. Face-preserving pill. Then, she pursed her lips and looked up. Old master, aren't you the best at pill refining? Come and take a look, is this really a face-preserving pill? Moreover, did he really refine it just now? Yi Jiudao looked at the pill meaningfully and was slightly moved. There's no need to come and look. This is indeed the face-preserving pill that was just concocted a moment ago. Look at the pill's upper layer, there's even a trace of furnace air floating. It looks like the letter that Chong Tian wrote to me said that his son knew how to concoct pills. He glanced at Zifeng approvingly. His initial dissatisfaction with Yifeng's lateness had long since disappeared. Hearing this, Zhongyun lowered her head and looked at Zifeng with doubt in her eyes. Those words are true. Very well, based on what you, Yifeng, said, I'll take a look at the effects of this pill and I'll know. As the sound of his voice faded. Thus, she immediately opened her mouth, chewed a few times, drank a cup of tea, and gulped it down with a gulp. No response. Zhongyun carefully felt it and opened her eyes. Yifeng, you still have the nerve to say what face-preserving pill it is. It obviously has no effect. However, in an instant, an extremely fresh breath continuously rose from her dantian. The originally stagnant blood vessels seemed to have been activated by this refreshing air. What? She froze on the spot, frozen as a wooden chicken. Surging air currents flowed in her stomach and entered every acupoint in her body. Her face was as if it was soaked in warm water, looking extremely comfortable. There's a change. There's a change. Look at Madame's face. Zhongyun was secretly excited. However, she was currently suffering from the effects of the medicine. Her entire body felt numb and weak, making it difficult for her to take action. What the hell is going on? She quickly turned around and shouted at the servant girl, Quick, what are you standing there for? Bring me a mirror. Yes. The maidservant stared at Zhongyun's face and covered her red lips. She quickly ran to a cabinet in the corner of the room and found a mirror after a long while. She then handed it over to Zhongyun. Slow down, I was worried to death for you. Zhongyun grabbed the mirror, glared at the maidservant, and immediately looked at herself in the mirror. It was one thing if she didn't see him. However, with a single glance, she was like a block of wood as she stood there motionless. Her skin was as white as freshly peeled caltrops. It was so delicate that it could be broken with a single blow. It had regained its luster. Even the wrinkles on her face had also become a lot fainter. From afar, she seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Oh God! Zhongyun had heard of the effects of the face-preserving pill before. Normally, one would need to take it for a long period of time before being able to see its effects. It was precisely because of her past impressions that she had consumed this pill in front of all these people. She had wanted to use this opportunity to frustrate Yifeng's spirit, but she hadn't thought that a mystical tear pill would have such a good effect. Instead, she had helped Yifeng with it. Madame Zhong. Zhongyun's heart was filled with mixed emotions. She was secretly happy, but at the same time, she was also embarrassed. The corner of her mouth twitched as she came back to her senses. Yifeng, you... Is Madame Zhong satisfied with this present? Zhongyun was stunned for a moment. She glanced at the maidservants, only to find that they were all looking at her with envy. At such a time, it would be inappropriate to speak of deceitful lies. This pill. Not bad, thank you. Zhongyun pursed her lips and said. She paused for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she continued. However, Yifeng, come to think of it, did you prepare a present for me and Fenger? In her opinion, for Yifeng to be able to prepare 2 gifts in such a short period of time should be his limit. Of course. Even Yi Jiudao's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Oh. The gift I gave to Uncle Yi is my loyalty. Yifeng's words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's hearts. Loyalty. Zhongyun's expression froze and she tightly furrowed her brows. The others were also astonished. What the hell? Yifeng didn't have the face to say such a useless thing. Exactly, as the head of the Yi family, one of the strongest families in Starfall City, I think Uncle Yi already has a lot of things in his hands. He does not need me to give him any more gifts, and what Uncle Yi lacks is only loyal helpers, and I, Yifeng, am willing to do my best for Uncle Yi's ambition. Yifeng's actions today had completely exceeded Yi Jiudao's expectations. Ha ha ha, what a kid. Indeed, there is no disappointment. If you give me anything, I will really think you are childish. He had a calm expression as he spoke in a low voice. Everyone, listen carefully. In the future, whoever says that kid from Chongtian is useless, I'll break his legs and make a note of it. It's just a rumor. It's fine if you don't believe it. Do you understand? Everyone hurriedly replied, understood. Thus, Yi Jiudao turned around and continued to face Yifeng, revealing a pleasant expression. Nephew Zifeng, you are talented and you know how to refine pills. Right now, your cultivation level is a bit lower and you don't have a good cultivation environment, so these are fine. Don't worry, next time I come back, I will find a chance to polish you up. Yifeng was shocked and his expression changed slightly. Some things were hard for him to predict. Could it be that Uncle Yi is going to travel far? Yes, from tomorrow onwards, I will go to the martial tomb to pay my respects to the ancestors of our Yi family. I reckon it will take around 5 days, which is considered as an annual routine. Yi Jiudao's expression was solemn as he lightly sighed. Therefore, in these 5 days, Yifeng, you should get familiar with the environment of the Wind Inverse Academy. When I return, I'll arrange a good fight for you. Yes, then, thank you, Uncle Yi. Yifeng cupped his hands in a very courteous manner. However, although he spoke in an indifferent manner, in truth, his mood had changed. It was no longer as tranquil as it was before. He had been hoping that Yi Jiudao would help him establish a foothold in the Yi family. Who would have thought that when he came, he would miss the opportunity to meet Yi Jiudao, who was going to the martial tomb to pay his respects. With Yi Jiudao's departure, the one in charge of the family would become Madame Zhong. Sigh. Yifeng let out a heavy sigh, and the corner of his mouth revealed an indescribable bitter smile. Although he had prepared a method, if possible, he would not use such a method. Yifeng, what are you sighing for? I still haven't said it yet. You've already given Big Brother Feng and Mom their gifts, then where are my gifts? Have you prepared them before? Or did you forget about me? A delicate voice of a woman attracted the attention of the entire hall. Everyone, including Yifeng, turned around. Zhongyun was stunned and blurted out. You why have you come? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552. Chapter 552. Yifeng, I'm asking you a question. Have you prepared my present? Everyone turned around to take a look and saw a young lady. She was dressed in a light green robe with white teeth and red lips. Beautiful beyond description. However, at this moment, she pressed her white teeth against her thin lips as she angrily glared at Yifeng. Her eyes looked as if they were about to shoot out sparks. You come with me. Zhongyun's expression slightly changed. She quickly walked forward and pulled the beautiful woman to the side. Aren't you perfectly fine? Aren't you concocting pills in the basement of the Wind Rebel Academy? What are you doing home? Mom, you're still talking about me? Yifeng came back, yet you didn't tell me. I asked around and found out. Zhongyun sighed helplessly and shook her head. What method do I have? If I were to tell you, would you still be in the mood to refine pills in the academy? She said that she was afraid that Yi Chengfeng would lose his power, but it was just that she was more worried that her daughter would meet Yi Feng. On the other side, Yi Feng was stunned and frowned. You are, but. He turned around and looked at Asi. Who is she? Even the memory of that trash, Yi Feng, did not have the slightest impression of this woman. A4 didn't even have time to speak. The woman who was called Yu Er was startled. She quickly walked up and stared at Yi Feng. She pursed her lips. Yi Feng, did you forget about me? Yi Feng replied with a hint of doubt. You are, sorry, I really don't remember. What? That young girl was stunned for a second and then blushed, clearly excited. I am Wanyu, Yi Wanyue. When I was young, Chengfeng, you, and I played with each other for a month. A childhood friend, huh? Yi Feng closed his eyes and tried to find some clues from his past memories. However, even if he thought of Yi Chengfeng, he had no impression of this person called Yi Wanyue, not even a fragment of his memories. But I really can't remember. He sighed helplessly and shrugged his shoulders. If he could, he would also like to remember that his previous life in the family would be of some help to his current situation. Yi Wanyue's pretty face froze as she took a step back and looked at Yi Feng with a complicated expression. At this moment, a low and deep voice came from behind her. The person who spoke was Yi Jiudao. That's enough, Wanyu. Father. Yi Jiudao waved his hand and said with a serious face, Wanyue, you escaped from the academy, so I won't pursue this matter any further. However, this is a banquet for my nephew, Zifeng. Don't let it be ruined by you. Yi Wanyue tugged on the corner of her shirt, her beautiful eyes still moving as if she was unwilling to give up. Someone, show Wanyu your seat. Yi Jiudao gave a look to the people around him. They had already understood and quickly brought out a chair from the back room. Young Mistress Yu, please take a seat. A servant named Du said with a smile. Wait, I don't need your help. I'll choose my own seat. A hint of anger appeared on Yi Wanyue's face. As she was carrying the chair, her eyes flashed as she took it from Yi Feng and put it down heavily. She actually chose to sit right in front of Yi Ci. The servant surnamed Du was stunned as he looked at the patriarch in a daze. Yi Feng, I'll sit here, you don't mind, . Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, then smiled. No problem, please do as you are told. Zhongyan saw her daughter's aggressive attitude and didn't even give Yi Feng any face. Compared to Yi Feng's calmness, she was simply making a ruckus. Even she couldn't stand it. She helplessly waved her hand. Yuer, what are you doing? Listen to your father, listen to me. Come, sit by my side. No. Yi Wanyue stubbornly shook her head. This place is spacious, free, and well ventilated. Also, who told him not to prepare any gifts for me and even forgot my existence? I will sit here. Wanyu, you. Yi Jiudao was so angry that he raised his palm high in the air. Master, please don't. Zhongyan's expression changed as she hurriedly stood in front of her daughter. If it was any other person, Yi Jiudao would have long since slapped them, but this Yi Wanyue was his flesh and blood, and he couldn't bear to part with her. Forget it. Nephew Zifeng is here today, so it's not convenient for you to make a move. Also, look. Your daughter is like this. You've spoiled her too much. Yi Jiudao's face was calm as he finally put down his hand. After that, he turned his head and took a few deep breaths. After he calmed down, he looked at Yi Feng in an amiable manner. Nephew Zifeng, let's not worry about that. Today is the first time since you have grown up that you have come to our Starfall City to taste the Spirit Feast. Is it different from Leizhou City? Come, let's drink this eternal mountain spirit wine together. Yi Feng smiled and stood up, facing Yi Jiudao. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Zifeng will do it as a form of respect. He immediately finished the cup full of spirit wine. Ahaha, good. Nephew Zifeng, that was straightforward enough. Ah, see, what are you standing there for? Continue filling his stomach to the brim. Yes, yes. Ah, see smiled apologetically and rolled his sleeves, then quickly poured a new cup of spirit wine for Yifeng. Nephew Zifeng, since you can drink so much, then don't hold yourself back. Tonight, you won't leave until you're drunk. The clinking of wine cups could be heard. The group began to move as well. They picked up their dishes and chatted happily. During this process, Yifeng looked in the direction of Yi Wanyue. However, she just lowered her head and picked up the dish. Occasionally, she would raise her head to glance at him, but then she would immediately look away. Gradually, 3 rounds of drinking passed. Yifeng's vision also started to become blurry as the alcohol surged up. After an unknown period of time, Yifeng opened his sleepy eyes once again, and his surroundings became completely dark. It's been a long time since I've been this drunk. It seems like the aftereffect of the spirit wine is quite strong. He tried to get his eyes used to the darkness, and then he looked up. The ceiling was exactly the same as the room in the Han Xiangyuan courtyard. Obviously, he had been moved back to his own residence. He rubbed his head, still feeling a little bloated. However, in the next moment, his eyes revealed a fierce gaze as he quickly took out the purple lightning flying sword from the pillow. He flipped and struck at a shadow on the side of the table. Bang! A loud sound was heard as the sword chi collided with each other. Yifeng, stop right now. A coquettish voice sounded. It was a woman's voice. Yifeng's purple lightning flying sword stopped in midair and did not continue stabbing. Speak, who are you? As he spoke, his fingertips lit up with a crimson flame. Under the flickering light, Yifeng looked over. What, you are? Yi Wanyue. She was as beautiful as jade, her lips moving in and out of her mouth. If someone looked at her from a close distance, it would be quite a unique sight. That's right. Since you know about it, why aren't you putting the sword down? Yi Wanyue replied with an imposing manner, and then looked towards the purple lightning flying sword. Yifeng, did you hear that? Do you still think this is the Yi family's place? You actually dare to point your sword at me like that. Alright, then I'll let you go first. Yifeng stared at her. After a moment, a clang sound was heard. Finally, he put the sword back into its sheath. Wanyue sis, did you come late at night to visit? Could it be that you have something urgent to tell me? As soon as his voice fell. Whoosh whoosh. A sharp black metal sword was already on Yifeng's neck. Surprise flashed across Yifeng's eyes. You. He. Yi Wanyue sneered and turned the sword in her hand. The cold feeling penetrated deep into her bones. Yifeng, after so many years, you actually forgot about me. Just now, during the dust cleansing banquet that my father gave you, you gave toasts to all the other guests, but you didn't give me any toasts. You didn't even prepare any gifts for me. Yifeng frowned. Wanyue. Oh, that's right, and that's your name as well. What Wanyue, you're too strange, it's too funny. I'm about the same age as you, it's only been a few days, why didn't you call me Wanyue? Yi Wanyue stared at Yifeng. Her beautiful eyes revealed an extremely complicated look. Wanyue ha? Yifeng looked into her eyes, and from her eyes, I could see some of her thoughts. Yi Wanyue smiled bitterly. You might have forgotten, but I still remember it clearly. Do you still remember this thing? She took out a ring made of grass rings with one hand while trembling. This is... Yifeng looked at the grass ring carefully, and was at a loss. As expected, you don't even have a single impression anymore. In the end, I was the only one who thought that. Yi Wanyue smiled bitterly, shook her head and continued. This is the ring you gave me when I was young. It's the symbol of a family that you will marry me when you grow up. What? Yifeng was stunned. He didn't think that Yifeng, that trash, would make such a promise to someone. However, he had no impression of him at all. This was not all. Every time he recalled that incident, he felt a faint stabbing pain, as if his instincts were rejecting him and recalling that memory. That said, it was just a childhood promise. Why did Yi Wanyue keep it in her heart? Wasn't her appearance childish? Just when he was astonished, he heard Yi Wanyue continue. Yifeng, did you think that I was childish in that moment of absent-mindedness? Looks like you're right, but Yifeng, can you understand? If I didn't have such thoughts, I wouldn't have devoted myself to practicing alchemy. I've been working so hard to help you get rid of that useless body of yours. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553. Chapter 553. Yifeng stared at Yi Wanyue in a daze. You? Everything was too sudden for him. If he could remember this girl before him, then it would be fine. But the problem was, he really didn't have a single impression of it. After a while, Yi Wanyue also noticed that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Alright, I've kept it in my heart for so many years. I've already said what I needed to say. Since you forgot about the grass ring, then forget about it. Just treat it as me getting muddled for a moment. She let out a heavy sigh and withdrew the black metal sword from Liu's neck. This pill will be given to you to help you improve your physique. Between you and I, we can be considered even, and from tomorrow onwards, according to the Academy's arrangement, I will have to teach a new person how to refine pills. I don't think I will have the time to come and see you. She raised her delicate eyebrows and took out a well-packaged pill box from her bosom. She placed it heavily on the corner of the table and was about to leave. Hold on. Yifeng suddenly spoke with a solemn face. What, at this point, do you have anything else to say? Yi Wanyue's footsteps paused as she stared at Yifeng. In her heart, she actually still held on to that last strand of hope. This medicinal pill. Could it be a first-cycle reincarnation pill? Hearing that Yifeng was not talking about her, but about the pill itself, Yi Wanyue smiled wryly. Oh. Her expression froze as she pulled herself together. Then, she laughed. I heard you know how to concoct pills, but I didn't expect you, Yifeng, to actually recognize the samsara pill. Not bad, I spent a lot of effort to concoct the first cycle, please don't sell it. Of course not, I will treasure it properly. Yifeng said with a stern expression and kept the pill box. Also, I heard that you know how to concoct the reincarnation pill. In that case, you're an earth-rank pill refiner. Yi Wanyue's expression changed a little and she admitted it. That's right, that's true. However, Yifeng, it's too late for you to use me to concoct other pills for you. We have nothing to do with each other, so we'll part ways here. Yuan shook his head as if he was enlightened, then looked at Yi Wanyue's back as she left. Fine, Wanyu, then we've met in advance, because the new guy you're going to meet tomorrow will be the one who will give you guidance, it's probably me. Yi Wanyue had already decided that no matter what Yifeng said, she would not turn back. However, Yifeng's words were like a thunder from a clear sky, and exploded in her heart. She widened her big, watery eyes as she abruptly turned her head. Wait, what did you say? That newbie is you. The next morning, dawn arrived. Yifeng had already stood up and was breathing heavily in the yard. In the silence, he took out the reincarnation pill and carefully examined it. He wanted to try the medicinal effects of the reincarnation pill, but maybe now was not the right time. After all, today was his first day at the Wind Rebel Academy. Let's wait a little longer. At this moment. Spirit Shadow's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. Yifeng, you were pointed at by that girl with a sword last night, why didn't you let us attack? Were you sure that she wouldn't stab us? If she really wants to kill me, she can do it when I'm asleep. She only has a strong personality, and after I point my sword at her, she wants to take revenge. Yifeng smiled and continued, furthermore, compared to this, she came to find me. Spirit Shadow was stunned when he heard this. Spiritual Qi rushed out from his arms and slowly floated around Yifeng's body. It was like white fog that had wrapped around his body and dispersed. As expected, a young girl walked towards them. She was Yi Wanyue. Wanyue, little sis, you woke up early. What did you call me just now? Yi Wanyue frowned and glared at Yifeng. Should I call you Wanyu? No, don't call me that, I've changed my mind. Yi Wanyue snorted and cast a sidelong glance at Yifeng. From now on, since you want me to teach you alchemy, you can call me Sister Yu. Do you understand? Before Yifeng could reply, he heard Yi Jiudao's voice from behind them. Wanyu, it's still early in the morning. What are you blabbering about? I asked you to bring your nephew to the Wind Rebel Academy. You started taking care of your hair 2 hours ago, smeared it with water powder, and dawdled around until now. What are you still doing here? Father. Stop talking. Yi Wanyue blushed, glanced at Yifeng, then ran to Yi Jiudao's side in embarrassment. Don't you want to go to the martial tomb to pay your respects to the ancestors of our Yi family? Hurry up and go, don't delay the time. With Mother and I here, you can rest assured. It's because you and Zhong Yun are here that I can't be at ease. Father, Yi Wanyue said coquettishly. Yi Jiudao helplessly smiled and shook his head. Forget it. I won't talk to you guys any longer. I'm in a hurry to go to the martial tomb. You guys should also quickly go to the Wind Rebel Academy. He thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and continued, oh, there's one more thing. I almost forgot after leaving. Nephew Zifeng, I heard that every time a new student enters the Wind Rebel Academy, there's always a way to enter. Don't let your guard down, or it'll affect your future potential cultivation resources. Admission, what is this? Yifeng was slightly shocked for a moment, and then gradually frowned. Niazun hadn't even mentioned it to him. However, since he, Niazun, rarely came to Starfall City, it was only normal for him to not understand some of the things that happened. He didn't have to hide anything from Niali. Thus, he cast a suspicious gaze at Yi Jiudao and Yi Wanyue. However, the latter two had only heard of this name and had not personally experienced it before. They could only bitterly smile and shake their heads. He let out a faint laugh and was relieved. I understand. Thank you for your warning, Uncle Yi. I wish you a safe journey. Zifeng will also work hard at the Wind Rebel Academy. Good, that's good. That's right, Wanyu, Zifeng has just arrived in Star City but he still doesn't know the way. You can bring him along. I'll bring him there, but that won't do. What if someone sees him talking? Yi Wanyue pointed at Zifeng, and her eyes instantly widened. She raised her head, wanting to refute her father a few more times. However, there was not even a shadow of Yi Jiudao left in front of him. It was as if he had suddenly evaporated from the world. The Wind Reversal Academy was the best academy in the Starfall City, no other. If it was said that the Celestial Sect of Wonders placed more emphasis on actual combat, then in the academy, it was more important to increase the level of one's cultivation. On the way, Yifeng and Yi Wanyue followed suit and observed the scenery. Not too long after, they arrived at the entrance of the Wind Rebel Academy. Yi Zichen's eyes brightened. The two stone statues were towering and solemn, like gate gods, giving people a sense of respect and awe. These two are statues of the founders of the Inverse Wind Academy. They once possessed great strength and could laugh proudly at the entire world. In terms of strength, they might have already reached the realm of the martial ancestor realm. In addition, the legends about them are quite profound. They actually said that they came from a foreign land. Is that so? Yifeng raised his head up high and stared at the two statues. After looking at them carefully for a while, his expression suddenly changed. He felt that they were familiar, but he could not tell where he had seen them before. He furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, but to no avail. Forget it. So he could only bitterly smile and continue to walk forward. After a long time, he suddenly reached out his hand and pointed at another direction. Then, what is this thing? Hey, Yifeng, I've waited for you for so long, you're finally here. You're actually still in the mood to play around here. Hearing this, Yifeng and the other two people turned around, and the person that entered their sight was Niezun. As a special envoy of the spiritual martial school, his position was much higher than Yifeng's. However, he had no choice but to accept this insult and do something similar to protecting Yifeng. At this hour, I will reunite with you. As per our agreement, I'm not late. Yifeng smiled for a moment. Niezun shook his head, his expression filled with excitement. It was before, but the situation is different now. I just found out that you're going to participate in the admission ceremony. Admission? What the hell is that thing? Yifeng heard the name admission ceremony once again, and his expression turned serious. Nothing could come out of nowhere. It seemed that he might even have to face the test of being admitted to a hospital. The rules are very clear. According to the ranking of the newbie fights, you will be assigned to the next class. Wait a moment, Yifeng, before that, you have to answer one of my questions. At this moment, he noticed Yi Wanyue's presence and frowned. Who is she? Is she your new friend? In that case, she might be your opponent. Niezun's eyes were ice cold as he looked straight at Yi Wanyue. As a member of the spiritual martial sect, even if his intelligence was inferior to Gu Xinwei's, he still suspected that Gu Xinwei had the characteristics of the sect. Before you ask me, don't tell me who you are. Yi Wanyue didn't back down in the slightest as she coldly stared at Niezun. Both of them had strong personalities, so neither of them would be polite to the other. Don't worry, she's my cousin, Yi Wanyue. Hey, what do you mean? Just answer him. Maybe he's acting like a newbie and will stab you in the back. A hint of anger appeared on Yi Wanyue's face. However, Yifeng introduced Niezun again. You don't have to worry, his name is Niezun, he's a friend I made in the Heavenly Lost City. The two of them had clean identities. Thus, under Yifeng's simple explanation, they did not start a fight and only let out a cold snort. Alright, the two of you. Yifeng shook his head and smiled. He stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance. Are you talking about the admission ceremony? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554. Chapter 554. He only saw the door open with a creak 100 feet away. Hundreds of students swarmed around like a swarm of bees as they squeezed their way into the academy. Since they had no sense of discipline and were all dressed in their own clothes, it was obvious that they were new. Niezun furrowed his brows. It seems like Yifeng, you have quite a few opponents for the admission ceremony. It's not that the opponents are heavy. The key is to see the rules of the admission ceremony and the quality of the opponents. Yifeng said as he looked at the rookie in front of him. After a moment, he smiled. Oh, about 80% of the people have the same cultivation stage as me. They are all martial disciples. 10% of them are at the first level of the fighter realm, and there is one more person. I'm afraid I've already reached Fighter 2 Dan. While he was talking, he closed a small mirror. On the mirror, he saw many students' expressions. Yifeng smiled and handed the mirror back to Yi Wanyue. Niezun was shocked. It can't be, you can see their cultivation realms. Generally speaking, only a high-level person would be able to see the cultivation realm of a low-level person. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to achieve. Yuan smiled, and nodded his head. That's right, but with the combination of his soul talent and his previous life's martial ancestor realm experience, Zifeng was able to recognize anyone below the martial spirit realm. All of a sudden, Zifeng seemed to have sensed something and raised his head. Enough, let's not talk about it for now. Compared to this, he's here. Him. Yuanyue was stunned for a moment before she lifted her head. In the next moment, with a ta, from above everyone's heads, an old man flew over. The host of the admission ceremony. His eyes were cold as they swept across the crowd. There was a sense of majesty and solemnity in his gaze. The crowd gradually quieted down as they whispered to each other as they saw the old man come over. Shu, a soft voice. The overseer of the Wind Reach Academy has arrived. That's right. I heard that our performance as admissions directly affects our future cultivation. If we don't pass, we might even directly return home. We'll have to listen carefully to whatever he says or tells us the rules. The old man raised his eyebrows and turned his head. How is it? Is everyone here yet? Reporting to Elder Mo, on this admission ticket, there should be 100 people, actually 97. The remaining 3, according to the spirit paper, will arrive within an hour. Do you want to continue waiting? A glint flashed in Elder Mo's eyes. For so many of us to wait for the 3 of them is simply laughable. Send my order, all 3 of them are to be eliminated. There's no need for us to enter Fengyan Academy anymore. With this said, everyone present looked at each other. At this moment, they were rejoicing greatly in their hearts. Before the match had even started, there were already 3 competitors missing. For people like them who didn't have much to gain, there was no doubt that this was a good thing. Elder Mo chuckled, observing the students who had shown signs of being lucky, and said with a loud and clear voice. Men! Even the few people over there who laughed the most are chased out of the academy. What? The shock on the faces of the students could be imagined. The clamorous laughter stopped in an instant. The needle fell. The youngsters who were pointed out by Elder Mo had ashen faces. Elder Mo, what did we do wrong? We went through so much trouble and effort to get the chance to enter this academy. So what? That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? You guys are merely at the 7th level of the martial disciple realm, not even having a martial artist in your realm. At this moment, you guys are not facing a great enemy. Instead, you are secretly delighted. Your future achievements will definitely be limited. Gao Wei, chase them away. When the young man behind Elder Mo heard this, he already understood what was going on. Yes. With a flash, he appeared in front of them, his face expressionless. Everyone, you have heard it, right? Then, please. But I still don't understand. Yes. The mouth of the student in the lead twitched, holding on to his last bit of hope. He looked at Gao Wei, then at Elder Mo and said in a low voice, "We have a relationship. Trust me, that's what everyone who comes here says. Come to think of it, do you want to use your feet to walk out, or do you want to scram out?" Gao Wei coldly smiled as he stroked the back of a long sword. The red light reflected off of the back of the sword made it seem like a floating bloody light. Still, get out of here. As soon as these words were spoken, the youngsters didn't dare to say anything more. They rolled and crawled as they hastily ran out. This? What kind of place is this? It's really killing me. Before they left the main gate, they wanted to say something to make a ruckus. However, everyone who wanted to speak was swept out of the door by a gust of strong wind without exception and was sent crashing into the sky. Do you still have any plans to leave? Now, quickly leave. I will not guarantee your safety for anyone below the 9th level of the martial disciple realm. Elder Mo chuckled. It was just as Elder Mo had said, if one did not rely on relationships, one's fate would be as cannon fodder no matter how one looked at it. It was good for others and for themselves to leave early. A moment later. No more, 70 people, there's still 70 people. Let me ask you again, is there no one left? There was complete silence everywhere. Compared to the chaos from before, the eyes of the people who were left behind now had a slight difference. Very good, today is your first day in the academy. I will take this opportunity to tell you one of the most important things. The academy is a place where authority is absolute. Those who do not want to obey it will be welcomed. Elder Mo looked at everyone and continued speaking. The admission ceremony today is very simple. There's only one way to test it. In the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, if you don't use any external forces, you can touch Gao Wei. I'll observe from the side to prevent any cheating. Do you all understand? Wait a moment, Elder Mo, what should we do if no one meets Gao Wei after half an incense's time? Elder Mo laughed coldly. What a foolish question. This means that the aptitudes of you people are too poor, and your perception is not good enough. If that's the case, Fengyanai Academy will not need any new students this year, you can all return home. Is there any other problem? If there isn't one, then let's begin. Upon hearing the word start, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, their gazes gathered on Gao Wei. Gao Wei was carrying a blood-red longsword on his back, his white robes fluttering in the wind. He looked at the crowd with a smile, but didn't retreat a single step. Come on, what are you hesitating for? The rule is to fight 70 against 1, and then, of the 70 people, 30 will be chosen? Niezun stared at the person called Gao Wei. He turned around and asked Zifeng, speaking of which, can't you see a person's cultivation level? Then, what realm is Gao Wei at? If I'm not wrong, it should be Fighter 4 Dan, just stepped into Fighter 4 Dan. Zifeng's voice was as calm as the waves. The difference in strength does not seem to be that great. The expression on Niezun's face turned slightly better. It seems that the admission form is finally finished. It's better to take a more formal one. It won't be too harsh. Zifeng, on the other hand, stared at Gao Wei and frowned, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Niezun wanted to laugh at him for thinking too much. But suddenly... a blood-curdling scream resounded through the entire arena. What? What's going on? Niezun suddenly raised his head. The gray-clothed young man in front of him fell to the ground in pain as he let out a heart-wrenching shriek. From his shoulder blade to the edge of his neck, there was a long trail of blood. Could it be? Niezun's expression went cold and immediately turned his head in Gao Wei's direction. There was blood on the sword. He coldly stared at the person on the ground and suddenly raised his sword. Stretching out his tongue, he licked the blood off the sword. Without a doubt, this person's shoulder injury was caused by Gao Wei. That's right, if he is only tall for defense, then 70 people will swarm over. Even if it's him, he won't be able to escape. But the problem now is that he can escape, he can attack, and we need to worry if our own people will seize the initiative. Zifeng stared at Gao Wei with a profound look in his eyes. Suddenly, Spirit Shadow's voice appeared in his mind. Zifeng, what do we do? Do you need me to help you? There's no need, old Mo already said just now that you are not allowed to borrow external things, your ghastly shadow's existence is too special. If it's not the last moment, I don't want to use you to win. Zifeng's answer was simple and clear. Alright then, as long as you have your own thoughts, that's fine. But then again, do you really have a way? Of course. Zifeng slightly smiled, besides, this entrance test looks like a martial arts test. In the end, it's not really about people fighting to the death, it's about testing the ability of people to interact with each other. After all, many times, whether it's a one-on-one fight or a group charge, it's not the best method. Then what's the best way? Spirit Shadow was stunned for a moment, and then asked. The best way is find suitable allies and fight together. At the same time Yifeng smiled, he had already started walking towards the student at the second level of the martial disciple stage who was also watching coldly from the side. At the same time, Elder Mo scanned his surroundings, clearly noticing the situation at the side as the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Oh, looks like this year's rookies are quite interesting. Wait, the person beside him is an Earth rank pill refiner, Yiwanyue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555. Chapter 555. BX, why would an Earth rank apothecary appear in the admission form? Elder Mo's expression froze as he looked deeply at Yiwanyue, then turned around to look at Yifeng. This means that this young man, what is his background? He actually has an Earth rank alchemist by his side. He really is an extraordinary person. While he was thinking, Yifeng had already walked in front of the Fighter 2 Dan cultivator. The cultivator was dressed in an azure and red embroidered robe, with a tiger corner ribbon tied around his waist. His hair was full of thorns, making him look like an angry crown. One look at him was enough to tell that he was someone with a fiery temper. However, Yifeng didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly, as if he was waiting for someone to speak. Huff. After a long while, Yifeng actually closed his eyes. In this case, it was the red-robed cultivator who found it difficult to hold his breath. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. He frowned, looked at Yifeng, and said loudly, F***CK, do you want to join hands with me or not? If so, then scram. I might be able to pass by myself. He hadn't made a move until now and had been staring at Gao Wei, waiting for the right moment. It was an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the other party. Thus, even he wasn't confident of passing through. Hong Shang. What? Yifeng opened his eyes and smiled. Your name is Hong Shang, right? This. How do you know my name? Hong Shang's heart skipped a beat. He looked at his own body, but didn't see anything that would reveal his identity. Not only do I know your name is Hong Shang, I also know that you are at Fighter 2 Dan. The eldest young master of the Hong family cultivates the triple yuan slash. Yifeng smiled and stared into Hong Shang's eyes. Hong Shang's eyes gradually widened, and even the hand holding the short blade trembled unwittingly. Yifeng was completely right. You little brat, where did you get the information from? What exactly do you want to do? The answer is the soul talent that Yifeng awakened. With the help of Yifeng's special talent, the closer they were to him, the longer they stayed. The longer they stayed, the more they could guess some of his thoughts. However, for a simple-minded person like Hong Shang, it wasn't that difficult. Nothing, I'm just here to look for you. I'm not here to work with you, I'm just here to give you some pointers and improve your sword skills. And, speak of the flaws in your high and mighty sword technique, and increase your chances of winning. A look of surprise appeared in Hong Shang's eyes, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. What? He shook his head and said, You said it just now, you're called Yifeng, right? You're very interesting, don't you think I can't see your cultivation level? You're merely a 9th level martial disciple, you haven't even reached the martial disciple realm, and you still want to teach me martial arts? I'm afraid, it's too early. I'm not going to say anything to you, I'm leaving. He gave a slight sneer and strode away. Yifeng ignored his words and smiled faintly. The only sword style that Gao Wei uses is called 3 parts of the autumn water, a high-speed sword technique. After the blade drinks blood, it can increase the speed of one's attacks. The downside is that it excessively warrants beauty and techniques. When Hong Shang heard this, he stopped. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He put away his mocking expression and turned back to look at Yifeng. He could understand that Zifeng's words were not just general, it was said based on a certain level of experience. Zifeng paused for a moment, and your triple yuan slash, with power as its core, if you inject some spiritual energy into the back of the blade, it can increase the power of the attack. Therefore, it can be considered a coincidence. Zifeng's words were like a clap of thunder, exploding in Hong Sheng's heart. It can't be. You really have some understanding towards the triple slash and the opponent's high-speed sword. He raised his head in astonishment and looked at Zifeng in disbelief. He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. In this way, even if the other party was truly at the 9th level of the martial disciple realm, he would have to listen carefully. After all, there were some matters regarding techniques that were not strictly categorized according to the level of the cultivator. Zifeng smiled faintly. That's right, just like what I said at the beginning, I won't join hands with you, and you don't have to worry about me stabbing you in the back. As long as you do as I say and sneak attack Gao Wei, we will definitely win. Hong Sheng looked at Yi Zifeng's confident look and clenched his teeth. Okay, anyway, I was planning to do it alone. Now that things are like this, tell me what I should do. Put on. After 3 consecutive sounds, the 3 of them fell to the ground, screaming in pain. From time to time, blood would flow from their shoulders, stomachs, and thighs, dyeing the ground red. 3 idiots, only at the 8th level of the martial disciple realm. You still dare to fight me head-on? He paused for a moment before continuing. Okay, who's next? Why haven't you brought them up yet? Gao Wei's expression was cold as he nonchalantly took out a white cloth from his pocket and wiped off the blood on his sword. At this moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Also, I kindly remind you that you only have half an incense stick of time in total, and the admission ceremony can be considered over. If you continue to hesitate, then I'll say that you've automatically given up the opportunity to enter the academy. He had actually said this 3 times already. However, this time, Gao Wei's motivations didn't have any good effects. One must know that many impulsive people, after paying the price of blood, could not even touch the corner of Gao Wei's clothes. The injuries they suffered made it difficult for them to take part in the next step of their mission. Because of this, the remaining people also became more cautious. Unknowingly, there are only 30 people left. This Gao Wei is a bit too difficult to deal with. Elder Mo also said that during the admission ceremony, he would choose the top 30 people who would touch Gao Wei. But now, we only have 30 people left, and there's no need to fight internally anymore. Yeah, the problem is very obvious, but what should we do now? Does anyone have any good suggestions for dealing with Gao Wei? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They didn't even know each other before. For them to suddenly join hands and face the enemy without any sort of cooperation, it was easy to turn cold. If you suggest it, I do. When everyone heard this, their minds trembled, as if they had seen their savior. They looked around and sized him up. The person who entered his line of sight was Zifeng. Brother, what is your so-called good suggestion? A well-dressed youth looked at Zifeng and quickly asked with a hint of expectation on his face. I can say yes, but will you do as I say? Zifeng smiled and asked. If there were more than 30 people left, everyone would have their own selfish motives. But now, there were only 30 people left. There was no longer any conflict of interest between them. Otherwise, Zifeng wouldn't have needed to wait until now. Everyone could be tied together. Only then did they decide to take action. What are you saying, brother? It's not like this. If we don't work together, then don't even think about entering the academy. Your words are reasonable. If it's not exaggerated, we will do as you say. The well-dressed youth hurriedly replied. Indeed, what good idea do you have? Speak your mind and don't hide it anymore. You only have 3 minutes. All right. Zifeng scanned through the crowd. Seeing that they were all nervous, even his own expression gradually turned serious. First, compared to attacking, we have to learn how to defend. We have to work together and defend, and first, we have to encircle them, then use speed to suppress them and reduce their chances of escape. I think it's a good idea, but what exactly should I do? The eyes of everyone, including the well-dressed youth, lit up when they heard Yifeng's words. They looked at each other and clearly realized that if they did as he said, there might actually be hope. Listen carefully, the 6 of you, Group 1, break in from the left, the 7 of you, from the right. Yifeng finished giving orders in one breath. The arrangements for the 30 people were completed in a moment. If you understand, then make your move now. As the sound of his voice faded, everyone began to move. Fighting alone, of course, was enough to unleash a person's great strength. However, if he didn't restrict Gaori's movement space, he would be able to escape again and again. Once he recovered his energy, it would become a very troublesome matter to catch him. Sure enough, Leaf Edge used defense as a method of attack, step by step compressing Gao Wei's movement range. Furthermore, every time Gao Wei tried to break out of the encirclement, he would be entangled by a team of 6 or 7 people, making it impossible for him to escape. Yifeng, is there enough time? Yeah, Yifeng, it's about time. Let's all rush up. After being commanded by Yifeng like an array, the range of Gao Wei's movement had already been reduced to a certain point. Unknowingly, his prestige had also risen among the crowd. Hey, Yifeng, we have so many people waiting for your words. There really isn't enough time, we have to make some decisions. Let's wait a little longer. Just as the encirclement was gradually shrinking, almost reaching a point in time, a bright light suddenly lit up in front of Yifeng as he roared. Now, click. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556. Chapter 556. The encirclement was complete. Hongshang, it's your turn. As Yifeng yelled, a ray of light flashed. Under the command of a group of Yifeng, a person appeared out of nowhere. It was Hongshang. Yifeng, do you know that Laozi has been waiting for you for a long time? Hongshang gave a loud shout as he raised his long blade, bringing with it a terrifying aura, like the tides of a river, enveloping Gao Wei's location. The red tide was rising at the tip of his blade. Clearly, he had been accumulating his strength for a long time. Give it to me. Gao Wei was caught off guard and hurriedly dodged to the side. His actions were no longer as indifferent as before, and he appeared to be in a much more sorry state. What? In his heart, he was even more shocked. After all, how could someone who could make him subconsciously feel danger and back off be among this group of newbies? This undoubtedly caused him to be greatly puzzled. However, reality did not allow him to think about the reason slowly. In an instant, a powerful force struck the ground, causing countless dust to fly into the air, making it so that people couldn't even open their eyes. A 3 feet deep hole was left in the ground, where Gao Wei had been standing moments ago. What kind of blade technique is this, to actually be so powerful? If that slash had cut him in half, the consequences would have been obvious. With such tyrannical power, even if he had been able to block that thin sword, he would have inevitably been hit by the opponent's attack. However, this was not the end. Is this what they call being strong? Then, what's even stronger? Hongshang laughed coldly. Just as he hit the ground, he flipped his palm, borrowing the recoil to charge towards Gao Wei. At the same time, he also immediately took out his long blade and chased after Gao Wei's nape. With a solemn expression, Yifeng raised his head. Hongshang, don't forget yourself. Immediately adjust your saber's aura and turn the stab into a slash. The opponent is about to change his defensive position. Hongshang was stunned for a moment. He gritted his teeth and immediately followed Yifeng's instructions. All right. But he had reacted, not Gao Wei. All of a sudden, he changed his stab into a slash. He was so shocked that he looked like he was in a sorry state. The sharp blade light passed right by his neck. Only then did he barely manage to dodge this strike. Even Elder Mo, who'd been standing to the side, was a bit surprised by this. Oh. Logically speaking, he had been looking forward to seeing the students work together with great difficulty to exchange injuries for injuries. They were relying on the advantage in numbers to slowly exhaust Gao Wei's physical strength to win this admission battle. But now, what was going on? Why would a mere Fighter 2 Dan guy be able to directly threaten a Fighter 4 Dan existence? Yifeng stared at the situation on the stage and shouted every now and then, "Hong Sheng, remember to chop towards the right. Turn it. Very good. Now use the second move of the triple slash." When Hong Sheng heard this, he found it a bit strange. Generally speaking, a move always had a beginning and an end. Someone like Yifeng, who directly wanted him to use the second move, what was he thinking? However, he had already tasted the sweetness from Yifeng's words a few times before. "Yifeng, you. If you want to win, then do as I say." Yifeng stared at her with concentration and said meticulously thus. After a moment of hesitation, Hong Sheng followed Yifeng's instructions. "All right." Sure enough, Gao Wei, who was slowly restoring his dejection, was now being toyed with by Yiwen. He was like a god of war that had returned to the world. The power of his long saber had more than doubled. After a few rounds, Gao Wei clashed with the other party's blade and sword, causing his palm to tremble in pain. Hong Sheng's slash could be said to have given birth to confidence, and each time, it became fiercer than the last. "Yifeng, that's great. I'll do as you say. It's really effective." At this point, he already understood in his heart that if not for Yifeng's finger, Gao Wei would have suppressed him in the middle of the fight. His attitude towards Zifeng had gone from suspicion at the beginning to disbelief and trust, and now, he even felt a sense of reliance on him. The moment Yifeng didn't point at him, he felt uncomfortable all over. However, when the rest of the people saw this, they started to urge him. "Yifeng, the situation right now is not bad, but there isn't enough time. There is only 1 minute left." "That's right, time is tight. Do you want us to attack directly?" Yifeng smiled calmly and shook his head. "No, in terms of time, that's enough." He stared at Gao Wei and said, "Hong Sheng, do you still remember the main points of the triple layered slash after it has been upgraded?" Don't worry. This is related to my own strength. I remember it clearly, I don't even dare to forget it." Yifeng smiled and nodded. "Very good, then let us start this last minute. Everyone, listen to my instructions. Hong Sheng, listen carefully. What I want you to do now is to fuse the 3 moves into one move." "What, fuse them into one?" Hong Sheng froze for a moment. He looked at Yifeng in surprise. "You must be joking, right? To combine one move. You don't have much time, everyone is waiting for you." Yifeng didn't even look at Hong Sheng. He didn't explain much and turned to face the others. His speed of speech quickened a lot. "Earlier, team number 3, #X, you guys go block the road here, you guys go block the road over there, right? And you guys." After all the arrangements had been made, there would always be a future. However, he would never be able to get away from it. Yifeng's biggest goal was still to suppress Gao Wei. Gao Wei had used up most of his strength when he fought against Hong Sheng. At this moment, he was much more exhausted than before, and he was no longer as relaxed as he was before. He slightly pursed his lips and flipped to the side. Just as he was sent flying away, he was surrounded by another group of people. It was true that 2 fists was no match for 4 hands. Is it over yet? A bunch of useless things. The current him, in most cases, was dealing with a group of people by himself. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was for him. "You just said, who's useless?" After Gao Wei let out a sigh, his expression suddenly stiffened and changed. "Not good. He let out a loud shout and didn't even have the time to roll to the side. The violent and domineering sea of blades blew him into the air like a sandstorm. The wind from the blade grazed his face, creating 2 deep wounds. Hongshang laughed heartily as he raised his head. With a flick of his feet, he too flew into the sky. What are you running for? I haven't finished this attack yet. I'll let you have a taste of the power of the combination of the 3 elements / Yiwen smiled and said, remember. Throw him towards the southeast. All right. Hongshang lowered his head and stepped into the sky. His long saber danced in the wind, bringing with it the might of the broken moon, broken stars. He slashed down several times in the sky, and the deafening sound of his blade hitting could be heard. These saber chi were also one. In an instant, the golden light was generous. Put! Gao Wei took out his sword to block the blood arrow, but he still felt a sweetness in his throat. He spat it out and it fell into the air, completely covered by the sandstorm. Good, this is great. I hit him. I finally passed the admission ticket. Hongsheng was taken aback at first, but quickly shouted out loud. That strike just now, he hit Gao Wei solidly, and everyone present saw it. Who told you passed the admission? A deep and powerful voice suddenly came from behind him. It was Elder Mo. Elder Mo, what do you mean? Hongsheng's heart sank as he hurriedly asked. It's a very simple principle. Since you don't understand it, I'll explain the rules to you again. What I'm saying is that everyone needs to meet Gao Wei in order to be considered as having been admitted to the hospital. Your blade energy has hit him, it's simply incalculable. Elder Mo chuckled and shook his head. If that's the case, then is it a scheme? Yifeng smiled and said. What? Elder Mo was stunned, then he looked towards Yifeng. With one hand pressing down on Gao Wei's back, he ruthlessly pressed him to the ground, completely unable to move. It can't be this. How could this be? The person who had spoken was not Elder Mo, but rather Hongsheng. Didn't you say that you wouldn't follow me to deal with the enemy, and you wouldn't stab me in the back? Yeah, I kept my promise. I didn't do that. I even stayed where I was. Stand right there. Hongsheng's lips twitched as he looked at Yifeng in astonishment. However, when he looked carefully, he found that Zifeng did not seem to have moved at all. Yifeng smiled blandly. However, did you forget that it was you who beat him up towards the southeast just now, which is why you coincidentally let him crash down heavily in front of me? I also coincidentally accumulated a whole body of spirit energy to suppress him, who was already at the end of his tether. Is it that hard to imagine? What? Hongsheng's heart skipped a beat before he finally understood what was going on. No wonder Yifeng had told her so much before, it was to cheat her of her trust and trust in him. In this way, he did not feel any disharmony when Yifeng told him to attack from the southeast. He had been tricked by Yi Zichen from the very beginning. Alright, why are you still talking so much? Hongsheng, so what if you're not in first place? Entering the academy is the most important matter. Yifeng scanned the crowd and said quietly. In the last 10 seconds, all those who wish to enter the academy, come over. In the last 10 seconds, all those who wish to enter the academy, come over. In the last 10 seconds, all those who wish to enter the academy, come over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557. Chapter 557. In the front mountain of the Wind Rebel Academy, there was a huge commotion. During the morning class, many students started whispering to each other. From time to time, some people would glance out of the window, but no one knew what they were looking for. Hey, have you guys heard? It was a big event yesterday. Nonsense, who doesn't know that at the admission ceremony, 30 newcomers have actually passed the admission test and entered our Feng and I Academy? This ratio is far from what it used to be. There are 30 rookies. It can't be. That Gao Jian has never failed before. At most, he would show mercy and let 10 people in. What's going on this time? Is there a particularly strong expert leading the way? At the same time, a middle-aged man in a loose robe was lying on a rattan chair. However, just as he was speaking, he noticed the chaotic scene below the stage and immediately frowned. After which, his voice resounded throughout the entire arena. All of you shut up and properly attend morning class. Who allowed you to whisper to each other? Do you believe that I can directly take you all to the discipline hall and see if you can still show off after 10 days? Upon hearing the 3 words discipline hall, all the students glanced at each other, their expressions slightly changing. They stuck out their tongues and immediately quietened down. There was only one person who kept turning his head to look outside the window. He was dressed in golden silk robes with an eagle-patterned belt tied around his waist. He had a head of ink-black hair and a pair of eyes as clear as water. However, he seemed to have turned a deaf ear to his teacher's words, as if they were nothing more than air. The middle-aged man wearing a wide robe looked at him with a gloomy face and said in a bad mood, "Qi Zimo, are you deaf? Let me tell you, just because of your talent in alchemy, you can ignore your teachers and do whatever you want. Come back and sit down, then continue listening to class." The people at the side also came over, exhorting in a small voice, "That's right, Brother Zimo, it's better if you listen to Elder Liang's words. If he really takes you to the discipline hall, then you're finished." Suddenly, Qi Zimo spat out 3 words. His expression changed a little bit. "What?" Old Liang frowned as he approached Qi Zimo. "What did you say just now?" Zifeng. Qi Zimo stood up abruptly, his expression changing immediately. His whole body seemed to be trembling with excitement. "He's here, he's here. He really came." His blood was boiling. He ignored everything and ran to the window, scanning down and taking a closer look. As expected, the people in the distance were getting closer and closer. Standing at the back of the line was none other than Zifeng. "Great, Zifeng." It was just as the news said. He came to the Wind and Verse Academy, and I knew that he would definitely pass the admission examination. His words were incoherent because he was too excited. Not only the surrounding students, but even Elder Liang was looking at Qi Zimo in shock. Ever since Qi Zimo entered the academy, he had been studying hard day and night. He was exceptionally quiet, as if he could not hear anything outside his window. Others might think that he had no desires, but now he was like a chicken that was on the verge of being injected with blood. Just what was going on? Zifeng, what's going on? Qi Zimo, is there a relationship between him and you? Oh. Speaking of which, I seem to have heard that one of the new disciples this time around is from Heavenly Lost City. Could it be your friend? No, how could it be a friend? Qi Zimo stared at the person outside the window through a thick layer of glass, his eyes filled with a sharp light. All in all, listen up. No matter who it is, don't attack the Zifeng, because he is my prey and my mortal enemy. He took a stroll and walked leisurely around the courtyard. After passing the admission ticket, the hearts of the freshmen finally dropped. Achoo! Zifeng suddenly sneezed for no reason and frowned slightly. He looked up for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Zifeng, you're interesting. Hongsheng laughed loudly. Sneezing means that you are being targeted by an old acquaintance. However, this is your first time in Starfall City. Where would an old acquaintance come from? What are you looking up for?